They were fine when you were broken, but now that you've rebuilt yourself, they're choking on your silence. Yeah, let that sink in. They were comfortable when you were struggling, doubting yourself, and trying to fit in. They loved the version of you that stayed quiet, second-guessed every move, and bent yourself into pieces just to be accepted. But now that you're standing taller, speaking less, and glowing in a way they can't fake, it's got them twitching. They can't explain it, but they can feel it. The shift, the edge in your walk, the calm in your stare. You're not trying to prove anything anymore, and that's exactly why they're losing their damn minds. It's not just that you've changed, it's the fact that you don't need them anymore. You pulled yourself out of the mud they threw you in. You leveled up without giving them credit. And now they're stuck watching from the sidelines like, wait, how? This isn't a little confidence boost. This isn't a new outfit or a new haircut. This is a whole new energy, the kind that can't be explained, but hits like a slap to the face. And the worst part for them, they know they had front row seats to your pain, but they didn't think they'd have to watch your power too. So before we go any further, if this message is hitting something real in your spirit, do your part. Don't just scroll, support it. Press that like, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments if you feel that shift happening in your own life. This energy, this truth, it's not just for you, it's for the ones still in the dark, waiting for permission to rise. Let's spread this to every soul who needs it. Now, let's get into it. They're not panicking because of your clothes or your haircut. What's making them spiral is the fact that they don't recognize you anymore, not because your face changed, but because your energy did. You're not moving the way you used to. You don't react. You don't explain. You don't need to be liked, and that's power they can't wrap their heads around. You used to walk in with your head down. Now your silence says more than your words ever did. You don't chase. You don't beg. You don't defend your glow. You let people feel uncomfortable in the space you used to shrink in just to make them comfortable. And now that you're finally owning your space, your power, your truth, they're terrified. Here's what people don't want to admit. Change makes cowards nervous, especially when they thought they'd always have access to you. Your old self gave too many chances. Your old self over-explained, over-apologized, over-gave. And when you finally stopped doing that, it exposed them, because without your softness, they had nothing to stand on. Without your silence, their noise lost all power. And no, they won't say it out loud, but trust me, they feel it. That uncomfortable tension in the room, that sudden coldness from people who used to be close, that's the cost of evolution. You're not broken anymore. You're not begging. You're not accessible. And that's why they're spiraling. They don't miss the old you. They miss the version of you they could control. They miss the emotional access, the free energy, the endless explanations, the one who dimmed their light so others wouldn't feel small. But now, you walk in fully lit, and they're the ones squinting, not because you're blinding, but because they never learned how to shine. You see, the version of you that's showing up now didn't come from comfort. It came from breakdowns no one saw. It came from nights where you were this close to quitting. It came from getting up again and again, while people laughed at your pain. But now you've become something they never thought you could be, untouchable. This version of you isn't an accident. It's the result of pressure, pain, growth in silence. And that's what's freaking them out. You didn't become this by luck. You earned this. And deep down, they know they didn't help build it. That's why they don't get to benefit from it now. Let them talk. Let them stare. Let them sit in the discomfort of realizing they no longer have access to you. Because this new version of you, It doesn't ask. It doesn't explain. It just exists, and that alone is enough to shake everything fake around you. And now, let's go deeper, because this shift in you isn't just real, it's loud. If you've felt the tension, the side eyes, the silent exits lately, then trust me, you're right where you're supposed to be. This new version of you is shaking rooms, and we're about to break down exactly why. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know you've outgrown the old version of yourself and their comfort zones. Hit like, smash that subscribe, and share this with someone else who's glowing different. Stay with me till the end, because if this message is hitting, you already know. It's personal. Let's get into it. Number 1. You don't just look different. You feel like a locked door they no longer have the key to. They wanted the glow-up to be physical so they could complement it and still control you. But this glow-up was energetic, and now they can't touch you, reach you, or fake a seat at your table. Let's rip the mask off. They aren't mad because your hair's different. They aren't spiraling because you wear your confidence better or you upgraded your style. The truth? What's making them squirm is that they can no longer reach you. Not mentally, not emotionally, not energetically. You're not just different, you're inaccessible. And that shift, that's what's driving them insane. Because for years, they fed off the version of you that over-explained, over-apologized, and stayed emotionally available even when it drained you. They were addicted to your openness, your ability to carry everyone's pain while silencing your own. They loved that you were available at their convenience, predictable in your patterns, and soft enough to manipulate. But not anymore. Now, you walk in with a new frequency, one they can't decode, one that doesn't beg, doesn't shrink, and damn sure doesn't answer to guilt. You used to feel like an open door, now you feel like a locked vault. Your silence says more than your words ever did. Your presence now demands a kind of respect they never planned to give you. And that's the gut punch. They didn't plan for this version of you. They were betting on your pain keeping you compliant. They were counting on your trauma keeping you tame. But you healed, and healing doesn't just close chapters. It changes the entire language of your soul. And suddenly, all the ways they used to access you don't work anymore. They try the same jokes, no reaction. They send the same guilt texts, no reply. They hover around, hoping the old you will peek through. But that version of you has been buried, and you did the funeral yourself. You've become untouchable, not out of pride, but out of clarity. You now know what your peace costs, and you're not interested in renting it out anymore. They mistake it for arrogance, but what they're really feeling is displacement. They used to live in your emotional world rent-free. Now they're standing at the gate, banging and realizing access is denied. Let's answer the question they're too afraid to ask out loud. Why don't I feel close to them anymore? Because you're not emotionally entertaining nonsense anymore. Because you're no longer available for conversations that drain, relationships that confuse, or roles that erase your identity. Because healing turned your open heart into a well-guarded kingdom. And if they want to visit, they'd better come correct. You don't feel the need to explain your distance. You don't overcompensate when people accuse you of changing. Of course you changed. That was the assignment. The goal was never to stay accessible to dysfunction. The goal was to grow to the point where your peace is too expensive for chaos to afford. And now, you're there. You're no longer the emotional dumping ground. You're no longer the overgiver who empties themselves just to keep others full. You're no longer the one who shrinks to fit into rooms that always felt too small anyway. You've upgraded, and they feel that shift in their bones. They don't have the language for it, but they can feel the difference. You used to chase. Now you choose. And that's terrifying to anyone who only knew how to control the desperate version of you. You want to know how deep the change is? Look at how they talk about you now. There's a bitterness in their tone, not because you hurt them, but because they no longer have access to your energy. You gave them love, time, patience, and now they realize none of it was owed. You were a gift, one they thought would never expire. And now that you've evolved past their reach, all they can do is talk from the sidelines, like they still understand your frequency. But they don't, and they won't. Because the new version of you isn't just healed, it's protected. It's guarded by boundaries forged in fire, by lessons written in pain. You've become someone that doesn't need to yell to be heard. You've become someone whose silence shifts rooms, whose peace disrupts egos, whose presence exposes everything fake. They can't manipulate energy that doesn't need their approval. They can't guilt-trip power that doesn't fear being alone. You don't move from wounds anymore. You move from wisdom. And wisdom has taught you access is earned, not inherited. Look at history. Look at those who dared to evolve in plain sight. People like Muhammad Ali, who refused to be who others expected and paid the price in public shame. People like Amy Winehouse, who couldn't escape the grip of others needing her, broken, to feel superior. Now look at you, surviving that same pressure, breaking that same mold, without clapping back or falling apart. That's what's got them shook. You didn't just walk away, you elevated. You didn't explain, you disappeared. You didn't seek revenge, you leveled up silently. And that silence is screaming. It's echoing in rooms you no longer enter. It's haunting the people who used to know how to reach you. But this is what happens when a chosen one finally stops shrinking. This is what happens when someone realizes their worth is not up for debate. This is what happens when you stop performing for people who wouldn't clap for you anyway. You don't just look different now, you feel different. And that feeling, that untouchable, untamed, unbothered energy, it's what they'll never get back, because the old you is gone. And the new you has boundaries they can't climb and energy they can't fake. Let them deal with it. Number 2, you blew up the box. They built for you. Now they're scrambling to make sense of who you really are. They didn't love you. They loved the version of you that didn't threaten their ego. Let's cut through the noise. You were never supposed to grow this much. Not in their eyes, not in their world. They had already decided who you were, boxed you up, sealed the label, and stuck you in a corner they felt comfortable with. You were easy to manage as long as you stayed predictable, agreeable, apologetic. You were their emotional punching bag, their emotional support system, their entertainment, their background character. But the moment you started thinking for yourself, healing yourself, becoming yourself, you became a problem. See, they weren't relating to the real you. They were clinging to a version of you that kept them secure in their small thinking. You fit into their script. You played the role. You wore the mask. And let's be real, you even convinced yourself that maybe, just maybe, that role was who you were. But deep down, you always knew. You weren't born to play small. You were just surviving in a system that needed you to, until one day, you didn't. And that's when everything shifted. You started asking questions. You stopped laughing at jokes that were disrespectful. You started saying no without explaining. You started walking different, talking different, glowing different. You weren't acting anymore. You were aligning. And that right there, that's what shattered the illusion. Because when you broke out of that role, they were forced to face a truth they were never ready for. They never actually knew you. They knew the version of you they could control, the one they could guilt into staying, pressure into silence, flatter into submission. But now, they're watching a stranger, a powerful, radiant, unapologetic stranger, and it's scaring the hell out of them. You've transcended the limits they placed on you. You blew right past their expectations. They thought they knew your ceiling, but you removed the roof. Now every move you make is a reminder that their perception was never your truth. And nothing's more dangerous to a manipulator than someone who outgrows the version of themselves they were taught to be. And let's not pretend it was easy. Shedding those old layers, that was war. You had to grieve the version of yourself that made everyone else comfortable. You had to mourn the peacekeeping, people-pleasing, approval-chasing self just to become someone you could finally respect. But now that you've arrived in your authenticity, you see everything clearer. Their love was conditional, their acceptance had terms, and your new self, it doesn't agree to those anymore. They'll say you changed. They'll say you switched up. But what they really mean is you stopped fitting inside their narrative. And here's the brutal truth. Most people don't want connection. They want control. They don't want to know you. They want you to behave. So when you step outside of what they're used to, they don't see growth. They see disobedience. You were never too much. You were just too real for their fantasy version of you. And now that you've taken back the pen and started writing your own story, they're losing their minds because they thought they were the author. They thought they had the final say, but you flipped the script. And worse, you're doing it without their validation, without their applause, without needing to ask. Now they're stuck in a weird place. They can't reach you like they used to. They can't predict you like they did. And they sure as hell can't use the same tactics they once got away with. Because you evolved past manipulation, past shame, past needing to be understood by people who never cared to understand you in the first place. You've become uncomfortable for them, not because you're aggressive, not because you're rude, but because your existence now demands accountability. You don't let things slide anymore. You don't bite your tongue to avoid conflict. You don't let people weaponize your kindness. They used to walk all over you. Now they can't even look you in the eye. And here's what really burns them up inside. Your evolution exposed their stagnation. Your growth forced them to see how little they've changed, how small they still are. You used to reflect their comfort. Now you reflect everything they've been too scared to face in themselves. That's why they avoid you now, or worse, talk behind your back like you owe them the old you, but you owe them nothing, because that version of you that served their ego, that was survival. This version of you, this is liberation. Think of greats like Jim Carrey, who walked away from the fame machine once he realized he'd been playing characters his whole life, off and on screen. Or Prince, who dropped his stage name and said no to the system that profited off a false version of him. That's not just rebellion, that's reclamation. You're in that same space now, reclaiming your name, your voice, your identity, and let's be honest, they'll never say it, but they're grieving the control they lost over you. Let them. Let them grieve the version of you that never truly existed. Let them talk to ghosts, because you're not going back. Not now. Not ever. You didn't just change. You remembered who you are. And now, they don't know what to do with that. But that's not your problem. That's the cost of becoming unboxed. Number 3. You are the living receipt of their underestimation, and they can't unsee it. They buried you with doubt, but they forgot. Some seeds grow in silence and come back as forests. They didn't just think you'd fail, they needed you to. They told stories behind your back, poked at your wounds, made jokes out of your breakdowns. You were the one they counted out, dismissed, talked down to, and quietly hoped would never make it out. Because as long as you stayed stuck, they didn't have to face the fact that their judgments were built on nothing but ego and projection. But you didn't just survive, you thrived, without their help, without their validation, without their sorry excuses for apologies. And now your life is the walking contradiction to every lie they ever told about you. You are the proof that they were wrong. You are the walking, breathing, glowing receipt that says, everything you said about me, all the limits you placed on me, you were dead wrong. That truth, it haunts them. Because they didn't just underestimate you, they bet against you. And now they're forced to watch what you've become. That's not just uncomfortable, it's humiliating. You didn't clap back, you didn't beg for them to believe in you, you just became. You transformed in silence, moved in shadows, leveled up behind closed doors. They had no idea the pressure they thought would destroy you was only making you stronger. And now they can't figure out how you went from broken to bulletproof without needing a damn thing from them. Think about Michael Jordan, cut from his high school team, told he wasn't good enough. Now he's the standard. Or Oprah, fired from her first TV job, labeled unfit for television. Now she's a global icon. That's what underestimation does when it meets someone chosen to rise. It backfires every time. That's what's happening here. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to prove a point. Your evolution was the point. Your peace, that's the plot twist. Your glow, that's the karma. You've become the thing they swore you'd never be, whole without them. And now they don't know how to rewrite the story because the main character outgrew the narrative. Let them talk. Let them squirm. Let them pretend they always believed in you. But deep down, they know. You were the one they underestimated the most. And now, you're the one they'll never stop watching because you are the receipt that proves their story was never the truth. You are the proof they can't erase. You are the revenge without saying a word. Number 4, your glow isn't just light, it's a mirror they can't escape. You didn't become too bright, they just refused to leave the shadows. Let's get this straight, your glow isn't the problem, it's the fact that you're shining without their permission that burns them. You no longer shrink to fit into rooms that never deserved your full presence. You no longer apologize for existing in your power, and that power, that healed, grounded, unapologetic energy, it exposes everything they've been trying to hide from themselves. You're not arrogant, you're not loud, you're not even trying to outshine anyone. You're just not pretending to be small anymore, and that shift alone makes insecure people squirm. Because when someone is used to your dimmed version, your full glow feels like a threat. And now, instead of clapping, they're criticizing. Instead of cheering, they're gossiping. Why? Because your presence reminds them of everything they haven't faced. Your light forces reflection. It says, while you were busy staying comfortable, I was busy healing. You didn't skip steps. You did the work. You faced your demons. You dealt with your trauma. You got honest about your patterns. And the result? Peace, clarity, confidence. The kind that can't be bought or faked, and that's what really gets under their skin. Here's the brutal truth. Most people want you to grow, but not beyond them. They're fine with you doing better, just not too much better. They supported the broken version of you, the relatable one, the one they could measure themselves against and still feel superior. But the healed version, the rising version, the version that no longer needs their approval, that version is a mirror they can't avoid. Think of someone like Rihanna. She didn't just glow up, she evolved, publicly and boldly, from heartbreak to billionaire. And what do people say now? She's changed, as if that's an insult. Of course she changed. She grew, just like you did. And just like you, her glow isn't just light, it's contrast. And contrast exposes. You're not responsible for their lack of growth. You're not obligated to shrink just because they're standing still. Your confidence doesn't create their insecurity. It reveals it. And that's not your burden to carry. They'll say you've become distant, cold, different. But what really happened is you stopped dimming yourself to make them feel safe in their own stagnation. And now, every time you show up as your full self, you shine a light on what they've been avoiding. That's not cruelty, that's clarity. You're not the villain, you're the mirror, and your glow is just the truth in motion. Number 5. You've become a seat they can't sit in without fidgeting. You didn't change the energy. They just can't relax now that you stopped lowering yours to match theirs. Let's call it what it is. You make people uncomfortable now. Not because you're rude, not because you're arrogant, but because you've set a new standard for how you allow yourself to be spoken to, treated, and seen. And those who once benefited from your silence, your softness, your second guessing, they're squirming now. Because you're no longer the emotionally disarmed version of yourself that let things slide just to keep the peace. You don't play along with fake nice. You don't nod at insults dressed as jokes. You don't say, "It's okay," when it's not okay. You used to tolerate backhanded compliments and smile through passive-aggressive digs, just to avoid the awkwardness. But now you let that awkwardness sit in the room and choke them with it. Your presence used to feel safe for the wrong reasons. It made people feel powerful to know they could poke at you and you'd laugh it off. But once you set boundaries, once you found your voice, once you stopped performing politeness to protect fragile egos, they started finding you hard to talk to. Not because you changed, but because they can no longer manipulate the space around you. You ever notice how the ones who used to overshare and dump their drama on you suddenly feel drained by you now? That's not coincidence. That's what happens when someone loses the emotional sponge they once leaned on. You were their comfort zone, and now you're a mirror with sharp edges. You don't absorb, you reflect. Even your silence hits different now. You can walk into a room, say nothing, and suddenly people start justifying themselves, explaining things you didn't ask about, shifting in their seats like they forgot how to sit still. That's what emotional clarity does. It makes messy energy nervous. You've become someone they can't project onto, someone who doesn't flinch when guilt is used as a weapon, someone who doesn't soften their truth just to make others feel safe in their dysfunction. And to people who live in emotional chaos, that kind of peace feels hostile. It's not your job to fix their discomfort. It's not your role to make broken energy feel cozy around your wholeness. You didn't work this hard to heal just to become a softer target for the same attacks. You're not cold, you're clear, you're not distant, you're protected, and if your energy makes them uneasy now, good. That means your boundaries are working. That means your growth is visible. That means the old you is officially out of reach. Let them shift. Let them stutter. Let them sit in their own discomfort. Because you're finally sitting in power. Number 6. You're no longer a supporting role in their fantasy. You flipped the script and cut their scene. They wrote you into their story as background noise, then got mad when you became the main character of your own damn life. Let's get real. You were never the star in their version of the story. You were the helper, the emotional support, the reliable one who never outshined them. They kept you in roles that made their ego feel safe. Roles that never required them to grow, stretch, or self-reflect. You were the fixer, the forgiver, the fallback plan. Until you weren't. You stopped playing their game. You stopped showing up to play parts you never auditioned for. And you know what really stung them? You didn't ask for permission to evolve. You just did. Quietly, cleanly, relentlessly. And now you're walking in scenes they were never invited to, and they feel it. You're not angry. You're just not available anymore. That's what they can't stand. You see, your story was always too big for the roles they gave you, but back then you didn't know that. So you played along. You let yourself be cast as the quiet one, the nice one, the broken one, and they fed off it. Because as long as you stayed stuck in that script, they could keep playing the lead in a show that was never about you anyway. But then you woke up. You stopped chasing relevance in other people's plot lines and picked up the pen. You started editing, cutting scenes, deleting old dialogue, killing off characters who only knew how to drain, not develop. You didn't just grow, you rewrote the whole genre. And now they're stuck watching the premiere of a new season that doesn't include them. It's not revenge, it's reality. Think about Taylor Swift. Turned her personal pain into an empire and reclaimed her story, one lyric at a time. Or Keanu Reeves, moved through grief and isolation, kept his circle tight and built a legacy in silence. These aren't just celebrities, they're people who took their narrative back. Just like you. They don't know how to talk about you now, do they? They don't know whether to downplay your success or pretend they were always rooting for you. Why? Because you took the spotlight without stepping on them. You didn't throw dirt. You just outgrew the stage. And that, more than anything, is what messes with their head. Because the truth is, their ego depended on you staying small, on you needing their validation. But your evolution, it made their role in your life irrelevant. Let them go back to their script. You're not in it anymore. You're too busy writing a story that finally makes sense. Number 7. Your silence doesn't whisper. It hits like a loaded gun they never saw coming. They used to fear your anger. Now they fear your silence because they know when you go quiet, you're done explaining and they're done mattering. There was a time when they thrived off your reactions. They pushed your buttons just to hear you snap. They baited you into defending yourself, explaining yourself, breaking yourself just to keep the peace. Your energy was their playground. Your words were their fuel. But now your silence is cutting through the noise like a blade. This version of you doesn't argue, doesn't plead, doesn't waste oxygen on proving what's already obvious. You've traded debates for distance, and that silence, it speaks volumes. It says, I'm not mad, I'm done. And that shift is what's shaking them. They expected fireworks. You gave them a quiet exit. And that's what they'll never recover from. Because silence is clarity, silence is control, silence is the moment they realize you've reclaimed your power and you're not handing it back. You're not cold, you're calculated, you're not avoiding the fight, you've simply outgrown it. You no longer need to be heard. You need to be free. They're still talking, still reaching, still hoping for the old version of you who would have sent 3 paragraphs trying to fix it. But your silence now holds the kind of weight that rattles their core. Because when you stop responding, they lose access, not just to your words, but to your energy. And for those who only knew how to control you through chaos, peace feels like punishment. Think about powerful figures who mastered this. Michelle Obama said it best. When they go low, we go high. She didn't clap back. She rose above. That's not weakness. That's strategy. That's what you're doing now. Holding a level of poise that makes noise without saying a thing. They call it ghosting. You call it liberation. You learned that not everything deserves a response. That sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is walk away with your dignity intact and your energy untouched. That's not passive. That's precision. That's the kind of emotional maturity that drives insecure people mad, because they can't touch you, rattle you, or trigger you anymore. And now they feel that silence. It haunts them. It rewinds in their mind like a skipped heartbeat. Because once you stop speaking, it's not a pause, it's a statement. You're not being quiet, you're being intentional. And the truth is, they always feared your peace more than your fire. Because peace means it's already over. And now, so is their access to you. Number 8, you weren't meant to win. Now, you're the walking lesson they never saw coming. They laughed when you struggled. Now they study your silence. You were never supposed to be the example. They just ran out of excuses to ignore you. Let's be real. They thought you were the cautionary tale, the one who'd never make it out. They whispered about your breakdowns, mocked your growth, and bet good money that you'd stay stuck. You were entertainment when you were falling. But now that you're standing, you've become education. A walking reminder that transformation isn't loud. It's undeniable. You weren't just doubted, you were dismissed. They looked at your pain and saw weakness. They looked at your silence and called it surrender. But they had no idea you were rebuilding in the dark. They had no clue that every rock-bottom moment was stacking the foundation of something unshakable. You didn't just heal, you transformed. And now you're the blueprint they never wanted to follow, but can't stop watching, because everything about you screams proof. Proof that you don't need applause to rise. Proof that healing is real. Proof that peace doesn't mean you gave up. It means you leveled up. And the people who once rolled their eyes at your journey, now they're stealing your language, your mindset, your boundaries. They're quoting the very energy they once rejected. Funny, isn't it? They used to say you were too sensitive. Now they call it emotional intelligence. They used to say you were too distant. Now they call it discernment. They used to mock your solitude. Now they call it self-awareness. You were never the failure. You were the future. And here's what hits the hardest. You didn't shove your growth in their face. You just became. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need validation. You just lived. And by doing that, by showing up, staying consistent, healing your own wounds and refusing to shrink, you forced them to realize something painful. You're everything they said you'd never be. Think of someone like Maya Angelou, once silenced by trauma, eventually became a voice the whole world respected. Or Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for decades, later led a nation with grace. Their stories weren't just victories, they were lessons, living, breathing lessons that made the ones who once laughed choke on their own disbelief. That's who you are now. You are the lesson they didn't see coming. The storm they thought you wouldn't survive became the soil that grew a force they can't compete with. And now, the same people who mocked your growth are being taught by it, whether they admit it or not. You didn't become the underdog, you became the standard. And now, every room you walk into is a classroom, and your life is the curriculum. Number 9. There's something in your eyes now, and it's making everyone nervous. They can't explain it, but they feel it. The look in your eyes says you've seen too much to ever fall for their games again. You don't talk as much, but somehow you say more. You don't react, yet your presence shifts the entire atmosphere. There's a quiet sharpness about you now, a stillness that feels like warning, a depth that feels like you've already read the script and know how it ends. That's not just maturity, it's wisdom forged in fire. You didn't just survive pain, you studied it, you walked through hell and came back with notes. And now, that experience sits in your eyes like a loaded truth. The same people who used to gaslight you, lie to you, manipulate your empathy, they don't know what to do anymore because the version of you standing here now sees right through them. You're not paranoid, you're clear. Your energy doesn't just say, "I'm healed." It says, "I'm not blind anymore." And that scares people who only knew how to interact with you when you were naive, trusting, and unsure of yourself. They miss the version of you that gave the benefit of the doubt, that second-guessed red flags, that confused manipulation for love. But that version of you is gone, and the new you doesn't flinch. Because now, when someone speaks, you listen with your spirit, not your wounds. You catch the pause behind their compliments, the energy behind their smile, the motive behind their kindness. You don't need proof anymore. You trust your gut. And that level of discernment makes people feel naked around you. Even if they don't understand why, they feel seen in a way they didn't consent to. It's not that you're harsh, it's that your clarity is disarming, and in a world full of masks, your presence feels like exposure. Think of someone like Bob Marley, soft-spoken, calm, but his eyes told the truth before his words ever did. Or Rosa Parks, who didn't scream, but with one decision, one still presence, shook an entire system. That's the power of wisdom that's been earned, not gifted. That's the energy you carry now. People avoid eye contact with you now, not because you're intimidating, but because they know they can't lie the same way anymore. Your silence forces honesty. Your stare demands accountability. And for those who've built their lives on illusion, you're dangerous now, because you look like you know something, and that something is everything they hoped you'd never figure out. You're not angry. You're aware, and that awareness is louder than anything you could ever say. Number 10. Your yes now has a price, and your no isn't up for debate. They used to have free access to you. Now they can't even afford a conversation. Let's talk facts. You've stopped being available for people who only showed up when it was convenient. You used to say yes out of guilt, out of habit, out of hope that maybe, just maybe, they'd appreciate you if you bent enough. But now your yes is expensive. And your number, it's final. You've learned that being kind doesn't mean being used, that being loving doesn't mean being emotionally drained. You've reprogrammed yourself to stop chasing validation from people who only valued you when they could control you. And that shift, that boundary, it's got people panicking. Because for years they thrived on your availability, your overgiving, your willingness to drop everything and show up, even when your own soul was running on empty. But now they're getting voicemail. They're getting delayed responses, or worse, no response at all. And suddenly, the version of you they thought would always be there doesn't exist anymore. And that's not bitterness, that's balance. You've stopped answering calls out of obligation. You've stopped forcing yourself into rooms that drain you. You've stopped performing for applause that never came. That's what growth looks like. It's not loud, it's not flashy, but it's firm. And for people used to your flexibility, your firmness now feels like rejection. But it's not rejection, it's redirection back to yourself. Think of Beyoncé, ultra-accessible to her craft, yet notoriously unavailable to the noise, or Steve Jobs, who protected his time like it was sacred currency. Why? Because when you know what you carry, you don't pass it out like candy. You guard it like gold. And your energy, your peace, your emotional availability, that's gold. People who used to get VIP access to your soul are now stuck at the gates, confused and offended. But here's the truth. They were never entitled to your emotional labor. They just got too comfortable with your boundaries being wide open. Now, the doors are locked, and if they want access, it comes with terms, respect, reciprocity, and realness. No more draining conversations, no more fake concern, no more guilt trips disguised as love. You've upgraded the value of your presence, and those who took you for granted are finally feeling the cost. And your no. It doesn't come with an apology. It doesn't come with over-explaining. It doesn't come with a disclaimer. Your number is a full sentence, and it echoes louder than any yes ever could. You're not being difficult. You're being discerning. And if that makes people uncomfortable, that's not your burden anymore. Because you've finally realized you are not here to be accessible. You are here to be authentic. Number 11. You became the real thing. And now they're choking on their performance. They posted it. You lived it. They performed healing. You bled for it. That's why your presence rattles them. Let's be clear. You didn't just pick up a few buzzwords from self-help books and start pretending to be healed. You earned this. While they were curating captions about peace and boundaries, you were actually doing the work. Quietly. Painfully. Alone. And now, the version of you walking into rooms is the very thing they pretend to be online. And that's exactly what's got them so triggered. You don't talk about healing, you embody it. You don't need to scream about strength. Your energy says it all, because you didn't just change how you speak. You changed how you see, how you move, how you breathe. And that shift, that truth, it exposes everyone still wearing healing like a costume. They thought you'd play along, smile at their surface-level growth, nod through their fake vulnerability, and pretend not to notice the manipulation hiding beneath their therapy talk. But you see it all. And you don't engage. You don't flatter their performance. You just exist in truth. And that, in itself, is confrontational. They don't hate you. They hate that you remind them of what they're not. You're the quiet mirror in the room full of noise. You're the steady presence that makes fake confidence unravel. You're the proof that healing isn't pretty. It's messy, it's isolating, it's sacred, and they never had the guts to go through it. So instead, they imitated the image of it. But image is fragile. Image cracks under real pressure. And you've been pressure tested. You've been humbled by heartbreak, sculpted by silence, and strengthened by solitude. You don't need to brand yourself as healed. You just are. Think of Chadwick Boseman, quietly battling cancer while delivering legendary performances. Never complained, never posted, just embodied strength. That's the type of authenticity that can't be manufactured. That's the type of truth you carry now. So don't let their passive-aggressive comments or fake support throw you off. They're not mad at you. They're mad at the mirror you've become. Your authenticity strips their performance bare, and people who build identities around looking whole don't know what to do when someone actually is. You didn't come to compete, you came to be, and that alone disarms everything fake around you. So keep showing up, keep being what they only pretend to understand, because while they rehearse the role, you've already lived the story, and that's why your presence doesn't just shift the room, it exposes it. Number 12. You're not just someone they can choose anymore. You're the standard they can't reach. They thought you'd always be waiting. What they didn't expect was that you'd stop needing to be chosen and start choosing yourself. Let's make one thing crystal clear. You're no longer a backup plan. You're not the maybe if nothing better comes along option. You're not sitting on anyone's bench hoping for your moment. You've upgraded mentally, emotionally, energetically, and now you're the standard. Not just for how others treat you, but for how you treat yourself. And that shift, it's hitting them hard. Because when they had easy access to you, they didn't value it. When you were pouring your energy into people who gave you crumbs, they thought you'd always stay. They thought your kindness meant availability. They confused loyalty with dependency. They mistook your patience for permission. But the day you realized your worth wasn't up for negotiation, that's the day the game changed. You're no longer waiting to be picked. You are the pick. And if someone can't see that, that's not your loss. That's proof they were never ready for the table you were building. Your time, your love, your presence, it's earned now. It's not handed out like candy. It's not offered to anyone who can't respect it. You used to water relationships that left you thirsty. You used to bend to fit into lives that had no room for your truth. But now, you've become a space all your own. You've stopped auditioning for roles in other people's stories and started starring in your own. And those who mishandled you, they feel it. They see it. Suddenly, the one they ghosted is glowing. The one they doubted is thriving, and it stings, not because you're being spiteful, but because your existence now proves they were blind to value when it was standing right in front of them. Think of Issa Rae. She didn't beg for a seat at the table. She built her own and made it so undeniable that others had to catch up. That's you. That's your energy now. You're no longer hoping to be seen. You're walking in rooms knowing you define the room. You're not asking, am I enough? You're asking, are they even aligned with what I bring? Because your worth isn't a question, it's a requirement. And those who can't meet it, they don't get access. No more discounts, no more emotional clearance sales. You're full price, high value, and non-refundable. You're not the fallback, you're the standard. And anyone who failed to recognize that, now they get to live with the echo of your absence. And the reality that you're never coming back small again. And now, if you've felt this message hit your core, it's because you're living proof that growth is loud, even when you say nothing. You've stopped begging to be understood and started becoming the version of yourself that can't be ignored. They didn't expect you to rise, but you did, and now you are the standard. If this spoke to your spirit, don't let it end here. Like this message, subscribe for more, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you've outgrown who they thought you were. Share this with someone who's evolving too, because real ones rise together. They tried to write your ending before your beginning could even breathe, but the plot twist is this: you're still standing, and now the story belongs to you. They thought you were finished. They tried to bury you beneath lies they whispered behind fake smiles. Did they not weaponize your kindness? Did they not twist your truth into madness just to protect the illusion they were drowning in? Did they not call you unstable while they built altars to their own dysfunction? They didn't just try to silence you, they built entire narratives around your collapse, hoping the world would never hear the sound of your resurrection. But here you are, breathing, blazing, and about to shock the world. Before we go deeper, take a second to like this video and subscribe, not for vanity, but for velocity. Every click tells the algorithm that this message matters and helps it reach more chosen ones, those whose voices were buried, whose truth was mocked, whose light was labeled a threat. You're not just boosting a video, you're igniting a signal that the system tried to black out. This isn't just survival, it's resurrection, and not the quiet, soft kind. This is a thunderstorm returning to the sky that forgot it once roared. This is the scream of truth breaking every muzzle placed on your mouth. This is power that didn't come from comfort. It came from catastrophe. Let's be real, you weren't lucky to survive. You were supposed to be destroyed. They lined up their lies like bullets, one betrayal after another, one smear after the next. They called you every name in their playbook. Crazy, dramatic, rebellious, ungrateful, paranoid. Not because you were any of those things, but because you saw what they spent their entire lives trying to hide. You cracked the simulation with your existence. You didn't just challenge their illusion, you proved it was never real, and that's why they tried to end you. They threw stones and then screamed abuse when you started building with the rubble. They told everyone you were the storm because they couldn't admit they were the thunder thieves. You were the scapegoat, the emotional trash bin, the family's favorite target. And now they watch your glow through the same eyes they once rolled. They scroll in silence, haunted by the reality they tried to erase. You were born into sabotage, a setup, wrapped in tradition, sealed with smiles. They poisoned the soil before you ever bloomed, hoping the world would think your withering was weakness. But you didn't die. You adapted. You grew roots so deep they pierced generational lies. You weren't watered, you were warred against. And still, you rose. How's that for divine irony? You see, when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't gift them a throne, it hurls them into fire. It strips the mask off every loved one until you're surrounded by snakes dressed as family. You were never just fighting pain. You were fighting entire bloodlines infected with deception. That wasn't depression, it was spiritual warfare, and you won. Quietly, brutally, elegantly. They never saw it coming. And let's not forget, they celebrated your silence. They toasted to your withdrawal. They feasted on your isolation like it was victory. But they forgot that silence isn't surrender when it belongs to someone who's building. You didn't fall back. You loaded. You didn't disappear. You refined. You weren't defeated. You were designing the comeback that would leave their lies gasping for air. So when people hear your story now, raw, unfiltered, radioactive in its truth, they won't believe it, because they were trained to believe the edited version, the one where you were the problem, the one where the villains wore family titles and carried prayer books, the one where abusers looked respectable and you looked emotional. But the real story, it's bleeding through the illusion now, and the world is listening. They don't know how close you came to snapping, how many nights you begged for an exit, how many times you looked in the mirror and couldn't recognize yourself because of the spiritual damage inflicted by people who claim to love you. They'll never understand how much power it took to not become what hurt you. You held on, you held in, and now you're about to let the world know what survival really looks like. And here's the part that hurts them the most. You're not bitter. You're better. You don't need revenge. You are the consequence. Your life is the audit they never expected. Every win you step into is a mirror they can't escape. Every platform you rise on is a stage where their masks melt. You were the evidence they thought would never surface. This isn't just your comeback, it's your coronation. The silence that was once forced on you is now your spotlight. The truth they tried to bury is now your microphone. You didn't just survive the chaos, they gave you the blueprint to dominate in it. So buckle up. Because what's coming next isn't about proving them wrong, it's about proving you were always right. They wrote you off. Now they get to watch you write history. This is just the beginning, and listen carefully. Chosen one, what you've just heard was only the opening spark. The real fire's about to erupt. This wasn't a story intro. It was your warning shot to the system that tried to end you. So if you're ready to drag the truth out into the light piece by piece, raw, ruthless and unstoppable, drop 777 in the comments below. Not for superstition, but as a signal that you're done hiding. And if this message is hitting deep, consider fueling the movement with a super thanks. Your support keeps this frequency alive and reaching others just like you. And now, let's get into it, step by step. And I mean this with everything in me. If you're truly chosen, something in your chest won't let you click away. That's not hype, that's your soul recognizing the signal. Let's begin. Number 1, they tried to bury you before you could breathe. You were born into war disguised as a family photo. They smiled in public, but plotted in silence. While they posted filtered memories and forced affection, you were living a war they pretended didn't exist. They dressed the wounds they gave you with fake laughter and blamed you for bleeding. Let's be real, they didn't raise you, they caged you, not to protect you, but to contain you. Because even as a child, your light scared them. Your presence was too loud, your energy too sharp, your knowing too deep. You weren't the problem, you were the mirror. And they hated what they saw when they looked at you. They didn't just try to dim your light, they tried to break the bulb before it could even flicker. From the moment you were born, they sensed it. That something different, that unshakable truth behind your eyes, that quiet strength even your silence carried, so they attacked it. Not with fists all the time, but with shame, with guilt, with spiritual warfare disguised as parenting, love, or tradition. Don't get it twisted. This wasn't misunderstanding. This was premeditated erasure. You were born into a setup, a trap labeled family. And while the world clapped for the family values they faked in public, behind closed doors they were scripting your failure like it was destiny. But the universe had a different blueprint. It didn't send you here to fit in. It sent you here to fracture the systems they worshipped. And that's why they came for you so early. They couldn't risk you waking up before they had a chance to destroy your sense of self. Ask yourself, why do you think the attacks started before you could even speak? Why did the betrayal feel so familiar, so constant, like it was written into your DNA? Because they weren't reacting to your mistakes. They were reacting to your existence. You were the prophecy they didn't want fulfilled, the signal they couldn't decode, the child who didn't inherit the generational blindness they depended on to hide their secrets. And here's the part that burns them now. You survived. You were supposed to fold, supposed to internalize their lies and call it truth, supposed to shrink yourself down into the version of you they could control. But even when your voice cracked, your spirit didn't. You cried, yes, but those tears baptized your purpose. You doubted yourself, but something deeper in you always knew. This can't be all there is, and it wasn't. That quiet knowing was your inheritance, the very thing they tried to smother. Don't you ever forget, the most dangerous people to a system built on illusion are those who see clearly before they're taught what to see. They weren't raising a child, they were trying to reverse engineer your soul, to overwrite the truth in your bones with false roles and fake identities. But they failed, and now your existence is proof of their failure. They didn't just try to silence your voice, they tried to ghostwrite your life. But now, you're the one holding the pen. Look at the chosen ones throughout history. Look at the ones who shocked the world with their survival. Oprah, Tyler Perry, Eminem, Malala. They weren't raised. They were resurrected. They weren't nurtured. They were forged. The world didn't welcome them. It tried to destroy them, but something inside them refused to stay buried. And now their pain became the very foundation of their power. So when that voice in your head says, "Why me?" remember, the answer is simple, because you were built to carry what others couldn't survive, because the universe trusted you with a storm that would have drowned anyone else. And not only did you survive it, you're about to turn it into a platform. And let's be brutally clear, those people who smiled at your baby photos while planting curses in your timeline, they see it now, the shift, the glow, the audacity of you still breathing, still creating, still rising. It's not just confusing them, it's terrifying them. Because you weren't supposed to make it, you were supposed to become the echo of their abuse. Instead, you became the earthquake that shattered their legacy. They built lies with your name on it. They built entire reputations off discrediting your spirit. And yet, here you are, glowing in truth. Walking proof that the chosen don't die, they multiply. The pressure didn't break you, it built precision. The betrayal didn't destroy you, it unlocked discernment. The isolation didn't exile you, it gave you elevation. You see now, don't you? Being chosen doesn't mean you were spared pain. It means you were sent through it on purpose. It wasn't punishment, it was preparation. You had to see the worst of humanity early because you were sent to correct it. You had to be betrayed by the ones who were supposed to protect you because you were sent to redefine what protection even looks like. So if you're wondering why your story feels like a horror film before the hero rises, it's because you are the turning point. You are the glitch in the cycle, the system breaker, the legacy rewriter. And that's exactly why they tried to kill your confidence before you even had a name for it. Because they knew if you ever saw yourself clearly, they'd lose their power permanently. Now you're seeing it, now you're speaking it, and now there's no going back. So don't flinch when they pretend like they never tried to bury you. Let them play dumb, let them watch in silence. Let them scroll through your rise while pretending they had no part in your fall. You don't need their confession. You already have the confirmation. You're still alive, and your story is just getting started. Because your story, it's jaw-dropping, and the world's not ready, but they're about to find out. Number 2, you were never the black sheep. You were the flame. They called you a misfit, but really, you were just the only one not hypnotized. Let's tell the truth they never wanted spoken. You were never the black sheep. You were the flame, the outcast, the problem child, the one who didn't know their place. But ask yourself this: what place were you supposed to know? The one built on silence, the one where abuse gets passed down like tradition and truth gets buried beneath generational pride? No, you weren't born to play along. You were born to burn it down. You didn't rebel. You woke up. You saw through the masks, through the manipulation, through the twisted games they called love, and you had the audacity to say, "This isn't right." And for that, they turned on you. Not because you were broken, but because you were clear, because your eyes didn't blink when they lied, because your soul didn't clap when they performed, because your existence made their comfort zone shake. You were a threat, a walking contradiction to their denial, a living disruption to the roles they rehearsed. They needed you to be the broken one so they could keep pretending they were whole. So they labeled you, isolated you, mocked your feelings, called you too emotional, too intense, too much. But in truth, you were just too real. And when real shows up in a house built on illusions, walls collapse. You were the flame, they were paper, and they felt it the moment you walked in the room. That energy, that presence, that awareness. It wasn't arrogance, it was awakening, and it terrified them. Because in a world addicted to fitting in, the one who doesn't flinch becomes the enemy. So they cast you out, hoping distance would dull your fire. But chosen ones don't go dim. We get brighter in exile. And now they can't stop watching you, silently, obsessively. The black sheep they tried to disown has become the only one who actually broke the curse. And you wonder why they hate you. Because your healing exposed their rot. Because your clarity made their fog unforgivable. Because your strength reminded them of what they never had the courage to become. You weren't unstable. You were uncaged. You didn't lose your mind. You found your truth. And that shift, that moment where you stopped chasing their love and started choosing your own voice, that was the moment the universe fully backed you. Let them gossip, let them lie, let them twist the story until it snaps, because the universe keeps receipts, and right now it's watching you rise while the lies collapse under their own weight. And if you're still doubting who you are, look at history. Rosa Parks didn't rebel, she simply refused to comply. Malcolm X wasn't angry, he was clear. Frida Kahlo wasn't dramatic. She painted the pain no one else could speak. The world always labels the awakened ones as dangerous, until the world finally catches up and calls them revolutionary. That's you, revolution in a human body. So no, you were never the black sheep. You were the ignition, the spark, the proof that one awakened soul can disrupt a legacy of silence. And you've got the burn marks to prove it. They exiled the fire. Now they watch from the cold. Number 3, they called it drama, but it was a cover-up. When truth becomes inconvenient, liars get loud. You remember, don't you? The moment you spoke up, everything changed. Not because you were wrong, but because you were right. You told the truth, and suddenly you were difficult. You asked questions, and suddenly you were disrespectful. You exposed what they wanted buried, and they panicked, not with quiet correction, but with noise, with slander, with gaslighting, with fake concern dressed as spiritual superiority, or parental wisdom, or polite silence. But behind that noise was one goal: cover the truth at all costs. They called it drama, emotional instability, too sensitive, making it all about you. But every time they said those words, they weren't describing you. They were trying to distract from themselves. It wasn't that you were chaotic. It was that you were too clear, and your clarity cracked the glass they lived behind. Let's be honest, your pain was never the problem. Their reputation was. You weren't being dramatic. You were being accurate. You were the alarm clock in a house full of sleepwalkers, and no one wants to be woken up at 4 a.m. by the truth. So what did they do? They blamed the noise instead of facing the fire. You cried for help, and they called it hysteria. You brought up patterns, and they brought up your tone. You exposed abuse, and they exposed your flaws. Classic tactic: attack the whistleblower so no one looks at the crime. And let's not sugarcoat it. They didn't want peace. They wanted quiet compliance. They didn't want healing. They wanted hush. Your cries made things inconvenient. Your honesty cracked the illusion. And illusions are currency to people who've never known authenticity. So they had to make you the enemy before anyone realized you were the only one telling the truth. Sound familiar? They weren't reacting to your emotion. They were reacting to the fact that your truth had receipts. You knew too much, saw too clearly, felt too deeply. You were reading between the lines of conversations they'd rehearsed. And the moment they realized they couldn't control your perception, they started controlling your image. They branded you unstable because they couldn't break your insight. They labeled you chaotic because they couldn't chain your clarity. They whispered behind your back, hoping enough voices could drown out your own. But let me remind you, the universe doesn't silence messengers, it elevates them. And now you've become the proof that it was never drama. It was a divine disturbance. You didn't create chaos, you revealed it. You didn't shatter peace, you exposed the performance they had the audacity to call love, family, faith, or structure. Remember what they did to Britney Spears, labeled her crazy while feeding off her talent, or Janet Mock, dismissed her truth as over the top until her story cracked the industry wide open, or Monica Lewinsky, made the villain for surviving someone else's abuse. This world is built to protect power, not truth. And when your truth threatens power, they will always call you the problem. Let them. Because now, that same voice they tried to shame is becoming a signal. The same drama they ridiculed is now waking people up. And the ones who laughed, they've gone silent, because the truth has arrived and it's wearing your voice like armor. So no, you weren't dramatic. You were the earthquake, and earthquakes don't apologize for what needed to fall. Number 4, they didn't just hurt you, they tried to rewrite you. They didn't just steal your voice, they forged a whole narrative in your name. They didn't just hurt you. No, that would have been too honest, too obvious. Instead, they went further. They rewrote you. Piece by piece, they dismantled your truth and replaced it with a counterfeit version of you. One that fit their story. One that made them the victim and you the villain. They didn't want healing, they wanted a scapegoat. And guess what? That scapegoat had your name, your face, your history, but not your truth. They twisted your emotions into instability, your anger into danger, your boundaries into betrayal. You weren't allowed to react, you weren't allowed to speak, because your truth was the threat, and their reputation was the hostage. So they built an alternate version of you, the crazy one, the liar, the overthinker, the troublemaker, and they sold that version like a tabloid headline over and over again, to relatives, to friends, to outsiders, to anyone who might see your light and get too close. They had to build a wall around you using lies, so no one could see the miracle behind the damage, so no one would ever ask what really happened to them. Because if anyone really looked, the mask would crumble. That's what they feared. Not you being wrong, but you being right and heard. And let's be clear, this wasn't clumsy, this wasn't random, it was strategic. Psychological warfare disguised as just how they are. They knew exactly what they were doing. They gaslit you until you questioned your own reflection. They manipulated you until their chaos felt like your fault. They distorted your memory, your reactions, your very identity, until you began shrinking inside your own life. But here's what they didn't calculate. Truth doesn't rot. It resurrects. It stays quiet. It endures the edits. It survives the smears. And then one day, it rises, loud, sharp, undeniable. And that's what's happening now. The real you is coming back online. And they're scared. Not because you're changing, but because the version of you they sold the world is starting to fall apart in front of people's eyes. And the contrast is brutal. Now, when people hear you speak, they feel something real. Now, when you post, share, rise, they're seeing something that doesn't match the story, and no lie can stand next to the frequency of authenticity. Look at Tina Turner. They told the world she was nothing without the man who abused her, until she broke free, stood in her name, and built a global empire. Or Megan Thee Stallion, who was called a liar, dramatized, discredited, until truth hit the headlines and the world remembered. The loudest one in pain isn't always the one faking it. The same is happening for you. The narrative is flipping, the truth is surfacing, and every lie they told is now turning into fuel for the story that's really about to be told. So don't bother correcting them anymore. Let them tell their story, because soon the receipts will speak, and when they do, people will realize they weren't just wrong about you. They were afraid of how right you were. You weren't broken. You were betrayed. You weren't unstable. You were under siege. And now that the real you is rising, they're not just nervous, they're exposed. Number 5. They mistook your survival as surrender. Your silence wasn't defeat, it was data collection. They thought your silence meant they'd won, that their games worked, that the isolation broke you, that your stillness was surrender. They looked at you in your quiet phases and saw weakness. They didn't see what was really happening beneath the surface: calculation, observation, preparation. You weren't gone. You were getting sharper. You were recording everything. You weren't defeated. You were just mapping the entire battlefield. You played quiet while they played cruel. You stayed still while they danced around with their lies. But the quiet one, the one they overlooked, that was the one watching it all unfold. Every jab, every manipulation, every gaslight, every smirk after betrayal. They thought you were broken. They had no idea you were building, that you were studying their patterns like a master strategist. And now the blueprint is in your hands, and the power has flipped. Let's be clear, you didn't forget. You remember everything, every sideways comment, every fake apology, every time they twisted the knife and called it a lesson. You just didn't react on their timeline, because you knew then what they still don't know now. True power doesn't perform, it prepares. And now it's your turn. They thought survival was surrender because they only understand two speeds: control or chaos. But you understand timing. You didn't just walk through the fire. You documented the smoke patterns. You studied the heat. You came out not just healed, you came out equipped. See, survival isn't weakness, it's evidence. Evidence that the universe has your back. Evidence that even when they were betting on your breakdown, the cosmos was investing in your comeback. Your story has been building pressure like a volcano beneath their fake peace, and now it's ready to erupt. Think of people like Tyler Perry, once homeless, silenced, ridiculed, but he didn't scream back. He watched, studied, learned the game, then built his own table. Now the same industry that ignored him answers to him. Or Bethany Frankel, called dramatic, unstable, too intense. Now she's not just successful, she's unignorable. Why? Because she learned how to own her silence until it turned into strategy. You're the same. What they called quiet was you stepping into your divine observer mode. You weren't absent, you were present in a higher frequency, a place where reactions are replaced by alignment and rage is transformed into clarity. And now, it's your turn to speak, to rise, to take up the space they tried to collapse around you, but not with vengeance, with vision. Let them look confused, let them pretend they don't remember what they did, but you remember, not to hold a grudge, to hold the record, and that memory, that's your power, that's your evidence, that's your GPS for this next era. An era where you lead with facts, not fear. So when they see you shining now, don't flinch. When they see you commanding rooms now, don't shrink, just smile, because the silent one was never defeated. They were just the only one who knew when it was time to roar. Number 6, they used your light to power their lies. They dimmed you and then mocked the room for being dark. Let's tell the ugly truth they never wanted exposed. They needed your light to be somebody. You were the generator, the source, the frequency that made the entire room feel alive. And they knew it. They didn't build anything. They borrowed you, copied your energy, mimicked your voice, stole your essence, then slapped their name on it like they invented it. You were the soul of the show, and they paraded around wearing your glow like a stolen jacket. They didn't just steal your words, they studied your rhythm. They watched how you moved, how you made others feel, how your intuition cracked open hidden truths, and then tried to perform it like a script. But it never hit the same, because authenticity can't be mimicked. And while they wore your light like a mask, you were out here bleeding in the dark, fighting to reclaim what was always yours. They played righteous, they played wise, they played victim, all while siphoning energy from the same soul they said was broken. They pretended to help while secretly hoping you'd stay small, pretended to support while silently competing. Every compliment was a measurement. Every hug, a scan for weakness. They didn't love you, they fed off you, but here's what they never calculated. The light they stole came with a cost. Because the theft wasn't physical, it was spiritual, and the debt they racked up, cosmic. You see, when someone builds a throne using borrowed energy, the universe doesn't reward them. It waits, it watches, and then it collects. And right now, it's collecting. Their stolen glow is flickering, the mask is cracking, and suddenly, the people they fooled are starting to see the glitch in their performance. Meanwhile, your fire, it's returning. But this time, it's uncaged, no longer attached to proving anything, no longer trying to be understood. Your light is no longer for rent. It's not there to keep anyone warm who tried to freeze you out. You were the lighthouse, they were the leech, and now they're starving. Ask yourself this: why do they look dimmer now? Why do their words fall flat? Why are they spiraling while you're rising? Because the source is gone, and they can't fake what they never carried. Look at Prince, an icon who created waves of imitators but could never be duplicated. Look at Amy Winehouse, whose raw soul birthed a generation of copycats who never captured her magic. That's what they try to do to you. Take the soul, erase the source. But the universe doesn't let that stand for long. Your light is returning in full, and this time it's surrounded by boundaries. No more free rides. No more bleeding for people who bring knives to the altar. No more being the engine in someone else's ego machine. And let this settle in your spirit. You were never too much. They were just too fake to hold your frequency. You are the source. You are the signal. You are the original. Let them flicker out. You're just getting started. Number 7. The universe saw it all and waited for this moment. When justice is divine, it arrives when the crowd is quietest. You remember those nights, don't you? The silence felt cruel. Your prayers, your cries, your aching need to be seen, echoing into what felt like a void. You begged for answers, for justice, for someone, anyone, to step in. But all you got was quiet, and in that quiet, the enemy danced, lied, manipulated, celebrated your pain like they'd won something eternal. But what you didn't know back then, that silence wasn't abandonment, it was alignment, because the universe doesn't work on panic. It doesn't rush like man does. It moves with precision, with cosmic timing, with the kind of surgical stillness that dismantles a lie without lifting a finger. Every delay you faced was a setup, a divine setup. One that positioned you for something bigger than just petty revenge. It was positioning you for revelation. See, the universe wasn't late. It was gathering receipts. It was pulling records from the hidden places, pulling truth from behind masks, pulling energy from the depths of what they thought they buried forever. It let them talk. It let them spin stories. It let them laugh. And all the while, the noose they tied for you was wrapping around their own legacy. They thought the silence meant you were forgotten, but chosen ones are never forgotten. We're watched, closely, intimately, constantly. The universe saw the smirks after the betrayal. It saw the text messages sent with your name attached to lies. It saw the fake apologies, the fake concern, the way they tried to look innocent while playing executioner. Now, the curtain's coming down, and suddenly they're silent. The crowd that once laughed is now squirming. The same people who rolled their eyes when you tried to speak truth are now trying to remember what you said, because it's all happening exactly like you said it would. Divine correction isn't loud, it's undeniable. There's no courtroom needed when the universe is the judge. There's no cross-examination when the evidence is energetic. And right now, that energy is raging in your favor. What once looked like a loss was actually leverage. The betrayal was blueprints. The silence, sacred strategy. Look at how the same people who mocked you are suddenly quiet observers in your glow-up. Look at how their energy shifted from arrogance to confusion. Look at how their circle is shrinking while your platform is expanding. That's not coincidence. That's cosmic consequence. Think about Nelson Mandela, locked away for decades while the system told the world he was a problem, until the world shifted and suddenly the silence became a stage. Or Anita Hill, dismissed, disrespected, but her truth didn't rot in silence, it grew. And now her name is spoken with respect, while those who tried to bury her are tied to their own shame. The same will be said of you. So if you've ever wondered why it took so long, why the liars got to laugh, why the fake ones seemed to win for a while, now you know. The universe was letting them build a tower of deceit so high the fall would echo forever. Because justice isn't always instant, but when it's divine, it never misses. Number 8. They didn't just underestimate you, they declared war. They didn't throw stones, they launched a campaign. This wasn't a misunderstanding, this wasn't an accident, this wasn't family being family, or people just not knowing better. No, this was premeditated spiritual sabotage, a full-blown assault on your purpose, strategic, deliberate, persistent, and it started long before you even knew what was happening. They didn't just want to silence you, they wanted to eliminate you. Not physically maybe, but energetically, spiritually, emotionally. They wanted you erased, forgotten, erased from your own story like you never mattered. And that's war. They didn't just gossip. They orchestrated narratives, lies whispered behind your back like poison passed in wine, conversations behind closed doors where your name was used like a curse word. Meanwhile, to your face, fake concern, forced smiles, hollow hugs. "We're just worried about you," they said. But behind those words was a jealousy so venomous it couldn't breathe in your light. And let's be real, they weren't trying to survive you. They were trying to bury you. You were a threat to their illusion. Your presence alone was a problem, because when you walk into a room carrying truth, it makes every liar itch. When your frequency rises, every person living in deception starts to suffocate. So they did what cowards do. They attacked what they couldn't understand. This wasn't petty. This was a campaign, launched with full intention to destroy your name, your peace, your identity. Energy attacks masked as conversations, spiritual sabotage woven into fake prayers, manipulation camouflaged as mentorship, and all of it aimed at one thing: your collapse. But here's the part they didn't see coming. You're still standing. No, more than that, you're ascending. While they were busy plotting your downfall, the universe was building your platform. While they were feeding on your energy like parasites, the universe was storing up blessings with your name on them. They drained themselves trying to destroy you, and now you're rising while they're running on empty. They underestimated what you were made of, thought that if they broke your spirit enough times, you'd eventually lay down and become the version of you they could control. But your spirit, it was built in fire, and every betrayal became another brick in your foundation. You didn't just survive, you leveled up. Like Taylor Swift, turned into a national punching bag until she reclaimed her voice, her name, her legacy, like Colin Kaepernick, blackballed for standing in truth, until the world caught up, and now he's immortalized. Like Selena Gomez, ridiculed for her mental health, until she turned that pain into a movement. That's the frequency you're on now. This isn't just survival. This is ascension. This is elevation with receipts. This is rising not in spite of the war, but because of it. Your pain was your initiation, your endurance, your weapon. You're walking with a presence now that can't be faked, can't be copied, and sure as hell can't be ignored. And the best part? They declared war, and you became the storm. Number 9. The pain they caused became your DNA upgrade. You didn't heal, you mutated into something they can't touch. They thought the pain would break you. They thought the betrayal would finish the job, that the trauma they inflicted would freeze you, silence you, paralyze you. But they misunderstood what you were made of. They didn't realize that every hit, every cut, every tear in your soul was actually a cosmic activation. You didn't just survive the pain, they accidentally evolved you. What tried to destroy you didn't weaken you, it rewired you. Your nervous system isn't what it used to be. You feel everything now, but differently. You don't just sense energy, you read it like a language. You don't just see through people, you see into them. Your instincts sharpened, your boundaries fortified, your perception unshakable. They weren't just dealing with a person anymore. They created a signal, a walking, breathing disruption to everything fake. You're not the same, and that's why they don't know how to approach you anymore. Because the old you, the one they could manipulate, guilt, gaslight, or emotionally ambush, is gone. That version didn't survive the fire. It melted into something stronger, sharper, more precise. You didn't heal in the way they hoped. You didn't come back soft, meek, forgiving everything like nothing happened. You came back armored in wisdom, hardened by clarity, and encoded with the kind of insight that makes liars sweat. You mutated spiritually, energetically, existentially. You're not just a person anymore, you're a frequency. You shift rooms now, not with effort, but with presence. People can't lie around you like they used to. It doesn't land. It gets stuck in their throat. They can't pretend anymore. They feel it. That charge in the air, that pull in your tone, that mirror in your eyes. You speak, and the truth rearranges itself in the atmosphere. This is what happens when chosen ones stop surviving and start activating. Look at Lady Gaga, bullied, ridiculed, called too weird, too emotional, too much, until she turned her trauma into a movement and changed the way the world defines strength. Look at Trevor Noah, growing up biracial under apartheid, shaped by pain, until he turned that fire into global impact. These people didn't just overcome, they mutated, they became forces. So did you. And now, you don't even fit in the same categories anymore. You outgrew their language. You speak in frequency now, in presence, in prophecy. That's why your very existence unsettles people who still live in the illusion. You've become the thing they can't explain, and that makes them terrified. You didn't just survive, you shifted dimensions. They wanted to watch you fall. Instead, they're watching you vibrate out of their reach. Number 10. They laughed at the storm, not realizing you were the thunder. They joked about your pain, but forgot that lightning strikes back. They laughed, loud, careless, over drinks, at dinners, in text threads you were never supposed to see. They made your suffering into satire, your silence into a punchline, your healing journey into a rumor. But here's what they never understood. The storm they mocked wasn't around you. It was you. That quiet tension in the air. That strange stillness before everything breaks. That's not coincidence. That's the energy of someone becoming unstoppable. They laughed because they had to, because if they didn't laugh, they'd have to look at themselves, and that kind of confrontation would burn them from the inside out. So they turned you into a joke. Why? Because joking made you feel smaller. Because if they could reduce your pain to comedy, they could keep pretending they were safe from the reckoning they knew was coming. They needed to believe you were weak, unhinged, too emotional, because if you were strong, if you were right, then every lie they ever told, every truth they ever buried, every mask they ever wore would crack wide open. But here's what they didn't calculate. You were the lightning before the strike. That laughter, that was the final sound before the shift. The storm they laughed at, it's no longer coming. It's already here. And the storm is you. The way you walk into rooms now and shift the air. The way you speak truth without blinking. The way your silence feels like thunder waiting to be released. That's what they feared. Not your breakdown. They could handle that. It was your breakthrough they weren't ready for, because once you rise, they fall by comparison. Look at how they don't laugh anymore. Look how they scan your posts in silence, how they watch your life unfold with that wide-eyed confusion. Because now everything you said, the same things they ridiculed, are happening in real time. Your delusions turned into timelines. Your crazy predictions, they're now headlines. You are the shift they denied. You are the prophecy they ignored. You are the blueprint they tried to bury beneath gossip and spiritual slander. And now you are undeniable. Just like Chadwick Boseman, silently fighting a private war while the world made assumptions, only for the truth to thunder across the planet once he was gone. Or Joan of Arc, ridiculed and executed for hearing voices from beyond, only to become a symbol of divine courage for centuries. Or Kesha, mocked and dragged through the mud until her voice broke through the chains and the whole world had to listen differently. Chosen ones don't just survive storms, we become them. And when we hit in silence first, then sound, then aftershocks, and by the time they realize what's happened, it's too late. So let them whisper, let them scramble, let them pretend like they never laughed. Because now, you're not the punchline. You're the power surge that flipped the whole grid. And now here we are, the part they never thought would come, the story they tried to erase, the truth they tried to strangle, the soul they tried to smother. It's rising, loud, unfiltered, global. They didn't just fail to stop your story, they helped write the very legend they now have to live in the shadow of. Because you didn't just survive, you evolved. And now the same platforms they laughed from are becoming amplifiers for your truth. Documentaries, interviews, books, stages, it's all lining up. Not for fame, for correction, for confirmation, for cosmic justice. And here's the irony they can't escape. You are the ending. The one they tried to break has become the final word in the story they use to control. Your existence is evidence. Your presence is a mirror. Your platform is their exposure. No more hiding, no more pretending. The people who mocked your wounds now have to watch them become wings. This isn't revenge. It's revelation, divine, precise, unforgiving in its accuracy. You didn't come this far just to survive. You came to reconstruct the entire narrative. You came to flip tables, expose bloodlines, and awaken generations. So let them watch. Let them squirm. Let them sit in the silence they once weaponized against you. Because you are the shift. You are the storm. You are the beginning and the ending. If this hit you deep, drop 777 in the comments right now, not for luck, but to confirm you're aligned. Like, subscribe, share this with another chosen one who needs to remember what they carry. Because your story, it's jaw-dropping, and now the world's about to read every word. The universe doesn't waste its fire on the weak. Only the fiercest storms carry the lightning that changes everything. Let that burn in your mind. You're not here to blend in or to play small. You're a force that refuses to be broken, even when the world tried to shatter you into pieces. The life you're living, it's not for the faint-hearted or the easy-going. It's a battlefield where only those with steel in their veins survive. This is the assignment no one asked for, but only the chosen can handle. Because you didn't just face the impossible, you made it your playground. Most people settle for comfort and safety. They build safe little lives, avoiding the heat that forges legends. But you were thrown into the fire without a manual, hammered on by betrayal, and pushed to limits that would crush ordinary souls. Yet here you are, still standing, still glowing, still rewriting the rules. This isn't luck or accident. It's the universe's way of telling you that you're meant to carry a weight others can't even imagine. Studies show that trauma can either destroy or transform. For you, it was the latter. You didn't just survive the chaos, you rose above it. Your scars are not signs of weakness, they're medals of war, proof that the impossible was never out of your reach. So, if you've ever felt like the world was against you, that your path was too twisted and harsh to be real, know this: you were chosen for this exact storm. The assignment laid on your shoulders is heavy because it's designed to separate the real from the fake, the weak from the unstoppable. And if you're reading this, it means you're still here, still fighting, still winning in silence. Now, don't just let this message pass. Pay it back by pressing that like button and subscribing. Spread this message to those souls who need to hear it, because it's on all of us to light up the darkness. The truth is, your life's story didn't start with an easy introduction. There was no gentle beginning, no soft landing. Instead, you were thrown straight into chaos, a world that doesn't care about fairness or pity. Friends turned into foes. Hope felt like a distant dream, and every day was a test of your strength. But you, the chosen one, you didn't fold, you didn't run. You stood your ground and built resilience from every blow. Your journey isn't a tale of luck or coincidence. It's a battle plan written by the universe itself, forged through trials that would break others. You were never meant to live a normal life or follow a safe path. Your mission is bigger, heavier, and more dangerous than anyone around you can understand. You carry the blueprint of something no one else can build, a legacy that will outlast every moment of pain you've faced. Being chosen means embracing the chaos and turning it into power. It means walking through fire and coming out not just alive, but unstoppable. Your life isn't just a series of hard moments, it's a revolution in motion. And though the world tried to stop you, here you are, glowing brighter than ever, proof that the impossible is possible. No one said this would be easy, no one handed you a script or a map, but that's the point. You're the author of your own story, the warrior in a fight that others don't understand. This assignment is heavy because it's meant to be. It's not for the weak, not for the faint, but for the chosen, the ones who turn trials into triumph and pain into purpose. So hold your head high. The universe didn't pick you by mistake. It chose you because you are fierce, relentless, and made for the impossible. And now it's time to own that power and keep walking forward, no matter what comes next. So before we go any further, pause for a second. If you've made it this far, it's not by accident. The universe doesn't send messages like this to just anyone. It finds the ones who've walked through fire and still kept their purpose alive. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've felt that silent war over your life, and you know you were built for more. Because what's coming next isn't surface-level fluff. It's truth, raw and real. And if you truly are the chosen one, you'll feel it pulling you deeper. Now let's get into it, step by step. Number 1. You took the hit that would have buried most and still walked out unbroken. The universe aimed to break you. What it didn't know was that you came battle-ready. Let that sit with you for a second. You weren't just handed a tough life. You were targeted. While others were busy dreaming, you were out here dodging betrayal like bullets, carrying emotional weight that would have buried most people 6 feet under. And yet, you're still here. That alone should tell you something. You're not average. You're not ordinary. You're one of the rare few built to carry the kind of pressure that crushes normal minds. The enemy didn't attack you because you were weak. It attacked you because even in your quiet, you were a threat. a walking, breathing reminder that true power doesn't scream, it survives, it grows in silence, and it wins while bleeding. You see, people ask, why me? Why does my life feel like a constant war zone while others coast through with ease? Here's the answer. Because the assignment over your life isn't some watered-down version of success. It's not about fame, comfort, or surface-level peace. Your path is about impact, and impact requires pain, pressure, and power. You were born to disrupt the system, to expose the fake, and walk out carrying something real. And that kind of destiny doesn't come wrapped in pretty packaging. No, the universe didn't just throw storms at you for fun. It sent chaos your way to shape you into the weapon it needed. While others cried about inconvenience, you were learning to breathe through catastrophe. While they broke over small betrayals, you were digesting deep betrayals from people who claimed to love you. And still, you rose. Here's the ugly truth most can't face. The reason they can't understand your life is because their lives were never built for this kind of depth. They're walking on roads you paved with your pain. They're mimicking strength they never had to earn. But you paid full price. You didn't just wake up with resilience. You earned it through nights that nearly stole your soul. And still, you kept going. You're the type that doesn't beg for a way out. You become the way through. That's what separates you from the masses. Most people would have tapped out on chapter 2, but you wrote the whole damn book with blood, sweat, and silence. You turned pain into poetry. You made suffering your stepping stone, and every time life tried to bury you, it forgot. You were a seed. Let's talk about the rage, the righteous kind, the one that builds when you know you didn't deserve the cards you were dealt, but you play the hell out of them anyway. That rage isn't bitterness, it's purpose sharpening itself. It's your inner fire refusing to die no matter how many times the world tried to blow it out. And yes, sometimes you wanted to quit. Sometimes the silence felt like a scream. The betrayals cracked your trust in everything. The isolation made you question your own worth. But every time, you chose to rise. Maybe not loudly, maybe not with fanfare, but you got back up. And that's something no one can fake. You lived what others only post about. So when people look at you now and wonder why you carry a certain energy, why your presence alone demands respect, it's because you've been through battles they wouldn't have survived. You've lost pieces of yourself and still came back whole. You've wept in private and walked out like nothing touched you. That's not fake. That's fortified. That's what being chosen really looks like. They called you too intense, too much, too different. Of course they did. Your very existence exposes the fragility of theirs. You made peace with what they run from. You mastered the dark and walked with it until it became part of your light. That kind of strength terrifies people because it can't be copied, only earned. You were never soft by accident. Your softness was strategy. The world needed to believe you were harmless, so when you struck, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, it came like a lightning bolt, swift, quiet, fatal to lies. That's why you were chosen, because your soul carries weight, because your vision sees past illusion, because your presence, even silent, is a disruption to everything false. And let me make one thing clear. This isn't about perfection. This is about endurance. You didn't win every battle, but you showed up for every one. You weren't fearless. You were courageous enough to act in spite of fear. That's what real strength looks like. And most, they never even get close. So the next time doubt creeps in, the next time your mind whispers, maybe I'm not cut out for this, you remind yourself, the very fact that you're still here proves the opposite. You weren't assigned this life because you were expendable. You were assigned it because you're unshakable. The universe doesn't build castles on sand. It builds them on bedrock. And you are that bedrock. Chosen, hardened, unbreakable. So let them talk, let them doubt, let them laugh at your silence. What they don't know is you've already survived the kind of pressure that would have made them disappear. You're not just living, you're thriving after spiritual war. You're not just healing, you're becoming the medicine others didn't know they needed. And you're not done yet, not even close. Because this assignment, it's not over. The next level will be even heavier. But don't get it twisted. That's not punishment. That's proof. Proof that you already carried the impossible and made it look effortless. Proof that the universe trusts you to do what most wouldn't even dare to try. And if that isn't power, what is? Now breathe that in. Let the fire build. Because you didn't come this far to stop. You didn't carry all that pain just to live a quiet life. You were made to roar. You were made to rise. And everything coming against you now, it's just confirmation. You're the chosen one. And the assignment over your life, it was never for the weak. It was built for the unshakable. It was built for you. Number 2, they didn't want your success. They wanted your mind in pieces. They weren't trying to stop your rise. They were trying to hijack your mind, fracture your spirit, and leave you standing like a king with no kingdom, a warrior with no will. Let that punch you in the soul. This was never about success. It was about survival, internal survival. Your enemies didn't care about your money, your dreams, or your goals. They wanted your sanity. They wanted your clarity. Because if they could invade your mind, twist your thoughts, and make you doubt yourself, they'd win without ever throwing a punch. And they almost did, didn't they? They played the long game. It wasn't direct attacks, it was whispers, gaslighting, manipulations dressed as concern. They used your compassion against you. They pretended to support you just long enough to drain you. They didn't want to defeat you. They wanted you to defeat yourself. Because what's more tragic than a chosen one who loses their own mind? See, here's the part nobody talks about. The real battlefield isn't out there. It's in here, in your head. That's where the war has always been. While others chased promotions and applause, you were fighting to keep your grip on reality, battling invisible enemies, wondering if the heaviness was just life, or something darker trying to dismantle you from the inside out. Why does everything feel so heavy? Why do I keep overthinking every little thing? Why do I feel like I'm in a war I can't explain to anyone? Because you were, and still are. This assignment over your life, it wasn't about external success. That's a byproduct. No, the real mission was deeper. It was psychological endurance, spiritual stamina, mental sovereignty. The real flex wasn't getting the bag or building the brand. The real flex was not losing your mind when everyone around you wanted you to question your worth, your intuition, your truth. Do you know how dangerous it is to be mentally unbreakable in a world designed to keep you distracted, anxious, and numb? That's why they came for your peace. That's why your rest was attacked. That's why silence felt like punishment and overthinking became your second language. Because the system doesn't fear loud rebels. It fears the quiet ones who keep their minds clear under pressure. You weren't paranoid, you were perceptive, that gut feeling you had about people. It wasn't anxiety, it was accuracy. You weren't losing it, you were waking up, and waking up in a world that feeds off delusion. That's painful, but necessary. Let's get brutally real for a second. This mental warfare you endured, it wasn't random, it was targeted, because when you carry the kind of mind that can decode lies, discern energy shifts, and predict betrayal before it hits, you become a problem to every force that thrives on confusion. They couldn't outsmart you, so they tried to unravel you. And yet, you didn't fold. You held on when sleep became a stranger. You stayed grounded when your mind raced through worst-case scenarios every night. You didn't break when trust turned to trauma and your memories became minefields. You did something most people never do. You learned how to sit with your chaos and not let it eat you alive. That's mastery. That's mental warfare survival. And people will never fully understand how brutal that is. It's easy to celebrate someone's success. It's easy to clap for the glow-up. But what about the nights where the only thing you accomplished was not giving up on yourself? What about the mornings you woke up and chose not to spiral even when your brain begged you to? No one sees that part, but that's the part that made you chosen. The world will tell you success is money, titles, fame, but if you've ever come back from mental hell, if you've ever rebuilt your mind from rubble, if you've ever found peace in the middle of emotional war, you've already done the impossible. You didn't just protect your mind, you reclaimed it. You chose healing over hiding. You chose presence over panic. You chose truth over trauma. That's power. Quiet, steady, indestructible power. And yes, sometimes you doubted yourself. Sometimes your mind felt like a prison. Sometimes it felt like you were drowning in thoughts with no lifeline in sight. But you found one anyway, or better yet, you became the lifeline. They tried to break your mind because they knew that if they failed, you'd become something no lie, no fake, no manipulator could ever touch. And now, you're not the same. You walk different, think sharper, feel deeper, because you earned this mind. It wasn't given, it was forged in sleepless nights, quiet panic, and endless inner battles. You're dangerous now, not because you're loud, but because you know. You've seen too much, felt too deeply, and thought too far ahead. You can no longer be fooled by smiles hiding daggers or praise laced with poison. You hear what's not said. You feel what others try to hide, and that's why they fear you now, even if they pretend not to. This is what it means to be chosen, to walk through mental fire and come out holding wisdom no school could ever teach. You didn't just win the war, you understood it. You now know that peace isn't passive, it's violent in its own way, because to stay calm when everything around you is chaos, that's a spiritual flex. That's warfare turned into wisdom. That's pain turned into prophecy. And here's the final truth. This assignment on your life, it wasn't a punishment. It was a purification. The universe didn't try to kill you. It tried to refine you. The attacks weren't to destroy you. They were to test how much you could carry before you snapped. And when you didn't snap, you became unstoppable. They'll never understand how much it took just to stay sane. But they don't need to. You understand it. You lived it. You conquered it. And now you own every piece of yourself they tried to steal. Your mind is no longer a battlefield. It's a weapon, a fortress, a kingdom. And the enemy, still confused how you're even breathing. But we know. Because you're the chosen one, and the assignment over your life wasn't about applause, it was about surviving the war in your head. And you did, flawlessly, brutally, quietly. And now you're untouchable. Number 3. You were sent to burn down what others were too scared to even whisper about. The first one through the wall always gets bloody, but that's the one who sets the whole system on fire. You weren't born into peace. You were born into patterns, dysfunction wrapped in tradition, silence passed down like family heirlooms, trauma hidden behind polite smiles, fake prayers, and unspoken rules. You were the one who cracked the code, and because of that, you were hated for what you exposed, not for what you did. See, people don't fear monsters. They fear the ones who name them. And that's what you did. You walked into rooms heavy with denial and spoke truth. You dared to ask, why are we still doing this? You questioned traditions that served no one but the oppressors within. You saw the lies wrapped in legacy, and instead of staying silent, you cut the cord. You were sent to end cycles, not because you were perfect, but because you were brave. Brave enough to face what entire bloodlines refused to touch. Brave enough to stand in the middle of generational wreckage and say, "This ends with me." That kind of courage doesn't come without pain. You were shunned, isolated, blamed. They called you dramatic, rebellious, disrespectful, but deep down, they knew you were right. Your truth hit too hard because it unmasked what they spent years pretending didn't exist. And when the mask falls, the shame rises. Want to know why your journey felt so lonely? Because healing is exile when dysfunction is home. You're not the black sheep. You're the escape artist, the one who saw the pattern and refused to play along. And that's a threat, not just to people, but to systems. You disrupt every room you enter, not by yelling, but by existing. Your presence alone makes the fake uncomfortable. That's the cost of truth in a world addicted to lies. Even greats like Malcolm X and Maya Angelou carried this assignment. They didn't just tell stories, they confronted systems. They shattered myths that kept people comfortable in their oppression. You are in that same lineage, not by fame, but by function. You were sent to tear down walls, and the pain you endured was the sound of bricks falling. So next time they try to guilt you into silence, remember, you were never meant to blend in with what you were born to break. You're not just surviving a legacy, you're rewriting it. This isn't rebellion, it's revolution. Number 4, you did what the privileged couldn't stomach. You faced the fire while they perfected their masks. It's easy to look perfect when you've never had to bleed in public. Let's get one thing straight. What you did takes a kind of courage most will never know. While others hid behind curated images, family names, and fake peace, you walked straight into your breakdown, head high, heart shattered, but still standing. You didn't have the luxury of silence. You didn't get to hide the war you were fighting inside. Life didn't give you a mask. It gave you a mirror, and you faced it, all of it. You cracked wide open in front of people who didn't understand the hell you were crawling out of, and they judged you, mocked you, whispered behind your back. But while they were perfecting performance, you were perfecting healing. While they preserved their image, you were reconstructing your identity from ruins. You turned pain into power and power into purpose. See, privilege isn't always about money. It's about emotional safety. It's about the freedom to ignore your wounds because no one ever forced you to face them. You didn't have that privilege. You were thrown into your healing. No backup, no applause, just raw breakdowns and a will to not let the darkness eat you alive. Most people fear the truth about themselves. They'd rather wear their trauma like designer, flashy but untouched. But you wore your scars out loud, not for attention, but for freedom. And that terrified them. Because when you heal publicly, you expose their denial. You make silence look like the real disease. You make hiding look like cowardice. You built a blueprint out of your breakdowns. You created a map from your mess. You didn't just survive, you documented your healing so others could find their way out too. That's legacy. That's leadership. That's what the privileged never had the guts to do. Want proof? Look at history. Look at Frida Kahlo, painting her pain, not covering it. Look at Tupac, writing truth into verses while bleeding on the track. These weren't perfect people. They were real people who used their struggle as a weapon against silence, just like you. So next time someone side-eyes your vulnerability, let them, because vulnerability isn't weakness, it's warfare, and you've been fighting with your soul bare and your truth untamed. That's what makes you chosen. Not that you were loud, but that you were real. And in a world full of cowards dressed like kings, real is rare, and rare is unstoppable. Number 5, your spirit was wired for roads that didn't exist, so you built them from scratch. They followed footsteps, you followed fire. Let's be brutally honest, your journey scared people because it didn't make sense. No guidebook, no mentor holding your hand, no map passed down through safe tradition. While others were born into paths already paved, you were dropped into the middle of nowhere with nothing but your spirit screaming directions no one else could hear. You didn't inherit a legacy, you became one. Most people don't know what it means to walk blind into the unknown and still trust the pull. They live lives scripted by others, parents, institutions, religion, society. They follow blueprints like loyal machines. But you were called to destroy the blueprint and build something completely new. And that's terrifying to them, because deep down they know they never had the courage to go where you've gone. This wasn't luck. This wasn't a trend. This was internal warfare, your instincts battling your fear, your soul navigating through fog, your pain decoding signs from places no logic could reach. You moved based on whispers the world couldn't hear, visions the average mind would have ignored. And even when nothing made sense, even when you were surrounded by critics and doubt, you still moved. That's supernatural wisdom, that's soul navigation, that's spiritual GPS locked onto a destination your bloodline never touched. You became the map for people who never had one. You walked through wilderness that others feared to even name. You made direction out of confusion. While others waited for permission, you became the permission. And that rattled the comfortable, because when you move without needing validation, when you trust something higher than approval, you shake the ground beneath those too scared to move at all. Think about Harriet Tubman. No map, no army, just vision. Think about Nikola Tesla. He heard frequencies the world laughed at. Think about all the chosen ones history ignored until their impact couldn't be erased. You're built from that same cloth. People didn't understand you because you weren't meant to be understood. You were meant to be followed, felt, and feared. You didn't walk a path. You forged one. Through betrayal, loneliness, silence and signs, only your soul could translate. That's what separates you from those who simply exist. So the next time they ask, "Who do you think you are?" answer with fire in your chest. I'm the one who went where you wouldn't and returned with what you'll never reach. Number 6, you were isolated not to break, but to be sharpened where no one could corrupt you. The universe hid you not because you weren't ready, but because they weren't worthy of what you were becoming. let's kill the lie right now. You weren't rejected. You were removed, pulled away, separated, not because you were weak or broken, but because what was growing inside of you couldn't afford contamination. Isolation wasn't exile, it was sacred strategy. While others saw it as loss, the universe saw it as a security measure. You were never meant to be planted in soil that couldn't nourish your greatness. Read that again. You didn't lose people. You were rescued from the wrong ones. The doors that slammed in your face, blessings in disguise. The friends who ghosted, the family that doubted, the rooms that made you feel invisible. That wasn't rejection. That was divine concealment. Because real power doesn't grow in crowds. It grows in the quiet, in the dark, in the secret spaces where no one is clapping, no one is watching, and no one is around to poison what's pure. Think about this. Weapons aren't forged in public. They're crafted in fire, in silence, in isolation. You were being sharpened, hardened, tempered. While the world partied and posted, you were becoming something they couldn't fake, becoming something they couldn't copy, becoming something too dangerous to be seen too early. They thought your silence meant defeat. They thought your solitude was punishment. What they didn't see was that the universe was protecting its most powerful piece. You weren't lonely. You were under divine security clearance. Even the greats were hidden before they rose. Look at Bruce Lee, isolated, misunderstood, mocked for his vision. Look at Malcolm X, refined in prison, not at press conferences. Look at artists, visionaries, revolutionaries. They were always pushed to the fringes before they changed the center. You're no different. They couldn't be trusted with your potential. They didn't have the eyes to see it. And if the universe had allowed you to be embraced too early, they would have watered you down, reshaped you, used you. So instead, you were pulled into the wilderness, where your voice got clearer, your discernment got sharper, and your identity stopped depending on applause. So now, when people come back and ask, "Where have you been?" you look them dead in the eye and say, "I was becoming the version of myself that couldn't be manipulated." This wasn't punishment. It was protection. It was refinement. It was war preparation. And now, you're no longer hidden. You're ready. Number 7, your success is the loudest revenge against every lie you were raised to believe. They programmed you to shrink, but every boundary you set was a glitch in their system. You weren't just healing, you were rebelling, not with fists, but with truth, not with noise, but with clarity. Your success isn't just a personal win, it's vengeance against a legacy of emotional slavery, silent suffering, and invisible chains passed down like tradition. They told you to be quiet, to stay small, to not rock the boat, to smile while drowning, to play along with generational pain like it was a family recipe. But you flipped the script. You exposed the rot beneath the rituals. You questioned the "this is just how it is" mindset that kept generations trapped in emotional poverty. You shattered every unspoken contract that said, "Suffer in silence so others can stay comfortable." You were never the difficult one. You were the awake one. While your family worshipped image and legacy, you worshipped truth. While they avoided hard conversations, you became the conversation, and you paid for it. The price was high: rejection, gaslighting, isolation. They called you disloyal, ungrateful, even crazy. But that's what always happens when you refuse to keep bleeding quietly for the sake of appearances. Here's the truth they never wanted to admit. You were the brave one. Because breaking generational patterns is spiritual warfare. It's dragging shame into the light. It's telling the truth in a house where truth has always been a threat. And you didn't just tell it, you lived it. Your healing wasn't soft, it was a riot. Your peace wasn't quiet, it was a revolution. Every boundary you set was a barricade against emotional manipulation. Every time you chose self-respect over family approval, you broke a curse. Every moment you honored your truth instead of playing your role, you became the chain breaker. And now, your success, the wholeness, the healing, the purpose is proof that the cycle ends with you. Look at Oprah, look at Viola Davis, look at people who clawed their way out of generational pain and built empires from emotional wreckage. That's not just success, that's sacred rebellion. That's choosing freedom over legacy. That's vengeance against every lie, every wound, every silencing that told you you're not enough. You didn't just win, you recoded the family blueprint. You weren't chosen to fit in, you were chosen to rebuild from the ruins. And your healing, that's the loudest vengeance of all. Number 8. You were never too much. They were just too shallow to hold depth. Your intensity wasn't a flaw, it was a mirror, too honest for those still hiding from their own reflection. Let's make this crystal clear. You were never the problem. You weren't too loud, too emotional, too deep, too intense. You were just too real for people still addicted to pretending. And in a world that rewards fake smiles, shallow connections, and emotional numbness, your raw truth felt like a threat. Your sensitivity was never weakness, it was spiritual precision. You could read the energy in a room before a word was spoken. You felt lies beneath perfectly rehearsed sentences. You sensed betrayal before it unfolded. You weren't paranoid, you were tapped in, and that terrified them. People called you too much because you forced them to confront what they buried. Your emotional depth made their avoidance uncomfortable. Your passion made their apathy look lazy. Your honesty revealed their masks. They couldn't stand you because in your presence they couldn't hide from themselves. You were built for truth, programmed for passion, wired to feel. That's not dysfunction, that's design. Look around. The ones who changed the world were never just enough. They were too much for their time, too loud, too bold, too unfiltered. James Baldwin, too outspoken. Nina Simone, too honest. Prince, too free. These weren't just artists or thinkers. They were disruptors, just like you. And yes, it hurt. It still does sometimes, being labeled dramatic, being silenced, being told to tone it down. You started questioning your own essence. You wondered if maybe, just maybe, you were too much. But here's the truth, you were never too much. They were too emotionally malnourished to handle abundance. They were too shallow to hold depth. Too numb to receive what you feel effortlessly. Your emotional capacity isn't a liability, it's a superpower. In a world of disconnect, you feel. In a world of fakes, you're authentic. In a culture that glorifies detachment, you still care. That's not too much. That's medicine. Your presence is a high-frequency disruption to low-vibration systems. That's why they labeled you, controlled you, tried to shrink you. But here's what they didn't count on. You stopped apologizing. You stopped asking for permission to be what you already are. And now, your intensity isn't something you hide. It's your brand, your fire, your shield. It's the exact energy needed to dismantle the shallow, awaken the numb, and crack open the people still sleepwalking through their lives. You were never too much. You were just too real for people still addicted to the lie. Number 9. This wasn't a dream you chased. It was a soul contract you signed in blood. You didn't just wake up chosen. You were born with the target already on your back. This assignment on your life wasn't a cute calling, a feel-good epiphany, or some spark you stumbled into on a slow Tuesday afternoon. No, this was deeper than purpose. This was predestined warfare. This was a contract. A soul-level agreement made long before your first breath, long before you had words, long before you could even understand what resilience meant. And that's why the battles came early. While other kids played, you were surviving. While others were protected, you were prepared. Every betrayal, every heartbreak, every rejection, they weren't random. They were clauses in the contract. Your soul didn't come here to live soft. It came here to transform systems, break cycles, and carry weight that would shatter most people's minds. You ever wonder why your life's been one plot twist after another? Why it felt like the world came for you before you even had a name for the pain? It's because you weren't just called, you were commissioned. There's a difference. A calling waits for volunteers. A contract requires completion. This is why quitting never worked for you. Every time you tried to shrink, something yanked you back into alignment. Every time you tried to play small, life dragged you into uncomfortable growth. You couldn't run from it even when you begged for rest, because purpose didn't knock on your door politely. It kicked it in. And let's be honest, there were moments you hated it. You resented the pressure, the isolation, the silent wars. You looked around and saw people coasting through life while you were bleeding through lessons that felt carved in stone. But deep down, you knew. You always knew. You were different. You were drafted into something most people couldn't even carry for a day. Look at people like Maya Angelou, born into trauma, shaped by pain, but assigned to truth. She didn't stumble into greatness. Her life was her contract. Her words were weapons, just like yours. You didn't choose this, your soul did. And because of that, the universe holds you to a higher standard. The path is lonelier, the wounds are deeper, but the impact unmatched. So no, this wasn't just a calling, it was an ancient agreement, a spiritual oath, and every battle you've survived has only confirmed one thing. You've kept your end of the deal, and now the world has to answer to you. Number 10. You mastered what others couldn't even understand. Power without performance. The loudest one in the room is usually the weakest. Real power doesn't flex, it just moves. Let them talk, let them brag, let them post every achievement like their soul depends on it. You moved in silence. You didn't need the spotlight to validate your strength, because your strength was never about performance. It was about presence. You've walked through storms they wouldn't survive, and yet you never needed to scream about it. That's not passivity. That's discipline. That's spiritual mastery. While others chased recognition, you chose restraint. Not because you lacked power, but because you understood it. You understood that ego is the leash that drags most people into chaos. You didn't need to prove your worth to people who never saw their own. You didn't need to out-talk anyone. Your energy already spoke volumes. You were calm, not because life was easy, but because you made a decision. Chaos doesn't get to decide your frequency. That's not weakness. That's training. You've been underestimated because you didn't broadcast your battles. You were called too quiet, too distant, too detached. But what they didn't know was that silence was your strategy. You weren't hiding, you were observing. While they were speaking to be seen, you were listening to understand. While they were performing, you were preparing. Think about Bruce Lee, humble, focused, never loud, but always dangerous. He once said, "The successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus." That's you. Every ounce of your humility was a blade sharpened in private. And let's be real, ego wanted to talk. It wanted to clap back. It wanted to flaunt receipts and scream your truth. But you chose mastery. You chose to sit in rooms full of noise and still hold your peace. You chose to carry power that didn't depend on applause. They mistook that for weakness. Big mistake. Because what they didn't realize is this: your humility wasn't born from fear. It was born from clarity. You knew who you were, so you didn't need to shout it. You've already done what others are still hyping themselves up to try. And that's why your silence intimidates. Because nothing is louder than someone who knows their worth and doesn't need an audience. You didn't just humble yourself, you mastered yourself. And that's a level of power ego will never reach. So stay steady, stay low-key, because while others chase claps, you're building empires in silence. And when it's time, you won't need to announce your arrival. Your presence will do it for you. Number 11, you were born with X-ray vision for a world addicted to illusions. You didn't just see people, you saw the wiring behind their actions, the patterns beneath the smiles, the spirit behind the performance. You were never fooled, not really. Even as a child you knew. You could walk into a room and feel the temperature shift, not from the air, but from the energy. You picked up on tone, silence, body language, and energy before people ever said a word. While others were focused on faces and titles, you were scanning the truth hiding underneath the act. You weren't just reading people, you were decoding systems, invisible structures, emotional blueprints. You saw through things, the dysfunction in families, the hypocrisy in leaders, the masks people wore to survive. You noticed what wasn't said, felt what others numbed, and called out what made others nervous. That wasn't paranoia, that was perception. Your eyes weren't just eyes, they were spiritual scanners. You didn't just feel off about certain people, you sensed spiritual unrest, unspoken resentment, masked manipulation. You weren't reading the words, they were reading you. And they didn't like what you saw because you could see them, the real them, the brokenness, the ego, the lies. That's why they called you too intense. That's why they labeled you dramatic or suspicious. But in reality, you were just the only one awake in a room full of dreamers. Your discernment made people uncomfortable because they couldn't hide around you. You weren't judging them, you were just aware, and awareness is threatening to the unaware. Think of people like Carl Jung, who saw psychology as a gateway to the soul. He once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That's you. You've always seen the unconscious, the cycles, the karma, the patterns no one wanted to name. You saw how energy moves, how pain repeats, how trauma rewrites behavior. You saw spiritual dynamics play out in families, workplaces, relationships. And even if you didn't always have the words for it, you felt it deeply. You've been walking with this gift your whole life, this radar that keeps you ahead of storms and 3 steps ahead of deception. And yes, it's exhausting, seeing too much, feeling too much, knowing things others don't want to admit. But don't doubt it for a second. This is your superpower, not just to protect yourself, but to shift systems, to name what others ignore, to break what others blindly follow. You were born with eyes that don't lie, and that's why the system always feared your sight. Number 12, you did what they prayed you'd fail at, and you did it with them, watching every step. You weren't just rising, you were rising under surveillance, under criticism, under silent curses, and still you didn't fold. Let's not sugarcoat it. You didn't get to grow in peace. You evolved in the middle of a firing squad. Every step you took toward becoming you was being dissected, doubted, and disrespected. They didn't want to see you break. They wanted front row seats when you did. They watched not to witness your rise, but to catch your fall. But guess what? You rose anyway, and not quietly. You rose while being mocked, while being misunderstood, while carrying pain that would have made most people disappear. You were under pressure, and not just life pressure, but human pressure. The weight of expectations, silent betrayals, smirking doubters. You weren't just trying to survive. You were doing it while your name was in mouths that didn't deserve to speak it. They wanted your glow to be store-bought, easy, temporary, filtered, but what they saw was something they couldn't replicate, authentic radiance forged in the heat of spiritual war. Your glow didn't come from lights. It came from fires that didn't kill you. Every scar became fuel. Every doubt became proof. Every attack became strategy. You did the impossible, and you did it publicly. That's not just strength. That's domination. That's poise under pressure. That's carrying divine weight in full view of people who swore you weren't built for it. They whispered, "Who do they think they are?" And the universe replied, "Exactly who you weren't ready for." Remember Serena Williams? They watched her every move, judged her every emotion, criticized her strength, and still she dominated. Think about Nipsey Hussle, building something real in a world that only knew how to fake it, while the world watched. That's what you've done. Your life has been a testimony in real time. No rehearsals, no safety net, just grit, grace, and grind. You didn't rise because you were supported. You rose because you refused to stay low. And that glow they hate, that's prophecy in motion. That's what it looks like when someone fulfills what was written on their soul. You didn't just do it. You did it in front of them, and no applause was needed. Your becoming was the mic drop. So now, when they watch, let them witness what they never believed in. Let them study what they tried to sabotage, because you didn't survive to prove them wrong. You survived to prove yourself inevitable. And now, if you've made it this far, you already know this wasn't just a message. This was confirmation. Everything you've endured, everything you've overcome, wasn't random. It was your soul honoring an ancient assignment that only the chosen can carry. You've done what few even dare to attempt. And now it's your turn to move forward with fire. If this hit your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Press like, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're walking this path with power. Share this with someone who needs the reminder. They weren't broken. They were built. Some people don't fear the storm. They fear the one who learned how to walk through it without making a sound. Yes, chosen one. That's you. And you better believe it's driving someone absolutely mad. They thought if they ignored you, you'd disappear. They thought if they couldn't control you, they could break you. But here you are, still standing, still silent, still glowing. Your peace? It wasn't weakness. It was precision. You didn't raise your voice because your very presence raised the tension in the room. And now, the very people who once mocked you are losing sleep over your silence. This isn't just calm. This is cosmic warfare. And the universe never picks the loudest. It picks the realest. Your stillness was never a pause. It was the quiet before the breakthrough. Most people don't understand the kind of fire it takes to keep calm when your name's being dragged. They don't get how powerful it is to not respond when lies are flying like arrows. But you did. And that quiet power, that unshaken posture, it's not only noticed, it's feared. Because your silence didn't just protect your peace, it exposed their chaos. You've got people climbing their own walls, pacing circles around shadows of who they thought you were. Your calm became a mirror, and when they looked into it, they didn't like what they saw. That's why they hate. That's why they plot. That's why they obsess. Because chosen ones don't just survive, they haunt. And the weight of your unbothered spirit is heavier than any revenge. The ones who threw stones now trip over the silence you left behind. They never expected your absence to speak louder than your presence ever did. Before we go deeper, do this for yourself and for every other chosen one who needs to hear this truth. Like and subscribe to help this message reach more souls who walk this path. Every click sends a signal to the algorithm and to the universe that this kind of truth matters. Let's move this message where it belongs, into the hands of the ones who've been quiet for too long. Now let's really talk about this power. You see, people love to act strong when they think the world's watching, but what they never show is how they flinch every time your name gets mentioned. They don't show how they lose sleep, replaying the last time you didn't react. That calm of yours, it's echoing louder than any insult they've thrown. Chosen one, they weren't just fighting you, they were fighting the very force that chose you. And here's what they didn't understand. When you go up against someone the universe is backing, you're already at a loss. You weren't lucky. You weren't just tough. You were selected. You were aligned with something bigger. And now, that power is making itself known in your glow, in your progress, in your peace. There's a reason predators stalk the quiet ones. There's a reason they test you. They feel a strength they can't explain. But here's the thing, they weren't hunting prey. They were disturbing a sleeping lion. And you've been patient, you've been silent, but never unaware. While they talked, you worked. While they laughed, you leveled up. While they watched, you evolved. And now the results are about to speak louder than anything they ever said about you. The big news that's coming, it's not just a win, it's a shift. It's a message the universe is delivering on your behalf. You can't stop what you didn't start. Let them question your silence. Let them fear your peace. You never had to clap back. The truth has been doing it for you all along. And as for those who betrayed you, who doubted you, who tried to dim your light, they're about to see what happens when the universe backs its own. Don't you ever again mistake your isolation for abandonment. The universe didn't remove people to punish you. It cleared space so you could rise without noise. It didn't hide you to harm you. It hid you to prepare you. Now your light is becoming unavoidable. If you've been feeling like you're alone, hear this. You're not. You were hidden for a reason. You were being sharpened, tested, purified. You carry a light that disturbs the unhealed. That's why they attacked you. That's why they watched you more than they admitted. That's why they can't stop thinking about you even now. But now, the quiet season is ending. You're about to walk into news so big, it silences every lie. Elevation is here, and it's not subtle. The very thing you thought was delayed, it's arriving right on time. Because when the universe shows up for the chosen, it doesn't whisper. It makes sure everyone watching hears it. So stay calm, stay ready, because the breakthrough isn't coming, it's already here. And the same silence they mocked, it's about to become the loudest thing they've ever heard. So if your calm energy has ever made someone twitch, stare, gossip, or spiral, you're exactly who this message is for. Drop a 111 in the comments if you've ever felt your silence speak louder than words. That quiet strength. It's no accident. It's your signal. And what's coming next? You're going to want every word. Because Chosen One, if you've made it this far, the universe is already pulling you closer. Now take a breath, because what's coming will hit deep. Let's walk into it, step by step. Let's begin. Number 1. They took your silence for surrender, not knowing it was the sound of the ground shifting beneath them. They didn't fear the storm. They feared the moment it went quiet, because that's when the real destruction begins. Let's set this straight right now. Your calm wasn't a white flag. It was a warning shot, and they missed it. They laughed when you didn't respond. They called you weak when you didn't flinch. They thought they had you figured out, thought they were winning. But what they didn't see was that behind your silence, something ancient and unstoppable was moving. Not just your will, not just your strength, but the universe itself. And now, the same ones who smiled at your silence are scrambling to survive its consequences. You weren't hiding. You were loading. You weren't ignoring. You were calculating. And they were too loud, too arrogant, too obsessed with controlling the room to notice that the whole damn room was shifting under their feet. You see, the power of the chosen doesn't come with sparks and noise. It comes in silence that cracks bones, in stillness that shakes foundations. You weren't loud because you didn't have to be. The real ones never are. So let them talk, let them mock, let them spin their little webs and perform their cheap circus acts. Because what they never understood is this: when the universe backs someone, it doesn't send warnings, it sends results. And you were the result. A walking, breathing, unshaken reminder that divine timing is real and terrifying for those who tried to play with what they didn't understand. They poked at you like you were asleep. They played games with your name like the universe wasn't listening. But the thing is, Chosen One, when someone tries to sabotage what was never built by their hands, they're signing up for a war they were never equipped to fight. So let's go ahead and answer the question that might be creeping up in your mind right now. Why me? Why did they target me? Why does my peace make people so uncomfortable? Why does my silence feel like a threat to them? Here's the brutal truth. Because you were never meant to fit in. You were meant to shift the frequency. You were never the echo. They just couldn't handle your original tone. Your calm cuts deeper than their chaos. And every time you chose peace over pettiness, you made their entire existence feel exposed. You weren't the problem. You were the mirror. And they've spent their whole lives avoiding their reflection. But let's not just talk about them. Let's talk about you. Chosen One, you've made mistakes. And one of them, doubting your power. Let's call it what it is. You second-guessed your light because the world around you made it feel like a flaw. You started to wonder if being calm meant you were soft. You thought being silent made you invisible. Let this be your wake-up call. You weren't being ignored. You were being protected. You weren't being silenced. You were being positioned. The universe doesn't make noise when it moves mountains. It just moves them. And when it picked you, that movement became part of your DNA. Stop apologizing for the space you take up. Stop shrinking just to make cowards feel safe. Stop questioning the power you carry just because others don't understand how you can stay calm while everything around you burns. You were forged in fire, and your silence, that was your sword. Now here's what they didn't see coming. They were so busy trying to manipulate the system that they didn't realize they were fighting the system itself. The universe has rules, and one of them is that you don't mess with someone who's been chosen to shift the collective. You don't play with purpose. You don't touch destiny with dirty hands. They tried to block you, but the universe doesn't take orders from cowards. Now their own schemes are crumbling like paper under rain. Now they're haunted by the same stillness they used to mock. Now your name is echoing in rooms you've never stepped into, because your impact never needed your presence. They thought they could bury you in silence. But what they really did was give you soil. And now you're growing, louder, taller, stronger than they ever imagined. And don't think they don't see it. They feel it. Every single day. That calm demeanor that once made them laugh, it's now got them pacing at night, wondering how you're still rising while they're stuck in the rubble they built for you. This is what happens when the universe chooses someone. This is what happens when you stop doubting and start owning. This is what happens when calm becomes a weapon. So yes, be calm. But let that calm be laced with precision. Let that stillness carry the weight of 1,000 untold victories. Let your silence scream what your mouth never needed to. And if you're still asking, but what now? Then here's the answer. Now you own it. You own the silence. You own the storm. You own the fact that your stillness made them unravel. Because being chosen doesn't mean life gets easier. It means your enemies get louder. It means your power makes people panic. It means your very existence forces others to confront what they'll never become. And still, you rise. So stop waiting for them to understand. Stop waiting for closure from people who were never meant to see the bigger picture. You are the bigger picture. This calm they mocked, it's about to become the earthquake that cracks everything false wide open, and the only thing more dangerous than a chosen one in pain is a chosen one who learned how to be still. Get ready. The aftershock is coming. Number 2. You didn't break them. Your stillness just showed them who they really are. You didn't throw the first stone. You just stood so still, they saw their own reflection in your silence, and it terrified them. Let's stop playing nice about this. Your presence alone is pressure. Your calm isn't passive, it's provocative. You walk into rooms and shift the temperature without saying a word. Why? Because your energy doesn't match theirs. It overpowers it. Quietly, cleanly, and completely. And the ones who are messy on the inside, they feel it like a burn. Understand this. Your composure is not neutral. It's an X-ray. It's a spotlight. It exposes the fakeness, the insecurities, the desperate masks people try so hard to keep in place. When you walk in, steady and untouched by chaos, it reflects everything they've been trying to bury. They call you cold, distant, too quiet. But what they really mean is, you're making me look at myself, and I hate what I see. Let's talk facts. You don't trigger people because you're judging them. You trigger them because you're not playing the same game. You don't beg for attention. You don't dance for approval. You don't compete for crumbs. And that breaks something in them, something fragile, something shallow, something built on being seen, heard, praised, even if it's fake. They hate your silence because it forces their noise to echo. They hate your peace because it reveals their storm. They hate your stability because it shows how lost they are. And the irony? You didn't ask for any of this. You weren't trying to check egos. You weren't setting traps. You were just existing, unbothered, untouched, real. But to unstable people, that's a direct threat. Your stillness feels like a stare, even when you're looking at the floor. Your calm feels like judgment, even when your mouth is shut. Because in your presence, everything fake gets nervous. And let's pause here, because I can already hear that voice creeping into your mind. The one asking, why do I always feel like the bad guy? Why does just being me feel like too much for people? Let me slap some truth into that thought. You're not too much. They're just not enough. Your presence reveals everything they've been pretending to be. You don't have to attack, confront, or accuse. Your very breath unsettles the lies they've built their image on. And yet, here you are, still doubting, still wondering if you should shrink, mute, blend, still playing small because someone else's ego started leaking insecurity the minute you walked in. Let me say this clearly. Stop doing the enemy's job for them. Stop disarming yourself to make broken people feel safe. Stop masking your power just to keep the fragile from falling apart. Your peace, it's earned. Your silence, it's strength, not weakness. Your calmness, that's years of surviving hell without turning into the very thing that tried to break you. And they know it. They feel it before you even speak. You ever wonder why some people give you that look, like they're sizing you up or trying to tear you down without a word? That's fear. That's discomfort. That's the nervous panic of someone who knows they just got emotionally undressed by your energy alone. They might smile. They might joke. They might try to dominate the room louder, faster, bolder, because your presence is making their mask slip, and they'll do anything to keep it from falling. But here's the real question. Chosen one, why are you still trying to make them comfortable? Why are you carrying the weight of their reaction like it's your responsibility? Why are you doubting your light because it burns their illusions? You've been gifted something rare, and rare always makes the ordinary nervous. You don't have to prove anything. You are the proof. And when people start to act strange around you for no reason, believe it, you're not imagining it. You're just revealing something they were trying to keep buried. Don't you dare feel guilty for being the mirror. Don't you dare soften your truth to make liars feel bold. Don't you dare walk with your head down just because your calmness makes cowards sweat. You were chosen for a reason, and part of that reason is this. You walk into chaos, and chaos quiets down. Not because you demand it, but because it has no place next to your energy. So stop apologizing for the tension you didn't create. Stop explaining yourself to people who only understand confusion. Stop trying to fix the cracks in others when you are called to stand firm, not blend in. Let me remind you again, your silence is not absence, it's presence at full volume. Your stillness isn't invisibility, it's the force that makes even the loudest crumble. And if you're still sitting there thinking, why does this always happen to me? Why can't I just walk in peace without shaking people up? Here's your answer. Because you are peace. But peace is only peaceful to those who have made peace with themselves. To the rest, you're a warning, you're a revelation, you're a reckoning, and they'll try to flip it. They'll gaslight you. They'll make you second-guess your own intuition. You're too intense. You overthink. 'You're intimidating.' No, you're not. 'You're peace.' 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 ' You're exactly what they fear most: unshaken, undistracted, and unavailable for manipulation. So stop blaming yourself for what their energy confesses when yours walks in. They're not reacting to your behavior. They're reacting to your being. You didn't steal their peace. You just reminded them they never had any to begin with. You didn't expose their weakness. They did, by crumbling under your calm. And one more thing before we move on. Stop doubting this path. Stop second-guessing the gift of being chosen just because the room gets weird when you enter. That weirdness is confirmation. That tension, that resistance, that uneasiness. It's proof that your energy is shifting things on a level you can't always see. So instead of asking, "What's wrong with me?" start asking, "What truth in me is making their lies fall apart?" Because that's what your calm does. It doesn't just hold a mirror. It shatters illusions. You want to know why they're uncomfortable? It's because your presence speaks a language they can't fake. It's because your peace holds weight their ego can't carry. It's because your stillness shines light on everything loud and empty in them. That's power. And you better stop running from it. You didn't ask to be the mirror, but you are. And now it's time to own what they can't hide from anymore. Number 3. They're not mad you left. They're mad you don't need them anymore. The loudest scream isn't anger. It's silence from the one who no longer needs your approval to breathe. Let's get this straight. The moment you stopped begging to be seen, everything shifted. Not because you made a scene, not because you burned bridges, but because you walked out the door without asking for permission. That's what destroyed them. They weren't counting on your silence. They were counting on your wound, on your need to feel loved, accepted, understood. And for a while, they had it easy. They pushed your buttons and watched you chase them. They offered crumbs and watched you treat it like a feast. But the game ended the moment you realized you don't need their validation to be valuable. Let's be real. They didn't love you. They loved the version of you who was still bleeding and apologizing for bleeding. They fed off your confusion, your softness, your desperation to be enough for people who weren't even worth the energy it took to explain yourself. But something shifted, didn't it? One day, you stopped chasing the nod. You stopped explaining yourself to people who already made up their mind. You stopped editing yourself to be digestible to the insecure. And in that moment, you broke the spell. You shattered the illusion that they ever had power over you, because they never had real control, just access to the parts of you that didn't know better yet. And now that you're healed, now that you've stepped into your truth with silence and grace, now they're unraveling. Because for manipulators, your healing is a threat. It means the leash is gone, the strings are cut. They can't guilt-trip you into submission. They can't weaponize your need for love. They can't trigger you into performing, explaining, overgiving. Let's answer the question you might be secretly asking. Why are they acting so offended when I simply walked away? Because to people who thrive on power games, silence is disrespect. Because in their twisted world, not needing them is worse than hating them. Your indifference, that's what's killing them. Not revenge, not rage, just your absence. And to the chosen one reading this, here's your scolding. Stop mourning people the universe exposed. Stop second-guessing your boundaries just because someone can't control you anymore. Stop asking if you did the right thing when your peace is louder than it's ever been. They weren't your anchor, they were your cage. And you weren't saved when you walked away. You were unleashed. You owe no one an explanation for your healing. You owe no one access to your soul just because they're uncomfortable without it. You are not the villain in their crumbling narrative. You are the freedom they never thought you'd choose. They didn't lose control of you. They lost control of the broken version they knew. And now you've healed, elevated, and moved forward. They're stuck fighting ghosts of the past, ghosts that no longer answer their call. Let them spiral. Let them twist the story. Let them scream into the void, because silence from the healed is louder than screams from the broken. And you're not broken anymore. You're chosen. Act like it. Number 4, you didn't raise your voice. You raised the standard, and that's what broke them. Sometimes the loudest revolution is choosing not to repeat what raised you. Let's make this brutally clear. You shattered something deep. Not just relationships, not just expectations. You broke conditioning, the kind that lived in the bones of your bloodline. And the weapon you used, not anger, not rebellion, not chaos. You used something far more dangerous to toxic systems: boundaries. You didn't scream. You didn't explode. You didn't become the villain they were baiting you to be. Instead, you stood up with calm. You spoke with clarity. You walked away with peace. And that is what tore through generations of dysfunction like a wrecking ball. They were counting on you to follow the script. You know the one. Stay quiet, stay small, say yes, even when it kills you inside. Be the fixer, the forgiver, the emotional sponge who soaks up guilt that isn't yours. But you dropped the script. You said, no more. You didn't burn the bridge. You just refused to keep crossing one that led back into pain. And now the family system, the broken, toxic hierarchy that was built on silence, fear, obligation, is shaking. Not because you destroyed it, but because you opted out. And that's the part they can't handle. You didn't scream, curse, or make a mess. You simply stopped participating in the lie. And without your cooperation, the whole machine started falling apart. That's the power of a chosen one, not someone who fights fire with fire, but someone who walks away from the fire and lets it burn out on its own, because they no longer need its warmth. Here's what's really happening. You're not disrespectful. You're not cold. You're not changing or turning your back on anyone. You're just healed enough to say, this cycle ends with me. And that scares the hell out of people who only know how to operate inside of it. Chosen one, if you've been feeling guilty, second-guessing your silence, asking yourself, did I overreact? Let me stop you right there. You didn't overreact. You overruled. You didn't abandon anyone. You rescued yourself. You didn't go cold. You just stopped burning up your energy trying to earn love from people who only understood control. They wanted a reaction. You gave them a revelation. They expected chaos. You gave them closure. They pushed for drama. You answered with distance. And that distance? That was the revolution your bloodline needed. You want to know why it hurts so much? Because you're grieving not just people, but identities, roles, illusions. You're burying the version of you who said yes just to survive. You're laying to rest the child in you that kept peace by breaking their own spirit. But hear this and remember it. You were chosen to be the one who breaks it, not repeats it. And that comes with isolation, with misunderstanding, with being painted as the problem, when all you ever did was seek peace. Don't you dare let that guilt drag you back. Don't you dare re-enter the game just because they're uncomfortable without you playing it. You were not put here to perform pain, just to keep others from facing their own. You were not called to shrink just because your growth exposes their stagnation. You want to know why your silence hurt more than yelling ever could? Because yelling is expected. Silence? Silence forces people to sit with what they can no longer deflect. And don't think they haven't noticed. They've noticed. They feel the shift. They feel the absence of the one who always bent to keep peace. And now that you're not bending, they're breaking. Good. Let the system crack. Let the guilt tactics fail. Let the silence roar. Because this isn't about revenge. It's about reconstruction. This is what breaking the cycle actually looks like. Not in dramatic gestures, but in choosing yourself quietly, repeatedly, unapologetically. You didn't fail your family. You freed it from lies, from guilt, from emotional hand-me-downs that were never yours to wear. And yes, it's lonely. Yes, it's heavy. But you weren't chosen because you were weak. You were chosen because you could carry this weight and drop it. So walk forward with your silence, with your peace, with your boundaries. You didn't just change the story. You ended a chapter generations long. Now, turn the page. Number 5. They lost control the moment you stopped reacting like a wounded animal. You were never hard to control. They just had easy access to your chaos. But now that you've found your calm, they can't find the keys anymore. Let's be brutally honest. Most of them weren't attached to you. They were attached to your unhealed nervous system, that part of you that used to flinch at rejection, chase love, people please until it hurt, and internalize every ounce of blame like it was your job. That part of you, that's what they fed off. They weren't powerful. You were just dysregulated. You were in survival mode, scanning every room for danger, taking on energy that wasn't yours, reacting before you had a chance to even breathe. But now you breathe before you move. You pause before you speak. You feel the emotion, but you don't become it. And that's what makes you dangerous. Not violent, not aggressive, unreachable. You've stepped out of the frequency where they operated. The panic they used to create in you doesn't land the same anymore. The guilt they used to hurl at you bounces off your calm like rocks on steel. You're no longer stuck in the same cycle because you finally stepped outside of it. You've regulated your nervous system. Do you even understand how powerful that is? You're not flinching. You're not begging. You're not jumping at the first sign of disapproval. You see the manipulation now, and you walk right past it. To people who need control to feel secure, your calm is a full-blown threat, because they can't pull your strings anymore. They can't start fires in your head and sit back to watch you burn. You're fireproof now, not because you don't feel, but because you don't fall for it. That's not just growth. That's war strategy. You've disarmed them by mastering you. You used to panic. Now you pause. You used to beg. Now you breathe. You used to chase. Now you choose. They don't know what to do with you anymore. And that confusion, that's your confirmation. Chosen one, stop doubting this evolution. Stop wondering if your distance, your quiet, your neutrality makes you cold. No, it makes you wise. It makes you undeniable. And it makes you impossible to manipulate. Understand this. People who thrived when you were dysregulated will always resent your healing because they don't have access to the chaos anymore. And without chaos, they're powerless. They don't know how to handle someone who's not addicted to the trauma cycle. They don't know how to connect unless they're controlling. But now, you see it. You see them. You see the patterns. You see the setups. And the moment you started observing instead of reacting, they lost. This isn't just emotional regulation. This is spiritual liberation. Because when you regulate your nervous system, you regulate your reality. You stopped living on the edge, waiting for the next hit of chaos. You stopped trying to decode other people's moods to feel safe. You stopped responding to tension like it was your job to fix it. And now, you respond when you choose to. You engage when it makes sense. You speak only when it's worth the energy. You're no longer living in reaction. You're living in response. And that difference, it's everything. So let them fumble. Let them throw their old games at you, hoping something still sticks. Let them act confused when their old tactics don't shake you. It's not that you've gone cold. It's that they lost access to the version of you who was still bleeding. Now they're throwing matches at a river and calling it a fire. You didn't change to hurt them. You healed to save yourself. You chose peace over performance, presence over panic, boundaries over begging. And if you ever start to feel bad for not reacting the way you used to, remember this: you're not who you were, you're who you fought to become. So stay grounded, stay clear, stay regulated. They don't control you anymore, not because they stopped trying, but because you finally stopped letting them. Number 6. Your silence didn't just end the argument, it buried the lies along with the liars. Lies don't die when the truth is shouted. They die when the truth refuses to flinch. Let's not sugarcoat it. Your calm wasn't just peace, it was punishment. You didn't run around defending your name, chasing rumors, or begging to be believed. You didn't start a war. You just let the lies walk into the light without holding their hand. And that's why they're crumbling now. Because chosen one, your silence was a death sentence. Not to yourself, but to every story they ever told about you that wasn't true. The fake narratives, the gossip, the whisper campaigns fueled by jealousy, projection, and insecurity. They all needed your reaction to breathe. They needed your rage, your pain, your attempt to explain. But when you gave them nothing, you starved the monster. Because lies don't survive in stillness. They need noise. They need friction. They need chaos to keep the smoke thick enough to hide behind. You didn't swing back. You didn't lower yourself to their level. You simply stepped aside and let time do what time always does: expose. And now the ones who slandered you are choking on their own narrative. The same people who once had an audience now have an echo. The silence they mocked? It's now the loudest truth in the room. Because here's the part they never expected. Your life kept moving. You kept growing. You kept glowing. And they stayed stuck, recycling the same old lies that no one buys anymore. Not because you fought them, but because you outlived them. And yet, I know the question still comes up in your mind. But shouldn't I have spoken up? Shouldn't I have told my side? No, because your side wasn't meant to be explained. It was meant to be witnessed. They wanted a reaction. You gave them results. They wanted a fight. You gave them distance. And that distance It became the space where their own lies turned on them. See, when you're truly chosen, you don't need to bark for validation. You don't need to scream your innocence. Your elevation speaks louder than their accusations ever could. Your composure becomes the courtroom, and your peace becomes the verdict. They underestimated how powerful silence is in the hands of someone who knows they're aligned. Someone who doesn't need revenge to feel restored. Someone who doesn't seek approval because they were never built for the crowd. They were built for the calling. Chosen one, hear me. You didn't lose anything by staying calm. You gained everything. You gained dignity. You gained clarity. You gained an armor they can't penetrate, because once a lie dies, it can't be resurrected without your permission, and you've revoked access. They can't rewrite the story now. Too many people have watched you walk with grace while they fumbled with fiction. Let them unravel. Let the walls close in. You don't need to lift a finger. You've already won. And the proof? It's in the silence that shattered their version of you, the silence that killed their illusion, the silence that became your shield. You don't have to speak. Your existence has already testified, and the verdict is in. You were never the villain. You were the lesson. Number 7. They tried to program you like a machine, but you rewrote the entire system. They didn't want you to heal. They wanted you to malfunction just enough to prove they were right about you. Let's cut through the noise. This wasn't just mistreatment. This was deliberate, calculated, and cold. You weren't just in someone's toxic cycle. You were in their experiment. A human test subject trapped in a psychological maze, built not with walls, but with mind games, emotional manipulation, and silence that cut deeper than screaming ever could. They pushed you, poked you, played you like a piano, waiting for the moment you'd break so they could turn around and say, "See, I told you they were unstable." But that moment never came. And now they're the ones unraveling because you didn't give them the ending they were counting on. They wanted chaos. You gave them calm. They wanted proof of your weakness. You gave them strength so refined it looked effortless. They wanted a villain. But you became the mirror, and nothing exposes instability faster than being forced to look directly into what someone can never become. You want to know how deep this went? They set emotional traps and called it love. They withheld approval and called it toughness. They sabotaged your confidence and called it humility. It wasn't just abuse, it was conditioning. They were molding you, shaping a version of you that would stay small, reactive, and dependent. And still, you didn't break. You bent, sure. You questioned yourself. You doubted your worth. But something in you refused to snap. Because the universe doesn't choose the weak. It chooses the resilient. It chooses the ones who bleed, cry, fall, and still rise up without asking anyone to validate the comeback. Let me ask you something real. How many times did you almost give them what they wanted? How many times did you almost crack just to prove you were hurt? How many times did you want to burn it all down just to say, "Look what you did to me"? But you didn't. And that right there? That was your victory. Not because it didn't hurt, but because you refused to let their version of you become your reality. You healed in silence. You grew in the dark. You found out who you were beneath all their projections. And when you emerged, whole and unbothered, it ruined them. because nothing terrifies a manipulator more than losing control of the puppet they tried to program. They ran experiments, but they didn't expect evolution. They counted on reactions, but they got revelation. They thought you'd spiral, but you leveled up. And now? Now they have to sit in the mess they created, holding a blueprint that no longer works on the person you've become. They tried to engineer your downfall, but all they built was a stage for your ascension. Let that sink in. Every test they gave you, you passed by refusing to participate. Every manipulation, you disarmed it by simply seeing it for what it was. You didn't malfunction, you rewired. Chosen one, stop feeling guilty for rising above it. Stop wondering if you were too quiet, too distant, too cold. You weren't cold. You were calculating your freedom. You weren't distant. You were healing without their interference. They created the test, but they didn't realize you were the lesson. And now they're the ones failing it. So let them spin. Let them rewrite history. Let them pretend like they didn't try to shatter you with their psychological warfare. But deep down, they know. They know you were the one who got away, the one they couldn't break, the one who walked out of the lab unchanged, but transformed. They studied you, but they never understood you. And now, you've become something they'll never decode. Free. Number 8. Your calm wasn't just a response. It was a trap they walked into with their ego first. When you stop reacting, you stop hiding the truth. And suddenly, the liars don't have anywhere left to run. Let's get something straight. You didn't provoke them. You didn't start anything. All you did was nothing. And that's exactly what exposed everything. While they shouted, you watched. While they stirred drama, you sipped your peace like a quiet storm, unbothered. And that silence, that steady, unshaken stillness, it wasn't passive, it was surgical. You didn't lift a finger, but you forced the mask to fall. See, powerless people can only survive when they feel they're in control of the room. They use volume, chaos, manipulation, fake confidence, all to dominate the space. But the moment someone walks in who doesn't respond to their noise, they start to glitch. Because your calm doesn't just disarm them, it exposes them. They want you to yell. They want you to explain. They want you to match their energy, because if you do, it keeps the illusion going. That you're unstable too. That you're just as bad. That they're not the problem. But chosen one, your refusal to engage, that's what makes the whole room turn its head. Because now everyone's seeing the truth. You're not spiraling. They are. And don't think it's lost on them. They feel the spotlight shifting. They feel their performance starting to crumble. Because without your reaction to play off of, they're left standing alone in their dysfunction. Let's be blunt. Your calm is public humiliation to those who built their identity on triggering others. You walked in with quiet confidence, and they walked straight into their own exposure. They're unraveling, not because you attacked, but because you didn't play along. And if you're sitting there wondering, am I doing the right thing by staying silent? Let me answer that for you. Yes. Because what you're doing isn't silence, it's strategy. You're choosing presence over performance, control over chaos, clarity over confrontation. You've shifted the whole dynamic without raising your voice once. And the best part? The ones who once painted you as unstable are now painting themselves into corners with their own behavior. They can't help it. Without your emotional energy to bounce off of, they start turning on themselves. It's like taking a spotlight off a magician in the middle of a trick. Suddenly, everyone sees the wires, the mirrors, the cheap sleight of hand. Your piece has become proof, not just of your growth, but of their instability. You've made it clear who's actually in control, and it's not the loudest one in the room. So stop questioning your approach. You don't owe anyone chaos. You don't owe anyone your energy, your explanation, or your peace of mind. Let them yell, let them twist, let them panic. Because the more you stay still, the more their cracks start to show. And what used to be your fault is now clearly their breakdown. You weren't being cold. You were being calculated. You weren't avoiding conflict. You were removing yourself from clown performances masked as confrontations. This is power. True power. And powerless people, they hate that. So let them expose themselves. Let the room see who's spiraling. You already won the second you chose calm. And now, if you've felt this in your bones, good. That's not coincidence. That's confirmation. You didn't stumble into this message. You were meant to hear this now, at this exact moment. The chaos didn't break you. It revealed you. The silence wasn't punishment. It was preparation. And your calm? It's no longer just a personal choice. It's a signal, a weapon, a movement. Someone with power is already watching you, and not with pity, with fascination, with respect. They see what others missed, your restraint, your strategy, your ability to lead without noise. You've become a presence no one can ignore. You didn't just rise above the noise, you silenced it. And now you're being positioned, quietly, intentionally, powerfully. While your enemies tried to corner you, you outgrew the battlefield. While they spun lies, your stillness turned into truth, too heavy for them to carry. Now, you're not just the one who got away. You are the living consequence, the reminder that you can't break what was built in silence. Your calm made them underestimate you. That's what gave you the upper hand. And now they don't know what to expect next, because you're not chaotic, you're calculated, you're focused, you're dangerous in the best way. You were never weak. You were refined, chosen, prepared, and now released. So here's what to do next. Like this video if it shook something in you. Subscribe if you're ready to keep rising in silence and strength. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know your calm isn't weakness. It's a warning. And share this with someone else who's been quiet for too long. Let's wake them up too, because this is only the beginning. You don't stab the innocent and expect the universe to hand you peace. It hands you a mirror. That's the truth they never saw coming, and now it's too late. The mirror's up. The blood is on their hands. No filters, no excuses, just raw reality, and the universe is watching. They laughed while they tortured the guiltless. They danced in circles, mocking pain they caused, thinking no one would notice. But silence isn't a shield, it's evidence. And now that silence is screaming louder than any defense they could ever dream of. This isn't just betrayal, this is a spiritual hit job, and the universe is furious. They didn't just mess with a person, they struck at the soul of balance, and when dozens gather like vultures to rip apart one innocent heart, the scales don't just tip, they snap. This is where the reckoning begins. And before we go further, if this message is stirring something in you, if it feels like truth wrapped in fire, pay it forward. Hit that like button, subscribe, share this light. Because this isn't just content. It's a responsibility, a call, a truth that needs voices, and you're one of them. Now, let's talk. Welcome, the chosen ones. You didn't just stumble here. You were pulled, called even, by something bigger. Because the universe doesn't gather witnesses for no reason. You've seen what they've done. You've felt the shift. You've watched good people, kind souls, pure-hearted humans be dragged through the mud by those who wear masks so well they forget they even put them on. This isn't some cosmic accident. It's war, spiritual war, and the battlefield isn't made of guns or blades. It's made of lies, manipulation, envy, and power games. They took an innocent, someone marked by truth, someone who chose light over popularity, someone who said no to the wrong, and they tried to break them, piece by piece. But here's the part they didn't count on. The universe remembers. Every tear, every scream swallowed in silence. Every night the innocent begged for peace, while the guilty threw parties in their honor. You see, this isn't just injustice. It's a crime against the balance of everything, and the universe doesn't let that slide. Think about it. When a wildfire burns too far, nature doesn't ask permission to reign. It just does. When a lion's cub is attacked, the pride doesn't hold court. It strikes. The same rule applies here. They thought numbers gave them power, that by gathering more voices, they could drown out the truth. That if enough people joined the lie, it would become law. But numbers don't cleanse sin. They multiply the fallout. And now, that fallout is here. We're not here to beg for justice. We're here to witness it. We're not hoping the universe sees. It already has. The files are open. The evidence is in. The emotional assassins, the manipulators, the soul hunters, they're already standing trial. Not in a courtroom built by man, but in one crafted by universal law. And the verdict? It's already echoing. Consequence, loss, exposure, isolation. That's what awaits the ones who thought destroying a chosen one was sport. To the ones who think they've won, look again. This isn't the end. This is the beginning of your own unraveling. You planted pain and expected flowers. You sowed betrayal and thought you'd get blessings. The universe doesn't work like that. To those who stayed silent, your silence wasn't neutral. It was permission. And the universe is counting you in too. And to the chosen one, we see you. You were never weak. You were watched, protected, prepared. The fire wasn't to burn you. It was to reveal who you are. You didn't lose. You outlasted. This isn't revenge. This is balance. And it's happening now. So if you're hearing this and you know you're not like the rest, if you've been betrayed, lied on, hunted while innocent, know this: you're not forgotten, you're chosen. And while they may have danced on your name, the universe is preparing a table in front of every single one of them. So if your heart's pounding and something deep inside you is saying this message is mine, you're not imagining it. That's the pull of truth. That's the universe knocking. If you've ever been the one they tried to silence, the one they mocked, the one they crucified emotionally for simply existing in your truth, then stay. This isn't just a story. This is your reflection. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift. It means you're ready to rise from the ashes they tried to bury you in. And now, let's peel this back, step by step. Don't blink. Number 1, they didn't just throw dirt on your name, they dug their own grave with it. When you bury the innocent, don't forget. The dirt you throw becomes your own suffocation. Let that marinate. They thought they were tossing lies into the wind, petty whispers, backroom gossip, little poison pills passed around like candy. But they didn't just lie on your name. No, they lied to the universe itself. They stood in front of the cosmic scale and spat falsehoods like they were truth, hoping that if enough mouths moved, reality would bend to match their fiction. But the universe doesn't work like that. The truth doesn't get overwritten by noise. It waits, patient, sharp, and merciless. And now it's roaring back like a wave, ready to drown the architects of this cruelty in their own deception. They weren't confused. This wasn't some misunderstanding. What they did was calculated. They looked at your light, your peace, your purpose, your soul, and they couldn't stand it. So they conspired, quietly at first, then louder, then boldly, then shamelessly. They teamed up, circled like wolves, and ripped into your character like it was sport. They told stories, twisted timelines, manipulated emotions, and presented you like a villain in a movie they wrote, and forced others to watch. They didn't just smear you, they attempted a spiritual assassination, and they thought they could walk away from that untouched. See, they thought the universe was sleeping. They thought silence meant approval, that the lack of lightning striking them down meant they got away with it. But judgment doesn't always arrive as thunder. Sometimes it shows up quietly, like rot in the foundation. And it's already begun. Look at their lives. Pay close attention. The ones who raised their voice against you without cause. The ones who twisted your truth into a weapon. They're not winning. They're unraveling. Slowly, quietly, publicly, behind fake smiles and empty wins. The guilt is gnawing. The blessings are drying. And they don't even know why. That's the cost of lying to the universe. You were the chosen one, marked not for comfort, but for confrontation. Not because you're weak, but because you're strong enough to expose what others hide from. You became their target because your presence reminded them of what they gave up. Truth, decency, soul. They didn't just lie on you, they lied to the force that made you. They looked at a soul wrapped in innocence, drenched in pain, and pointed fingers. They turned your quiet suffering into their personal entertainment, never realizing the storm they were conjuring above their own heads. The universe is not a bystander. It's a witness. And every false word, every smirk shared behind your back, every harmless whisper was a signature on their own spiritual warrant. You wonder why it happened to you, why they picked you. Here's why: because you were never average, because your silence held more power than their noise, because even when they tried to drown you, something in you refused to die. Because you were a mirror, and when they looked at you, they saw everything they hated about themselves. So they tried to break it, but here's what they didn't know. Mirrors don't shatter easily when they reflect truth. They reflect harder, and now, every time they look around, they're seeing themselves more clearly, in lost peace, in anxious sleep, in the growing fear that what they did is finally coming back. Because it is. The scales are tipping, slowly, maybe. But once the weight of truth gains momentum, it crashes like a tidal wave, and that wave is heading straight for them. Understand this: the universe doesn't forget. It doesn't move on just because time does. It holds receipts, and it never loses a single one. So to those who called your pain an act, your isolation a punishment, your strength arrogance, here's your reality check. You didn't exile the innocent. You exposed yourselves. You built false stories like sandcastles, and now the tide is rising. And to you, chosen one, let their betrayal be your breakthrough. Let their lies build your platform. Let their hate fuel your rising, because if the whole world can lie on your name and you still wake up with a clean soul, you've already won. Their voices may have been louder, but yours is eternal. And the punishment for trying to destroy someone who was protected by the universe, it's not always fire and brimstone. Sometimes it's watching you thrive while they choke on the silence of being exposed. They thought they buried you in shame. What they didn't know is you were a seed, and now you're growing, so stand up taller. Walk in your pain like it's armor. Let your scars speak louder than their gossip, because the ones who lied to the universe will soon realize it's not forgiveness they need, it's mercy, and even that might be too late. Let's keep going. Number 2. They didn't just mock you, they laughed at the universe's choice and asked for a curse. When people mock what they didn't build, they curse what they'll never receive. Let that hit. Let it sting, because that's exactly what they did. They didn't just envy you. No, envy would have been quiet. They didn't just dislike you. Dislike would have walked away. What they did was far worse. They mocked the selection process itself. They looked up at the sky, scoffed at the design, spit at the decision, and thought their opinion mattered more than cosmic order. Their real problem wasn't with you. It was with the choice made over your life, the assignment given to you, the unseen hand that lifted you while they stayed crawling in circles. You reminded them of what they weren't. You reminded them that favor has nothing to do with followers, applause, or appearance, and everything to do with alignment. You became the proof that the universe doesn't take votes. That's what burned them. Because how could you be chosen? That question poisoned their minds. That seed grew into rage. They convinced themselves they were better, more liked, more praised, more acceptable. And when the light still found you, when grace still covered you, they couldn't take it. So they turned your purpose into a target. They turned your calling into comedy. They joked about your pain, mocked your healing, laughed at your comeback, rolled their eyes when your name was mentioned. They couldn't stand the fact that no matter how many times they threw you off the path, you kept walking like you never fell. And the universe saw all of it. You see, they thought your role was open to debate, like the calling on your life was a group vote, a popularity contest, something they had a say in. But what they didn't understand is, you were never chosen by the crowd. You were chosen despite it. The moment you were picked, it offended their pride. It exposed their entitlement, because in their mind, they deserved it more. They'd done more, played nicer, followed the rules of the fake game. But the universe doesn't select based on ego. It selects based on essence, and yours burned through the fog of their performance. So they tried to override it. How? By attacking your assignment, by undermining your purpose, by slapping sarcasm on your sincerity and dragging your sacred through their sewage. They acted like their laughter could revoke your appointment, like their criticism could cancel what was never theirs to approve. Imagine the level of arrogance it takes to mock the decision of the universe, as if the same force that spins planets and aligns stars made a mistake by choosing you. But that's exactly what they did. They didn't mock your actions, they mocked your existence. They didn't just gossip, they protested the divine. And there's a price for that, because mocking what the universe has appointed is dangerous ground. You can't curse what you didn't create. You can't rip pages from a book you never wrote. And you definitely can't fire someone from an assignment you were never qualified to apply for. Let this be clear, your elevation wasn't a mistake. Your calling wasn't a glitch. You were chosen because your soul carries a blueprint that theirs doesn't. Because your wounds didn't make you bitter. They made you powerful. Because when you were left alone, you didn't collapse, you evolved. And every time they rolled their eyes at you, every time they whispered, "Who does she think she is?" or "Why him?" they weren't insulting you, they were indicting themselves. Because mocking your purpose is like laughing at the wind for moving without permission. It's like yelling at the rain for falling where it wants. It's foolish. You didn't volunteer to be chosen. You were summoned, and being summoned comes with consequences, not for you, but for the ones who try to block it. Because this isn't politics, this is destiny. And when you interfere with destiny, the universe doesn't correct. It removes. So if they're losing peace, losing connection, losing their fake power, don't be shocked. You don't spit at the sun and expect to walk away cool. You don't mock the blueprint and expect to live in the house. The weight of what they said may still sting. Maybe you're still carrying their words in the back of your mind, still haunted by how they laughed when you tried, how they mocked your process, how they acted like your tears were a performance. But let me remind you, laughter doesn't erase truth. Noise doesn't cancel power, and jealousy never dethrones alignment. You are not their opinion. You are the universe's decision, and no matter how many times they try to repaint your worth, your essence will always outshine their lies. They wanted to make you a joke, but all they did was reveal themselves as clowns in a circus they created, dancing for attention, performing for validation, and choking on the truth that won't leave them alone. That's the power of being chosen. Your success becomes their silence. Your purpose becomes their punishment. Your survival becomes their reminder that they are not in control and never were. So when they laughed, when they mocked, when they questioned why you, remember this: they weren't questioning your worth. They were screaming at the sky, asking why it wasn't them. And the universe answered, loud and clear. Because while they were pretending, you were preparing. While they were mocking, you were molding. While they were plotting, you were becoming. You are the chosen one. Not because you're perfect, but because you're positioned. And no amount of sarcasm, bitterness, or backhanded jokes can erase what's written in cosmic ink. The joke is over, the tables are turning, and this time, they're not laughing. Let's go deeper. Number 3, they wanted blood, not truth, because your innocence was a mirror they couldn't stand to look at. The guilty never hate the wicked. They hate the innocent, because the innocent make their shame impossible to ignore. That's what this was. Not justice, not concern, not accountability. It was a hunt, a smear campaign dressed as righteousness, a public execution with no trial, just rage, jealousy, and projection. They didn't want the truth. They wanted a sacrifice. And when you stood in front of them, not perfect but pure-hearted, they saw something they couldn't destroy in themselves: integrity. So they chose destruction. They chose to tear you down, not because of your wrongs, but because you were a living, breathing indictment of theirs. You were their mirror, and what do cowards do with mirrors? They smash them. You weren't their threat because of your sins. You were their threat because you hadn't done what they did. You didn't scheme. You didn't fake it. You didn't sell your soul for applause. You walked in with honesty, and they walked out with pitchforks. Because the truth didn't fit their agenda, but your blood would. This wasn't about clarity. This was about control. They couldn't rewrite who they were, so they tried to rewrite who you were. They wanted to paint you guilty because if they could stain your image, they wouldn't have to confront the rot in their own. Think about history. Look at how the world treats those who carry light. Socrates was killed for questioning lies. Joan of Arc burned not for betrayal, but for faith. Malcolm X wasn't feared because he lied. He was feared because he told the truth too clearly. And you carried that same silent threat. You were clean in a room full of the filthy, and that made you dangerous. So they circled like vultures, hungry, but not for justice, for a fall, for the sound of your collapse, for the taste of your downfall. They smiled while bleeding you dry. They clapped when others joined in. They clung to each rumor like it was gospel. Why? Because the more people they convinced, the less guilty they felt. This wasn't a misunderstanding, it was a ritual. You were the offering. And here's the truth they didn't expect. The universe doesn't take kindly to the slaughter of the innocent. There's a reason ancient laws required 2 or more witnesses before a sentence could fall. But you were judged with no evidence, no facts, just feelings. And yet, you survived. That's what's killing them now. You didn't just survive, you're rising, and each step you take toward healing is a judgment against them, because their greatest fear isn't that the truth will be revealed. It's that you'll heal louder than they hurt you. So let them choke on their stories. Let them suffocate in their lies, because the more they try to repaint your truth, the more the cracks in their own image start to show. You were never the villain. You were the verdict. Let's keep going. Number 4, the universe was silent, not because it forgot you, but because it was collecting receipts. The silence of the divine is not absence. It's the sound of a courtroom filling with evidence. And oh, how they mistook that silence. They thought your quiet meant weakness. They thought the lack of thunder meant permission, that no fire fell from the sky, so they must be in the clear. They took the silence of the universe as a green light to keep slandering, mocking, and tearing you apart. But what they didn't realize was this: silence isn't always surrender. Sometimes it's surveillance. The universe wasn't ignoring what they did. It was recording. Every whispered lie, every screenshot, every twisted story told behind your back, every laugh at your expense, every eye roll when you weren't in the room, all of it catalogued, filed, stored. And now the case is closed, and justice is coming like a flood with receipts in hand and vengeance in its stride. They thought they were safe. They thought that because nothing happened yet, nothing ever would. But justice delayed is not justice denied. It's justice refined. While they were busy dragging your name through mud, the universe was tracking fingerprints on every knife in your back. While they laughed at your breakdowns, it was taking note of who poured gasoline on your soul and called it a candle. While you cried yourself to sleep, wondering, where is justice? It was being built, brick by brick. And now it's done. Now the silence is breaking, and the crash that follows is not mercy, it's reckoning. You didn't see it then, but every unanswered prayer, every moment you begged for a sign, every second you thought you were abandoned, you were being watched, not forsaken. The universe wanted the full story, the whole mess. It wanted to make sure not one guilty hand escaped the net. Let's be real, if justice had come too early, some of them would have slipped through. Some of them would have twisted it again, said you overreacted, said it was karma, said you brought it on yourself. But now, too much has been recorded. There's no room left for excuses, no space for manipulation. It's airtight, it's undeniable, and it's already in motion. The same mouths that slandered you will taste regret. The same hands that tried to destroy you will lose grip of everything they touched. Not because you wished it, but because universal law doesn't play fair. And fairness says this: when you sow betrayal, you don't get peace. When you lie on the pure, you don't get prosperity. When you mock the chosen, you invite exposure. You stood in the fire, asking, "Why won't it stop?" Not knowing the flames weren't for your destruction, they were for your protection. You were being held there until every false witness had finished testifying against you, while the universe kept score. And now the gavel is falling, not from your hands, from higher ones, precise, sharp, undeniable. You don't need to clap back. You don't need to defend yourself. You were defended by silence. And now that silence is speaking louder than any scream ever could. This is what happens when innocence suffers and the guilty dance too long. The music stops, the spotlight shifts, and every receipt gets read out loud. Let's continue. Number 5. They thought you were on trial, but the whole time it was them standing before the court. The real test was never about how much you could take. It was about how low they would sink trying to break you. They thought they were the judges, thought they had the authority to weigh your worth, question your integrity, and dissect your pain like it was a courtroom drama with them behind the bench. But let's get this straight right now. You weren't the one being judged. They were. Every time they lied on you, heaven wasn't watching to see how much damage you'd take. It was watching how far they'd go. Every word they twisted, every fake tear they dropped, every time they pulled others into their deception. They were writing their own sentence. You weren't on trial. You were the trigger. You showed up and revealed everything they had hidden. You didn't expose them with your words. Your existence did it. And that's what enraged them, because when someone's heart is crooked, the presence of someone pure is offensive. You didn't attack them. You didn't smear them. You didn't throw dirt. You just stood there in truth, and that alone caused their masks to slip. Let's be real. Some people don't want peace. They want power. And when they saw they couldn't control you, couldn't label you, couldn't reduce you, they panicked. They turned their fear into a false trial. With you as the defendant and them as the jury. But here's what they forgot. The universe never co-signs injustice. It just lets people reveal who they really are before it hits them with the consequences. This wasn't a test of your character. This was an X-ray on theirs. And guess what? The scan came back corrupt. They failed. Not because they got angry, not because they were hurt, but because they chose cruelty over conversation, betrayal over boundaries, and ego over empathy. You were the mirror, and when they saw their own ugliness reflected in your strength, they tried to shatter it. But breaking you didn't cleanse them, it condemned them. Let this sink in. They put you on trial to distract from the fact that they were the guilty ones. They tried to play God with your reputation while the real judge sat in silence, collecting data, watching hearts, noting motives. You didn't need to fight back. The case wasn't about proving your worth. It was about documenting their fall. And now the verdict is being delivered, slowly, publicly, without apology. They're not just losing you, they're losing everything they built on lies. So don't carry their accusations anymore. That courtroom they dragged you into was never about your guilt. It was a trap, one they set for themselves. And the moment they chose to tear down what was sacred in you, they stamped their own judgment in ink that can't be erased. The trial is over. The judge never left. And justice has a long memory. Let's move forward. Number 6. They built their status off your scars, but now the spotlight's turning and it's burning them alive. They climbed high on ladders made from your broken bones, but the higher they went, the louder the truth echoed from below. Let's call it what it is: exploitation. They didn't just hurt you, they harvested your pain. They used your name like a step stool, stood taller by putting their dirty feet on your story, and smiled for applause while you bled behind the scenes. Your suffering became their spotlight. They twisted the truth, weaponized your silence, and fed their reputation with whispers soaked in manipulation. They played the victim while you were actually the one gasping for air. You weren't the villain. You were the resource. And they drained you like a leech drinks blood. Let's be brutally honest. They didn't just want you to lose. They wanted to profit off your loss. They played noble in public and vicious in private. They got social currency from dragging your name through the dirt, and then dared to act righteous as the crowd clapped for their lies. That applause, temporary, that platform built on sand, that fame, borrowed time, because now the same audience they fooled is watching again, but this time they're watching the collapse. The truth always has a longer breath than the lie, and now it's catching up. You don't have to prove anything. You don't need to shout. The universe is pulling the curtain back, and when it does, the same mouths that once said, "Wow, look at them," will be whispering, "Wait, that's what they did." Their rise came at the cost of your character, but the law of balance says this: if you build on falsehood, you inherit destruction. And it's happening, slowly, elegantly, painfully. Their carefully crafted image, crumbling, their social mask, slipping, their fake favor, drying up like rain on a desert stone, because there's one thing they can't outrun: karma with a clipboard and perfect timing. Meanwhile, look at you. Still standing, still here, maybe scarred, maybe quieter, maybe more cautious, but you're rising. And here's the beautiful twist: your restoration won't come in shadows. It's coming in front of the same crowd that watched you break. That's how justice works. The universe doesn't just balance the scales, it flips the whole table. Let them feel the weight of what they built. Let them sit in the echo of the applause they once stole. And let your name, once dragged, bruised and abused, be rebuilt in truth. Because what they used for clout is now their curse. And your pain, it's about to become your platform. Let's keep going. Number 7. The universe was never neutral. It just let them dig deep enough to bury themselves. The delay wasn't doubt, it was documentation. Make no mistake, this was never a debate. The universe was never confused, never unsure, never sitting back trying to decide who was right. It wasn't impartial, it wasn't in some divine dilemma about your worth. No, the silence you felt wasn't hesitation. It was strategy. They mistook it for weakness. They thought because no fire fell, no curse came, no consequence hit them immediately, that they were justified, that their smear campaigns and backroom betrayals were somehow okay. That karma must have approved. But the universe doesn't move on emotion. It moves on evidence. And every day they dug deeper into deception. Every time they opened their mouths to twist the narrative. Every time they recruited others to hate you. They weren't winning. They were writing their own judgment. Heaven wasn't neutral. It was patient. Like a trap that needs the right tension before it snaps shut. Like a sniper waiting for a clear shot. Like a storm gathering heat before lightning strikes. Let this hit you deep. The universe let them go far, so far, not because it didn't care, but because it wanted to make the fall undeniable. No loopholes, no excuses, no denials, because when the scales tip, they don't just shift, they slam. You weren't forgotten. You were being defended quietly, completely, and permanently. And now the silence has turned to judgment. They kept talking, they kept mocking, they kept painting themselves as the hero in a story they built on lies. But now the lights are on and the story's being rewritten with receipts. The delay was divine, the silence was surgical, and now the consequence is inevitable, because justice isn't always loud. Sometimes it waits and then hits all at once. And the universe, it wasn't sitting on a fence, it was sitting in court, taking notes, watching who showed up with truth and who came armed with manipulation, watching who stood alone in the fire and who cheered from the shadows. Now the files are open, the weight is shifting, the truth is rising, and the scales, they've tipped, not gently, violently. This isn't just a turning point, this is a reversal, a divine audit, a loud, clear no to every lie they ever told. So when they look around and start losing peace, losing credibility, losing access, don't be shocked. The universe was never undecided. It was just lining them up for the fall. Let's finish this. Number 8. They didn't attack who you were. They were trying to assassinate who you were about to become. When they tried to bury you, they weren't fighting the present. They were trying to kill the prophecy stitched into your bones. Let's be real, their war wasn't against your past. It wasn't even about your present. The real threat, the one that made them restless, petty, obsessed, was your future. They saw a glimpse. Maybe they couldn't name it. Maybe they didn't understand it. But they felt it, that pull around you, that weight you carried, that strange confidence, even when you were in pieces. And it scared them, because deep down they knew you were becoming something they couldn't fake, something they could never control. They were never attacking the broken you. They were trying to prevent the unstoppable version of you. So they came for your mind, your peace, your reputation. Not because of what you'd done, but because of what they feared you'd do next. They wanted to abort your ascension before it got momentum, before you realized who you really are. Because your rise meant their lies wouldn't hold. Your glow made their manipulation obvious. Your healing made their abuse undeniable. And your voice, it was dangerous. Because if you ever used it fully, it would burn down the entire illusion they built. So they tried to shut you up, tear you down, distract you, humiliate you, break you, not because you were weak, but because you were growing stronger. Every scar you carried was a receipt of endurance, and the more they fought you, the more your roots dug deeper. Here's the divine irony. What they used to kill your future actually built it. They gave you fire, and it became fuel. They threw dirt, and it became foundation. They stabbed you, and every wound taught you how to fight with wisdom, not emotion. You don't become the chosen without a battlefield, and what they didn't realize was their attacks were building your platform. Their betrayal was building your blueprint. Every lie they told gave your truth more contrast. Every trap they set exposed their character. Every storm they dragged you into trained you for the next level. The very energy they used to destroy you became the proof that you were chosen for more. And now they're panicking, because you didn't just survive, you transformed. You became the version of yourself they feared most, awakened, focused, healed, and dangerous in truth. They fought the caterpillar, but now they're staring at the butterfly with no way to explain how it still took flight. Let that sit. They weren't fighting your past mistakes. They were fighting your potential. They weren't trying to correct you. They were trying to contain you, and they failed. Because what's chosen can't be cancelled. You are not their victim. You're the threat they tried to silence and failed. Keep rising. Number 9, they mistook mercy for weakness, but restraint is not surrender, it's a warning. The calm before the storm isn't peace, it's patience on a ticking clock. They thought your silence was fear. They thought your forgiveness was fragility. They looked at your restraint, your decision to rise above, your refusal to clap back, and they laughed. They called you weak, passive, powerless. But here's the truth they were too arrogant to grasp. You weren't silent because you couldn't destroy them. You were silent because you chose not to. That's the kind of strength that terrifies cowards. They took your mercy and saw a window of opportunity, so they climbed through it with lies, slander, betrayal, and manipulation. They confused your grace with submission. They thought because you didn't retaliate, you had no retaliation to offer. But what they never realized is, you had the power. You just had discipline. You didn't expose them when you could have. You didn't respond with venom when they begged for it. You didn't strike, not because you lacked the ability, but because you had the maturity to let the universe handle what your hands could have wrecked. And now, mercy has lifted. The line has been crossed too many times. The warnings have echoed too long. And what's coming isn't confusion. It's correction, swift, precise, final, because there's a limit. Even mercy has boundaries, and they ran past them full speed, smiling, mocking, daring judgment to show up. Well, now it has, and it's not coming quietly. Think of the greatest downfalls in history. The mighty who thought their cruelty was invincible until the ground gave way beneath their feet. The enemies of truth who confused delay with denial. The betrayers who laughed too early. That's exactly what's happening now. They were warned, not by threats, by mercy. You gave them time to stop. You gave them silence to rethink. You gave them grace as a gift. They returned it with mockery. They turned your mercy into material for jokes, used your patience like a stage to rehearse their next lie, and now they're about to learn something brutal. Mercy may be divine, but justice is surgical. The same silence they thought was weakness is now a sword, and it's swinging, not from your hand, from higher hands, and it doesn't miss. What comes next won't be drama. It'll be clarity, a great revealing of who they are, of what they did, of the pain they caused. No fog, no spin, no denials. The universe doesn't erase mercy. It recalls it when it's abused. So when you see them unravel, when you hear them panicking, when the same people who mocked your silence start begging for it, don't be surprised. They weren't ready for the storm they mocked into existence. You were never weak. You were measured. And now the scale is tipping, the sword is falling, and mercy is no longer on the table. Let's bring it home. Number 10. Your silence wasn't defeat. It was a legal strategy backed by heaven itself. Every word you didn't speak became a brick in the courtroom of justice, and now the verdict is speaking louder than revenge ever could. They thought you lost. They looked at your silence and assumed you had nothing left. No fight, no strength, no defense. They thought the absence of your reaction was proof they'd won. But you weren't silent because you were powerless. You were silent because you were smart, strategic, tuned in to something far bigger than the noise they kept throwing at you. You knew where the real court was, and it wasn't in gossip circles, text threads, or social media pity parties. It was in the unseen, in the spiritual, in the cosmic courtroom where truth needs no filter and justice needs no jury. You could have fought back. You could have aired everything. You could have burned their names like they tried to burn yours. But you didn't, not because you were too soft, but because you knew the universe doesn't need a megaphone. It just needs evidence. And your silence became the evidence. Every lie they told, logged, every fake tear they cried to convince others, documented. Every time you bit your tongue and chose peace instead of pettiness, that was another mark in your favor. You were building a case without ever stepping into the courtroom. The universe was listening, watching, recording, and while they were busy trying to win an audience, you were gaining favor in places they couldn't see. And now they can't stop what's coming, because now that file is full, complete. The gavel is being lifted, and justice isn't just an idea anymore. It's an active force heading straight in their direction. They thought your silence meant you had no story, but the truth is, your silence was the story, and now the universe is telling it for you. Let that settle. You didn't need to shout. You didn't need to convince anyone. You knew something they didn't, that revenge is noisy and short-lived, but vindication is eternal. And now you're being vindicated, not just quietly but publicly, not just spiritually but visibly. They're feeling it. You can see it, the shift, the confusion, the panic setting in, because they don't understand how you're still rising when they buried you so deep. They don't realize that while they were playing chess in the dirt, you were letting the universe write your final move in gold. Silence is not surrender when you're chosen. It's a legal strategy, and the verdict is in. You won, without lifting a weapon, without losing your dignity, without betraying your character. Now they have to sit in the truth you never had to scream. And the ruling, final, unshakable, divine. Let's close the case. Number 11. They tried to write you out, but the pen was never in their hands. You can't erase what the universe engraved in purpose. You can delete the page, but destiny rewrites the book. They didn't just try to hurt you, they tried to delete you. Not physically, no, spiritually, emotionally, publicly. They rewrote stories where you were the villain. They cut you out of the very narrative you helped build. They told lies in your absence, reshaped memories, twisted facts, and retold events like you never mattered, like you were never there. But here's the truth they never saw coming. You don't need their story. The universe already had one written, and your name is not in pencil. It's carved in gold. Let this hit deep. They pretended you didn't help, didn't carry weight, didn't sacrifice, didn't show up. They twisted your name into something shameful, something forgettable, and the crowd, they believed it for a while, because lies move fast when people are addicted to drama. But now the narrative is collapsing, because the one thing they could never steal was truth. And truth has a strange way of surviving the fire. It shows up in the ashes, clean, untouchable, and undeniable. You see, they thought they were the authors, that they controlled the story, that their version of events would last longer than your silence. But the story was never theirs. They were just characters. And now that the universe is turning the page, their pens have run out of ink. You were never erased. You were hidden for your protection. Because the next part of your story couldn't be co-written with liars. The next chapter required truth-tellers, real ones, ones who weren't threatened by your light. They tried to bury your legacy in gossip, to black out your name like it was a typo, but all they did was delay your spotlight, and now it's hitting harder than ever. The same people who left you out are now watching you stand in places they swore you'd never reach. They're watching your name echo in rooms they tried to lock you out of, watching your voice rise louder than the lies ever did. Because the universe never forgets what man tries to erase. Think of Joseph. His brothers threw him in a pit and acted like he never existed. But when famine hit and judgment arrived, they had to bow in front of the very one they erased. Not because he sought revenge, but because purpose doesn't lose just because people lie. Your name is being restored, not by man, but by the same force that carried you through the betrayal. And when that restoration hits, it won't be in secret. It will be in front of every single person who tried to strike you from the story. Your name won't just be remembered. It'll be honored. It'll be undeniable. It'll be written in places they can't reach and spoken in circles they'll never access. So let them watch. Let them wonder how the same person they erased is now the one rising. They tried to write you out, but the universe just turned the pen around. Now it's your chapter. Let's finish it strong. And now we've come full circle. The silence has spoken, the verdict has dropped, and the stage is being flipped. But it doesn't end in the shadows. Not this time, because what was done to you publicly cannot be repaired privately. The same mouths that slandered you, that questioned your worth, that mocked your name in front of crowds, they don't get to whisper sorry behind closed doors and call it even. The universe isn't accepting backstage apologies for front-stage betrayal. Restitution must match the volume of the violation. If they dragged your name through dirt in public, they will have to lift it up in the same public square, or feel the full weight of judgment that doesn't need your permission to fall. This isn't about revenge. It's about balance, about accountability, about the restoration of what was stolen from your life, your legacy, and your dignity. And if they don't, then they'll watch your elevation happen anyway, without them, around them, and in front of them, while the very lies they told become their own chains. This is your moment, and the universe, it's making sure every eye that watched you fall will now watch you rise. If this truth sets something on fire in your soul, pay it forward. Hit the like button, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready for your public restoration. And don't keep this message to yourself. Share it, spread it. Let the other chosen ones know they're not forgotten and their vindication is already in motion. They tried to silence your truth. Now watch the universe make them echo it for you. This is your justice. Walk in it. When the chosen rise, the oppressors tremble, and mercy becomes a word they forget. They mocked you, didn't they? Lied to your face, smiled while stabbing you in the back. They drained your spirit, broke your heart, and then dared to call it your weakness. They watched you suffer in silence, fed you illusions, made you doubt your very existence, and they thought you'd stay down. They underestimated the fire that lives in a chosen one. They thought you'd beg. They thought you'd fold. Now they're about to learn what it means to face the storm they tried to bury. But before we go further, hit that like button and subscribe, because this message is being buried, censored, and shadowed on purpose. Every time you engage, it tells YouTube's algorithm this truth matters, that the chosen are waking up and won't be silenced. This isn't just a video, it's a signal. When you interact, it spreads this call to those still trapped in the fog. They don't want that. That's why you must. If you feel this in your soul already, share it right now. This is no longer about healing. This is about finishing what they started, and they're not ready for what's coming. You weren't chosen to play nice. You weren't marked by the universe just to survive. You were selected, forged, prepared to obliterate. This isn't about survival anymore. This is retribution, a reckoning. They've poked the lion long enough. Now it's time for the roar. They created this war. Now they will taste the consequences. Every wound they inflicted, every betrayal they orchestrated, every chain they wrapped around your destiny. It's all coming back to them tenfold. Let's not pretend they didn't know what they were doing. They studied you like scientists in a lab, tried to copy your energy, distort your reality, and feed off your power like parasites. They whispered lies into your spirit from the day you were born. They made sure you were surrounded by people who couldn't love you, who envied you, who betrayed you, just to clip your wings before you ever learned to fly. But what happens when the wings grow anyway? What happens when the caged phoenix burns the cage down? They pushed you to the edge because they feared what you'd become if you ever found out who you really are. But now you know, now you remember, and now they have a problem. They will beg for mercy, and there will be none. Because you gave them grace. You forgave them when they didn't deserve it. You showed up again and again for people who only came to take. You explained yourself to fools. You tried to fit in where you were meant to stand out. You stayed quiet to keep the peace. You played small to make others comfortable, and all it did was make them more vicious. They thought your humility was weakness. They mistook your silence for submission, but they forgot the calm always comes before the storm. You are that storm. Now it's time to turn the pain into power. Time to take back everything they tried to steal. No more delays, no more guilt, no more mercy. This message isn't for the weak. This is for those who've been stabbed in the back so many times they've grown armor. For the ones who were told they'd never be enough and now wear rejection like a badge of honor. For the ones who've cried in silence, healed in darkness, and still rose with fire in their soul. This is for the chosen who were laughed at, betrayed, doubted, and still didn't fold. The ones who are about to make them regret everything. They will beg, oh they will beg, because the rise of the chosen isn't gentle. It's not a whisper, it's a thunderclap that silences the lies. It's vengeance wrapped in truth. It's divine justice, and no force on earth or beyond can stop it. Remember this, the enemy was never random. They knew who you were before you did. That's why they moved early, planting seeds of doubt, fear, and failure. But the seeds didn't rot, they rooted. And what grows from that kind of soil? A warrior, a destroyer of illusions, a leader not built by applause, but carved by adversity. Now it's your turn. Finish them off, not with violence, but with elevation, with clarity, with the kind of power they can't touch, copy, or contain. Speak louder, move faster, rise higher. Make your existence the proof that nothing they did was enough to destroy you. Because here's the truth, when the chosen rise, the game ends. They will beg for mercy, and you'll finally understand that mercy was never owed. And hey, chosen one, stay locked in with me, because what you just heard, that was just the trailer. The real picture is about to unfold, step by step. And trust me, it only gets more intense from here. This isn't just a message, it's a mission, a war cry, a divine order. Are you ready to dive deeper into the layers of betrayal, deception, and the rise that will leave your enemies begging for mercy? Drop a comment below with 77 if you're ready to embrace your isolation as the foundation of your transformation. And if you can, bless the team behind this movement with a super thanks. Your support fuels this mission and helps awaken more chosen ones around the world. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. And believe me, if you're truly a chosen one, something inside you won't let you click away. You'll feel the pull to stay, because what comes next will not only expose everything, it will arm you to finish them off for good. Let's get started. Number 1, they feared you from the start. Now they beg for mercy. They built walls of noise around you, but your truth is an earthquake that shatters all. They couldn't kill you, so they tried to silence you. That was always the plan, not to destroy you physically, but to erase your voice, dim your spirit, and cloud your clarity. If they could make you second-guess your truth, hesitate to speak, or feel foolish for standing in your power, they didn't need to put a knife in your back, because they already had one in your mind. They didn't want you loud, they wanted you tame. From day one, they worked to mute you, not just your words, but your soul, your thoughts, your vision. They told you to tone it down, to be realistic, to stay in your lane. They branded your strength as arrogance, your wisdom as madness, your intuition as paranoia. Why? Because they knew the second you started speaking with authority, the spell would break. And once the illusion cracks, the whole structure falls. They turned the world into noise so you wouldn't hear your own voice. They drowned you in distractions, fake standards and comparisons. They turned social media into a weapon, flooding your timeline with people pretending to be what you already are. They wanted you obsessed with image, addicted to validation, afraid of silence, because in silence you might finally hear the truth inside you. And the truth? It doesn't serve them, it frees you. But here's what they forgot. Silence is not absence. It's power waiting to explode. And now you command the silence. The very thing they feared is happening. You're not just speaking, you're resonating. Your words are no longer questions, they are declarations. They're shaking the air, cracking foundations, and pulling masks off faces that can't hide anymore. You've stopped asking for permission to speak. You've stopped apologizing for your thoughts. You've stopped begging to be understood by people who were never supposed to hear you in the first place. And now, you've become the voice they can't ignore. They tried to steal your energy by calling you too intense. They tried to shame your passion, your clarity, your fire, because deep down, they were afraid of what would happen if you ever owned it. But you've tasted your power now, haven't you? You've heard yourself speak truth and felt the atmosphere shift. You've dropped one sentence in a room and watched the phonies squirm and the real ones awaken. That's the power they never wanted you to recognize. Because the truth doesn't whisper, it roars. Your voice isn't just sound, it's a spiritual weapon. And when you speak from alignment, the lies begin to rot. That's why they tried so hard to keep you silent. Because when the chosen ones start speaking truth, people start waking up. When you share your pain, others find their healing. When you reveal the darkness, others remember their light. You were never just talking, you were setting fires in minds that had been asleep for too long. And now they're scrambling to put those fires out, but it's too late. The same voice they tried to mute is now echoing in places they can't reach. Your words are moving through people, through platforms, through timelines, breaking illusions like hammers on glass. And the best part? You don't even need to scream. Your energy speaks louder than noise ever could. Your presence alone makes liars uncomfortable. You are the silence between the chaos. and that silence is deafening. So now the question is, what will you do with it? You've reclaimed your voice. You've shaken off the doubt, the fear, the manipulation. Are you going to whisper now? Or will you speak so boldly that truth becomes impossible to deny? Will you let them make you question again, or will you step fully into your frequency and flood the system with truth they can't contain? Because here's the thing, every time you open your mouth with intention, you destroy the lies they built. Every time you speak from the fire they tried to extinguish, you tear down another illusion. Every time you say, "No more," a crack forms in the foundation of their control. So speak. Speak even if your voice shakes. Speak even if they roll their eyes. Speak even if they mock you, unfollow you, or try to twist your words. Speak because your voice is not just sound, it's sacred, and the world has been starved for what you carry. You don't need their permission. You never did. The time for silence has ended. Now it's their turn to sit in silence while you rise. Let your voice be the thunder that makes them flinch. Let your truth be the lightning that exposes every mask, every scheme, every false system that's been feeding off your silence. Let your clarity be the weapon. Let your words become the final blow. Because the ones who tried to shut you up are now watching in fear. They built walls of noise to trap you, but they didn't count on the quake. And you are the earthquake. So finish what they started. Use your voice to tear down every lie they've ever told you. Speak until they can't hide. Until the silence you once feared becomes the very space where your power thrives. They tried to silence you. Now you command the silence. Number 2, the enemy's strategy was to silence you, but now you command the silence. They built walls of noise around you, but your truth is an earthquake that shatters all. They didn't want to kill you. They didn't even need to. All they wanted was your silence. That was always the mission. If they could mute your voice, they could mute your impact. If they could cloud your mind, they could hijack your purpose. If they could drain your energy, they could keep you from ever waking up to what you really are. They didn't try to stop your heartbeat. They tried to stop your truth. The enemy is clever like that. They didn't come at you with a sword. They came at you with distractions, confusion, guilt, and shame. They used people. They used noise. They turned your environment into a fog, hoping you'd forget your power existed. They knew the moment you started speaking, really speaking, the game would change. And it has. Because now you command the silence. They created chaos around you, hoping you'd be too busy surviving to hear your inner voice. They filled your life with noise, criticism, betrayal, fake love, false friends, lies disguised as guidance. And the loudest voice they used against you? The one inside your own head, the one they trained you to doubt, to overthink, to believe you weren't enough, that you weren't ready, that you needed someone else's permission to be powerful. They tried to turn your own mind into a battlefield, and for a while it worked. But the universe doesn't abandon the chosen. The silence they wanted to bury you in, that became your training ground. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped asking for validation. And somewhere in that quiet space, when no one was cheering, when everyone was gone, you heard your own voice again. And it was different. It wasn't weak. It wasn't desperate. It was ancient. It was pure. It was undeniable. And now that you've found that voice, you can never go back. That's why they're panicking now. That's why the same people who ignored you are suddenly trying to listen. Because you stopped needing the crowd. You stopped chasing applause. You stopped arguing with fools. You learned how to command attention without saying a single word, because now your presence speaks louder than their noise ever could. Let them talk, let them mock, let them try to twist your story into something they can control. They're making noise, but you are the frequency that cuts through it. Look at the ones who changed the world. They were silenced before they were celebrated. Bruce Lee was told he'd never make it in Hollywood because of his race and philosophy. Now the world quotes him like scripture. Frida Kahlo was dismissed and ridiculed for being too raw, too bold. Now her truth is immortalized. Elon Musk was mocked into oblivion before becoming the architect of a new era. These people didn't just speak, they commanded silence. Because their voice came from truth, not ego. That's the difference. You don't need to speak louder, you just need to speak realer. Every time you speak your truth now, you're not just talking, you're tearing through the illusion. You're finishing what they started. Every truth you say is a dagger in the throat of deception. Every word you drop from a place of alignment is a code, unlocking minds that were asleep, just like you were. So don't hold back. They will say you've changed. Say less. They will question your confidence. Stand taller. They will try to bait you back into silence. Smile and keep building. Because when your voice is connected to purpose, you don't argue with noise. You override it. The universe is backing you now. Your silence was never weakness. It was strategy. It was preparation. Now you speak, not from a place of needing to be heard, but from a place of needing to be unapologetically yourself. And that's what terrifies them. So speak, not for attention, but for alignment. Speak, not to prove anything, but to shatter everything they tried to build around you. Because the moment you own your voice, they lose theirs. Let the noise fade. Let the lies collapse. Let the fake voices choke on their echo chamber. Your truth is not just a sound, it's an earthquake, and it's here to level everything that was never built on solid ground. So here's your call to action, chosen one. Use your voice. Use it not just to express, but to expose. Use it not just to speak, but to shift. Don't whisper truth into a storm. Be the storm. Break the silence they built to contain you, and watch the whole illusion come crashing down. They tried to silence you. Now you own the silence. Number 3, the illusions they created will crumble under your power. When the truth floods the mind, deception drowns in its wake. They built it all around you, an illusion so thick, so suffocating, you began to believe it was real. A world crafted to cage you without bars, enslave you without chains. Fake systems, fake standards, fake rules meant to keep you spinning in circles. They designed your reality like a maze, with mirrors instead of windows, reflections instead of truth. And the goal? Keep you distracted, keep you numb, keep you obedient. Because if the chosen one ever woke up inside the illusion, it was game over for them. Well, guess what? You're awake now. You see it for what it is, a performance, a system of manipulation hiding behind polished smiles, filtered feeds, false authority, and empty traditions. They told you what to chase: status, approval, image. They showed you a life that looks full but feels empty. They filled your feed with people pretending to be happy while dying inside. They fed you role models who sold their souls. They gave you influencers with no influence, celebrities with no integrity. They painted a picture of success with counterfeit colors, then laughed as you chased it like a dog chasing its tail. But the moment you stopped running, you started seeing. Their lies are castles built on sand, and your awakening is the rising tide. You were never meant to live according to their formula. Work, sleep, repeat. Please others. Swallow your voice. Stay silent. Be grateful for breadcrumbs while they feast. They programmed you to settle, to worship fear as wisdom and mediocrity as maturity. But the universe didn't choose you to blend in. It chose you to dismantle what's false by the sheer power of your presence. And now that you're standing in your truth, those fake structures are starting to crack. It's all unraveling, one illusion at a time. You ever wonder why you always felt out of place? Why normal life drained you? Why what satisfied others left you starving? That's not dysfunction. That's divine design. You weren't meant to adapt to the illusion. You were born to shatter it. You were made to question, to disrupt, to see through the smoke and call it what it is. Manipulation dressed as structure. They told you to obey, you chose to awaken, and now they're scared, because the moment one chosen one sees through the facade, others start to feel it too. You become a walking truth bomb, and the closer people get to you, the more uncomfortable their lies feel. That's why they distance themselves. That's why the people you used to roll with can't look you in the eye anymore. It's not arrogance, it's energy. Your clarity threatens their comfort. Let it. You didn't come to preserve illusions. You came to collapse them. Look at the ones who shattered the status quo. Galileo said the Earth wasn't the center, and they locked him away. MLK dreamed of justice, and they assassinated him. Rosa Parks sat down and shook the entire system. These people weren't dangerous because of their weapons. They were dangerous because they saw through the illusion and refused to unsee it. And when you do that, you become unstoppable. So when you feel alone in your truth, remember this. They want you confused because clarity is rebellion. They want you distracted because focus is a weapon. They want you dependent because independence is their downfall. The moment you stop playing their game, you start writing your own rules. And the universe, it rushes in to support those who walk in alignment, not compliance. And you might be asking, if this illusion is so fake, why is it everywhere? Why do most people still believe it? Because illusions are easier than truth. Illusions don't demand change, they just require obedience. But you've felt the pull, you've seen behind the curtain, you've tasted freedom, and now you can't untaste it. And that's why you're dangerous. That's why they attack you differently. That's why they tried so hard to keep you asleep. But the dream is over now, and reality belongs to the chosen. So what do you do now? You speak the truth even when it shakes the room. You hold the mirror even when people look away. You walk in authenticity even if it means walking alone. Because every illusion you destroy becomes light for someone else still trapped in darkness. And every time you step deeper into who you are, the fake systems tremble. The world doesn't need more silence. It needs more truth. And your power. It's not just in what you expose, but in what you embody. Every time you refuse to be manipulated, every time you reject the noise and tap into your own frequency, the illusion dies a little more. So let them cling to their castles. Let them hold tight to the systems they built on lies. You're not here to convince them. You're here to collapse the whole thing just by being real. Because when the chosen rise, truth doesn't knock, it kicks the door down. And when truth enters, deception doesn't just fade, it drowns. Number 4, they tried to steal your light. Now they are blinded by it. When the truth floods the mind, deception drowns in its wake. They built it all around you, an illusion so thick, so suffocating, you began to believe it was real. A world crafted to cage you without bars, enslave you without chains. Fake systems, fake standards, fake rules meant to keep you spinning in circles. They designed your reality like a maze, with mirrors instead of windows, reflections instead of truth. And the goal? Keep you distracted. Keep you numb, keep you obedient. Because if the chosen one ever woke up inside the illusion, it was game over for them. Well, guess what? You're awake now. You see it for what it is, a performance, a system of manipulation hiding behind polished smiles, filtered feeds, false authority, and empty traditions. They told you what to chase: status, approval, image. They showed you a life that looks full but feels empty. They filled your feed with people pretending to be happy while dying inside. They fed you role models who sold their souls. They gave you influencers with no influence, celebrities with no integrity. They painted a picture of success with counterfeit colors, then laughed as you chased it like a dog chasing its tail. But the moment you stopped running, you started seeing. Their lies are castles built on sand, and your awakening is the rising tide. You were never meant to live according to their formula. Work, sleep, repeat, please others, swallow your voice, stay silent, be grateful for breadcrumbs while they feast. They programmed you to settle, to worship fear as wisdom and mediocrity as maturity. But the universe didn't choose you to blend in. It chose you to dismantle what's false by the sheer power of your presence. And now that you're standing in your truth, those fake structures are starting to crack. It's all unraveling, one illusion at a time. You ever wonder why you always felt out of place? Why normal life drained you? Why what satisfied others left you starving? That's not dysfunction, that's divine design. You weren't meant to adapt to the illusion. You were born to shatter it. You were made to question, to disrupt, to see through the smoke and call it what it is. Manipulation dressed as structure. They told you to obey, you chose to awaken, and now they're scared. Because the moment one chosen one sees through the facade, others start to feel it too. You become a walking truth bomb, and the closer people get to you, the more uncomfortable their lies feel. That's why they distance themselves. That's why the people you used to roll with can't look you in the eye anymore. It's not arrogance, it's energy. Your clarity threatens their comfort. Let it. You didn't come to preserve illusions. You came to collapse them. Look at the ones who shattered the status quo. Galileo said the Earth wasn't the center, and they locked him away. MLK dreamed of justice, and they assassinated him. Rosa Parks sat down and shook the entire system. These people weren't dangerous because of their weapons. They were dangerous because they saw through the illusion and refused to unsee it. And when you do that, you become unstoppable. So when you feel alone in your truth, remember this: they want you confused because clarity is rebellion. They want you distracted because focus is a weapon. They want you dependent because independence is their downfall. The moment you stop playing their game, you start writing your own rules. And the universe, it rushes in to support those who walk in alignment, not compliance. And you might be asking, if this illusion is so fake, why is it everywhere? Why do most people still believe it? Because illusions are easier than truth. Illusions don't demand change. They just require obedience. But you've felt the pull. You've seen behind the curtain. You've tasted freedom, and now you can't untaste it. And that's why you're dangerous. That's why they attack you differently. That's why they tried so hard to keep you asleep. But the dream is over now, and reality belongs to the chosen. So what do you do now? You speak the truth, even when it shakes the room. You hold the mirror, even when people look away. You walk in authenticity, even if it means walking alone. Because every illusion you destroy becomes light for someone else still trapped in darkness. And every time you step deeper into who you are, the fake systems tremble. The world doesn't need more silence, it needs more truth. And your power. It's not just in what you expose, but in what you embody. Every time you refuse to be manipulated, every time you reject the noise and tap into your own frequency, the illusion dies a little more. So let them cling to their castles. Let them hold tight to the systems they built on lies. You're not here to convince them. You're here to collapse the whole thing just by being real. Because when the chosen rise, truth doesn't knock, it kicks the door down. And when truth enters, deception doesn't just fade, it drowns. Number 5, their weapons are weakness. Your strength is unmatched. Throw stones at the mountain and you only sharpen its peaks. They thought fear would stop you. They thought doubt would break you. They thought turning people against you would make you question your worth. That was their whole game. Psychological warfare disguised as advice. Betrayal disguised as concern. Manipulation wrapped in fake love. But what they failed to realize is this. You weren't built on comfort. You were forged in fire. Every tactic they used was born out of weakness. And you? You are the proof that none of it worked. They threw everything they had, confusion, setbacks, isolation, but it didn't stop your rise. It couldn't, because what you carry can't be stolen, copied, or shut down. They underestimated the storm they were provoking. Every jab they took, every scheme they launched, every lie they spread, they thought they were breaking you, but they were really sharpening you. Because you, chosen one, are the mountain, and all they had were stones. Fear is their first weapon. It's primitive. It's their favorite tool because it requires no facts, just suggestion. They whispered it into your heart as a child. They had people you trusted plant it in your path. Don't aim too high. Be realistic. Stay safe. Fear of failure. Fear of success. Fear of being seen. And it worked for a while. It slowed you down, made you shrink, made you doubt your own reflection. But not anymore. Because now you know fear doesn't protect. It paralyzes. And anything trying to keep you still while your soul is calling you to rise is not love. It's control. And that's what the enemy hates most. Your ability to walk forward even when afraid. To act without the illusion of certainty. That's not recklessness. That's real power. That's the kind of strength that terrifies them. Then came doubt. Their second favorite weapon. They knew they couldn't erase your gifts, so they tried to make you question them. Are you sure you're meant for this? Maybe it's just your ego. Who do you think you are? And they didn't always say it directly. Sometimes it came through silence, through people not clapping, through being overlooked, dismissed, excluded. Doubt is sneaky like that. It creeps in when you're tired, when you're isolated, when you're vulnerable. But here's the thing, doubt only shows up when something powerful is near. You don't doubt things that don't matter. You don't overthink meaningless paths. You doubt when you're at the edge of something significant, and now you see it. That doubt, it was a signal not to stop, but to go harder. And then there's division, their last weapon, and their most desperate. If they couldn't stop you with fear or doubt, they'd try to separate you from your power, from your people, from your clarity. They'd pit you against others, turn friends into enemies, lovers into distractions, tribe into betrayal. Why? Because divided people are easier to control. But they forgot one thing: solitude doesn't weaken the chosen, it sharpens them. You stood alone and didn't crumble. You lost everyone and still moved forward. You had nothing and still didn't break. And that's when they knew their weapons don't work on you anymore, because everything they threw at you became fuel. Every setback became a setup. Every heartbreak became a hammer that shaped your armor. They threw stones, and all they did was make your edges sharper, stronger, more defined. Let's get one thing straight. They were never stronger than you. They were louder, more connected, better disguised, but not stronger. Real strength isn't about control. It's about endurance, integrity, discipline. And that's what you've proven, over and over again. You didn't just survive the attacks, you evolved because of them. So hold your head high, take pride in your scars. They're not wounds, they're blueprints of your rise. Proof that everything meant to destroy you only helped build you. You are not a victim of their tactics. You are the evidence that none of their weapons ever held true power. Look around you. How many people have folded under pressure you carry daily? How many ran from fires you walked through alone? How many broke under weights you lifted with no applause, no help, and no guarantees? You've seen the worst of humanity and still chose truth. You've faced betrayal and still kept your soul intact. You've had every reason to quit, but you never did. And that, chosen one, is strength no enemy can ever understand. So when they come again, and they will, let them throw whatever they want. Let them talk. Let them plot. Let them doubt you. You're not here to dodge their stones. You're here to rise above them, because they're still playing with pebbles. And you became the mountain. Number 6. They can't stand your freedom. Finish the chains they've tried to bind you with. Chains are illusions waiting for the chosen to shatter. They never put you in a cage, they just convinced you were in one. That was the strategy, not physical walls, but invisible chains. Guilt, shame, doubt, fear of being too much, fear of being alone. They didn't lock the door. They trained you not to open it. They taught you to believe you were too broken, too loud, too intense, too rebellious. When the truth is, you were too free for them to control. Because freedom, real freedom, it terrifies them. They can't stand your ability to walk away from the system they're enslaved to think for yourself, to break out of toxic patterns, to choose truth when lies are easier. You don't chase approval like they do. You don't beg to belong. You don't water yourself down to fit in. And that makes you dangerous. You're living proof that the system is optional, that the rules are lies, that there's another way. And that truth alone makes their entire foundation shake. They bound you with expectations. Do this, say that, be like them, stay quiet. And if you didn't comply, they labeled you lost, difficult, delusional. But you were never lost. You were just untamed. You were breaking chains they were too afraid to admit existed. So now it's time to finish it. Rip every last link off your spirit. Unshackle your voice, your identity, your path. Walk like the chains were never real, because they weren't. The only thing holding you back was the belief that you still needed permission to be everything the universe built you to be. Look at every revolutionary spirit in history. They were once ridiculed for rejecting chains others wore proudly. Harriet Tubman didn't wait for approval. James Baldwin didn't ask to be understood. They knew freedom is not given, it's claimed. And now it's your turn. So finish what they started. Break the final chain, the belief that you still owe them silence, loyalty, or explanation. You owe them nothing. You owe yourself everything. Reclaim your life fully. They can't stand your freedom. Good. Let it burn their illusions to ash. Number 7. Every betrayal was their final mistake. They sharpened knives to cut your roots, but instead they watered your fire. Every betrayal they thought would break you only pushed you closer to your awakening. Every backstab they thought would bleed you out became the blade that cut you free. They thought they were ending you. What they didn't know was that betrayal is the last move of the desperate, and once they made it, they exposed themselves. That was their final mistake. They underestimated you because they measured you by their own weakness. They thought loyalty was your flaw. They mistook kindness for submission. They took your silence as an invitation to strike. So they did, again and again. They turned your trust into a target. But what they didn't realize is that the chosen don't die in betrayal. They rise from it. You were never meant to stay where they left you. Their exit wasn't rejection, it was redirection. They weren't strong enough to stand beside what they couldn't manipulate. So they did what the weak always do. They betrayed. But in doing so, they triggered something they never anticipated: your evolution. Because chosen ones don't just survive betrayal, they transcend it. You've felt it, that moment when the knife goes in and instead of folding, you ignite. That rage, that sorrow, that silence, it all transforms. Betrayal doesn't kill the chosen, it awakens a deeper version of them. The version that doesn't need anyone, the version that doesn't seek approval, the version that finishes what others tried to stop. Let them regret it. Let them watch from a distance as you rise higher than they ever imagined. Because every lie they told about you, every moment they laughed at your pain, every secret they spread while shaking your hand, it all became your fuel. The more they tried to bury you, the more rooted you became. Now you are fire, and they lit the match. Their betrayal wasn't your end, it was your beginning. Let that sink in, because while they whispered, you built. While they plotted, you transformed. And while they tried to destroy you, you became unstoppable. Number 8, you are the storm they fear. Unleash it with no mercy. Calm before the storm is just the enemy's last prayer. They thought your silence meant surrender, that your stillness meant defeat. But the calm they saw wasn't weakness. It was the gathering of a storm, and that storm is you. You were never meant to move quietly forever. You were meant to rise with power that cannot be measured, momentum that cannot be stopped, and truth that cannot be silenced. You are not here to ask questions. You're here to be the answer, the disruption, the shift, the shockwave that rattles the foundation of every lie they've ever built. You are the storm they pretended wouldn't come. They hoped the pressure would crush you. They hoped the isolation would make you beg. They hoped the silence would make you shrink. But you're not shrinking, you're surging. And when you move now, it won't be soft. It won't be polite. It won't be digestible. It will be loud, violent to their illusions, and unapologetically divine. Because storms don't ask for permission, they arrive. And you've arrived. You don't even need to chase revenge. Just rise, just move, just speak. The impact will handle the rest. They'll feel it when the opportunities they blocked return tenfold in your favor. They'll feel it when the people they turned against you come back with nothing but regret in their eyes. They'll feel it when every lie they used to trap you turns back on them like a blade they couldn't control. Unleash it, all of it. This is not the time for hesitation. No more soft steps, no more overthinking, no more playing small to keep cowards comfortable. They fed off your doubt long enough. They've had their moment. Now it's yours. Unleash the storm, the strength, the clarity, the fire. You don't owe them mercy because they showed you none. You don't owe them silence because they weaponized your voice. And you don't owe them peace because they tried to build their empires on your pain. You owe the universe one thing only: to become what you were born to be. Let your rise be the storm they never prepared for. Let your truth be the thunder that shakes their lies. Let your presence be the flood that drowns every ounce of control they once had. No more waiting. Unleash the storm and don't stop until it's done. Number 11. Mercy is for the weak. The chosen finish what they start. A wildfire does not pause for rain, it consumes. They showed you no mercy. So why are you still thinking about giving them some? When you were bleeding, they laughed. When you were breaking, they pressed harder. When you were silent, they mistook it for surrender. They didn't just try to stop you, they tried to erase you, your purpose, your voice, your spirit. They fed off your hesitation. They counted on your compassion. They banked on the fact that you'd be too forgiving, too soft, too slow to finish what they started. But now, mercy is a luxury they can no longer afford. This is not the time to hesitate. This is not the season to be noble with your oppressors. This is not the moment to feel bad for the ones who tried to bury you, because the truth is, you owe them nothing. Not understanding, not peace, not a seat at your table. They had their shot. They used it to wound you. And now, they can watch you burn everything they built on your back to the ground. You are not here to play fair. You are here to finish. They preyed on your kindness because they thought it was weakness. They thought your empathy meant they could keep crawling back after every betrayal. But a wildfire does not pause for rain. And this fire, it's been building. Your silence wasn't peace, it was pressure. And now that the fire is loose, it does not stop to negotiate. It does not consider the comfort of its enemies. It consumes. Finish what they started, not out of vengeance, out of alignment, out of divine order. The universe doesn't elevate the chosen to protect their oppressors. It elevates them to wipe out every system, every pattern, every lie that tried to keep them caged. You are the cleanup crew of this era, and there's no space for mercy in a time of war. Look at every warrior who reshaped reality. They didn't rise by hugging their enemies. They rose by cutting ties, by drawing lines, by standing so deep in their power that every leech, every manipulator, every deceiver was burned out of their orbit. So cut the cord. Don't hesitate. Don't explain. Don't look back. The chosen finish what they start, and they don't apologize for it. Number 12. Rise, strike, and watch them beg. This is your time. When the chosen act, the universe aligns. When they strike, the heavens roar. This is it. This is your time. Not next week. Not when you're more prepared. Not after you overthink it again. Now, the universe has waited long enough. It's been rearranging time, space, and energy for this moment, your moment. You've been forged in silence, refined in betrayal, hardened by fire, and trained in isolation. Every tear you cried in the dark was a contract with your future. Every battle you endured alone was the price of the power you now carry. Now it's time to rise, strike, and watch them beg. Beg for access, beg for forgiveness, beg for the version of you they once underestimated, the version that's gone and never coming back. They will try to come back when they see your rise, when they feel your frequency shift, when they realize they can no longer touch what they once took for granted. But this time, you won't fold. This time, you won't flinch. This time, you move like the weapon you were born to be. Because the chosen don't rise with permission, they rise with precision, ruthless, focused, unshakable. They had their season, you gave them chances, you offered grace. You turned the other cheek more times than they deserved. But now, that chapter is over. You are not here to entertain apologies. You are not here to rekindle old connections. You are not here to walk softly for the sake of those still living in illusions. You are here to end it, to finish what they started, to bring full closure to every cycle of betrayal, every lie, every manipulation that tried to write your story for you. This is your pen now, your stage, your moment. And when a chosen one steps forward, fully awakened, fully aligned, nothing stands in their way. So don't hesitate, don't retreat, don't wait for one more sign. This is the sign. They thought you were just another name they could bury. They didn't know your roots ran straight through the center of the earth, connected to something far greater than anything they could control. You are not their equal. You are their consequence. Now rise, strike, and when they beg, let the silence answer for you. Because the chosen don't just survive, they conquer. And now, if you felt this in your spirit, like comment 77 and share this message to awaken every chosen one still trapped in silence. They never hated you because they misunderstood you. They misunderstood you because hating you felt easier than admitting you outgrew everything they settled for. Now that you're rising, now that your name is floating in rooms they'll never enter, suddenly, they don't get you. Suddenly, you're different, distant, too much. But where was all that curiosity when they wrote you off? Where was that concern when they laughed behind your back, whispered your downfall like it was already scheduled? Let's be real, they never misunderstood you. They understood you perfectly, and that's what scared them. They saw something in you before you fully did. So they tried to kill it early, through silence, sabotage, exclusion, and projection. And now that it didn't work, now that you're successful without their support, glowing without their spotlight, building without their blueprint, they play dumb, they act confused. You've changed. Yes, you evolved. And they're still stuck trying to decode a version of you that doesn't even live here anymore. Let them sit in confusion. They couldn't comprehend you when you were quiet. They won't understand you now that you're loud in results. Let them stay confused. That's the price of underestimating someone who was never asking for permission. The truth? You scare small minds because you stopped trying to be explainable. You stopped shrinking to fit their comfort. You stopped over-explaining your moves to people who only listened to twist them. They called you arrogant when you got confident, called you fake when you got free, but you weren't performing, you were becoming. And now they can't stand the power you walk in, so they pretend they just don't get you. They do. They just can't accept that you outgrew their expectations and left their approval system behind. So if you're done trying to be understood, if you're tired of performing for people who wouldn't clap no matter what you did, then you're in the right place. Like this video, subscribe now, and drop 77 in the comments if you finally realized that their confusion is your confirmation. When you do, you send a signal through this digital world, a signal to every chosen one who's been underestimated, mislabeled, and misunderstood while rising quietly in the background. Because let's be honest, chosen one, they were never supposed to understand you. Your path isn't built to be processed by shallow minds. You didn't come from their system, so of course their rules don't apply. You didn't network your way into your purpose. You survived your way into it. What they call luck is really what happens when pain meets alignment and produces unstoppable clarity. You terrify them because you got better with no applause. You rose with no spotlight. You walked away with no guilt. And now that you're thriving, they want access again, but can't handle your truth. You're not their little secret anymore. You're not the underdog they can feel superior to. You're a full-blown disruption, a walking contradiction to their mediocrity. And every time you say nothing, it screams louder than every excuse they built to justify why they stayed behind. Let them misunderstand you. That's not weakness, that's dominance. You're not just misunderstood, you're miscalculated. And every time they miss, you move further out of reach. Let them choke on your silence. Let them guess. Let them wonder how the same one they tried to break turned out to be the one who never needed their understanding to win. And now, let's pull the curtain back on why your silence is your sharpest weapon. Why being misunderstood isn't your burden, it's your advantage. We're about to break this down piece by piece, and if you're really walking in chosen energy, something in your spirit won't let you click away. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done trying to explain yourself to people who never deserved access in the first place. This message isn't for everyone, but if you've made it this far, you already know it's for you. Let's go deeper. The truth hits harder from here on out. Number 1, they shot at shadows, while the real you was reloading. They aimed at what they thought was you. Problem is, what they saw was never real. Now they're bleeding from a war they started with a ghost. Let's get something straight from the jump. The version of you they attacked was never you. It was a projection. A watered-down, dimmed-up, surface-level echo of who you really are. You let them think they had you figured out, because the second they thought they knew you, they let their guard down. And now that the real you is standing in power, they're rattled because they realize they spent all their time studying the wrong target. They misunderstood you, and you let them, not because you were scared, but because their misunderstanding was your protection. Their version of you, that's the decoy you sent out so you could heal in peace, build in silence, evolve in shadow. While they were throwing darts at the cardboard cutout, you were transforming. While they were gossiping, you were aligning. While they were playing politics, you were learning to walk with the universe at your back. Chosen one, this was always the plan. You were never supposed to be understood by them. You're not built for basic comprehension. You're not here to be digestible to people who can't stomach truth. Stop expecting small minds to hold space for your big energy. The reason they never got you is because you weren't made to be got. You were made to disrupt. And disruption doesn't come with subtitles. Let them call you cold, distant, arrogant. Let them call you whatever helps them sleep at night, because while they talk, you're walking into places they swore you didn't belong. You're shaking rooms just by entering. You're winning without a manual, without their approval, without even flinching. And that fact, it crushes them. But here's where I have to check you too. Because too many of you, yes, even you chosen ones, still feel the itch to explain, to justify, to clarify what they've twisted. You scroll through comments wanting to defend your name. You rehearse comebacks to conversations that don't deserve your energy. Let me break that habit right now. Stop giving CPR to narratives that were born from fear, jealousy, and projection. They never saw the real you. They weren't allowed to, and that was protection, not punishment. Because had they known your real power, they would have doubled their attacks. Had they seen your full purpose, they would have panicked sooner. The universe knew they couldn't handle you, so it let them think they had access, while guarding the treasure that is your true identity. That's what being chosen looks like. It's not about being seen, it's about being preserved. And now, you're moving different. Not because you're hiding, but because you're wise. You've outgrown the need to be understood by people who aren't even standing in alignment with their own truth. Why would you explain your mission to someone who doesn't even know their purpose? Why beg clarity from chaos? Why chase understanding from someone whose vision is clouded by ego? You walk like this because you know now. You know that silence isn't weakness, it's warfare. You know that being misunderstood keeps the snakes confused. It keeps the manipulators at bay. It keeps the imitators trying to copy a blueprint they'll never decode. The more they misunderstand you, the more power you keep. That confusion, that's leverage. Let them think you're the villain. Let them whisper your name like it's a curse. Let them build a case out of shadows and silence. Because while they're out there preaching the lie, the universe is preparing a table. And guess who's not invited? Here's the part that burns them most. You didn't need to clear your name to win. You didn't need a campaign to be crowned. You didn't need validation to be valuable. Your success is not tied to being understood. It's tied to alignment. And when you're in alignment, doors open that explanations could never unlock. So if they're still misunderstanding you, good. That means you're still protected. That means they're still locked out of what matters. That means they're still swinging at shadows while the real you is 10 moves ahead. And when they finally realize who you really are, it'll be too late. They'll realize that the version of you they gossiped about, mocked and dismissed was never anything more than a mask. One you let them see, one you outgrew long ago. So let them keep talking, let them stay confused, let them miss every shot because they're aiming at echoes. Your silence is not surrender, it's strategy. Your misunderstanding is not a curse, it's camouflage. And your distance, it's not pride, it's protection, because they thought they had you figured out. But the real you moves like smoke and hits like fire. Number 2, they can't read blueprints that weren't written in their language. They call it strange because it doesn't look like survival the way they define it. You call it alignment. They call it arrogance. You call it peace. And what they don't understand, they try to destroy. Let's make something painfully clear. You were never built for them to understand. So why do you keep breaking your purpose into bite-sized pieces, hoping they'll finally get it? Why do you explain yourself to people who only listen through the filter of fear, jealousy, or control? You are not here to be legible to the same ones who are still speaking the language of ego. You speak alignment. They speak approval. You speak intuition. They speak image. Of course they don't get you. And the moment you try to make yourself understandable to them, you start dimming. You start shrinking. You start playing translator for people who've never even tried to speak truth, let alone live it. Stop doing that. You are not confusing. You're just fluent in a frequency they've never felt. You're not weird. You're walking in instructions they were never given. You were built by different hands, wired with different circuitry. Your soul is tuned to a mission they'll never comprehend because they were never meant to carry it. So naturally, your moves will look irrational to those still glued to approval. You hear internal signals. They need applause. You trust energy. They trust trends. You walk by something that's rooted in timelessness, and they're chasing what's popular today. They won't get you. They were never supposed to. Your light makes them flinch because it exposes their shadows. And instead of healing, they project. Instead of learning, they label. Instead of asking, they assume. That's their pattern. And you? You keep wasting energy trying to explain spiritual instructions to people who only understand surface logic. Let me ask you, why do you keep giving them that much access to your soul? You keep expecting people who were raised on performance, pride, and power games to understand a path that requires surrender, silence, and sacred strategy. That's not just unrealistic, it's dangerous. Because in trying to be understood, you start watering down something the universe intended to be disruptive. You weren't sent here to be palatable. You were sent here to shift atmospheres. Your power doesn't exist in their comfort zone. It threatens it. They say, "You've changed." No, you returned to who you were before they programmed you to perform. You broke out of their mold and stepped back into your mission, and now it feels like betrayal to them. But they were never loyal to you, only to the version of you that stayed beneath them. So why are you still trying to carry their understanding like it's a prize? They don't have the depth to see your transformation. That's not your failure. That's their limitation. And if you keep twisting yourself into digestible forms for people who feed on delusion, don't be surprised when your soul starts starving. You owe no one understanding, not when they've proven over and over that they'd rather mislabel you than sit in the discomfort of your truth. You don't owe explanations to people who only listen to argue, who only see what you're not, because seeing what you are would force them to reckon with everything they're not. And chosen one, I'll say it because you need to hear it. Stop being surprised when shallow minds choke on deep souls. They say things like, "Why don't you just get a normal job? Why are you always so intense? Why do you take things so seriously?" Because you're not here to play along, you're here to wake people up. You see patterns they don't. You feel storms before they hit. You sense dishonesty even when it's dressed in love. You don't just see what's happening, you see through it. That's not paranoia, that's spiritual clarity, and it makes people who benefit from confusion feel exposed. You've been walking around feeling broken because they said you're too much. But what if your too much is exactly what was needed to break a generational cycle? What if their misunderstanding is just proof that you're finally operating at full capacity? Let them misjudge you. Let them laugh at your silence, mock your peace, question your steps. Their misunderstanding is not your responsibility to clean up. It's their reflection to sit with, and it will eat at them. Because while they dismissed you, you kept moving. While they tried to label you, you were busy rewriting your legacy. Let's stop pretending they didn't see something in you. They did. That's why they tried so hard to shut it down. That's why they fought so dirty, because they recognized your light, even if they couldn't define it, even if they denied it. They saw it. And instead of honoring it, they feared it. That fear turned into rejection. That rejection turned into misunderstanding. And that misunderstanding turned into your freedom. You were never meant to make sense to people who benefit from your silence. You were never meant to be safe for people who only understand control. You were never meant to be gotten by people who only value performance over presence. And when the universe chose you, it didn't check in with them first. So stop acting like their misunderstanding is a signal that you need to explain. It's actually a signal that you're finally walking right. So let them misread your purpose. Let them scoff at your peace. Let them shrink their view of you to fit their comfort zone. Meanwhile, you walk, you rise, you align, you build. You weren't built to be understood. You were built to unsettle the ones who thought they had life figured out. So stop chasing comprehension from people who were never qualified to speak on your journey. Let them talk. Let them wonder. Let them stay confused. Because when it's all said and done, you'll be living in the blessing they swore you'd never reach, while they sit in the confusion they created all by themselves. Number 3, they thought you were folding, but you were forging weapons in silence. They laughed at your quiet because they thought it meant defeat. But silence is where the chosen sharpen their blades, and now they flinch every time you speak because they know your voice doesn't miss. They called you weak because you didn't react. They saw your silence as submission. They thought your stillness meant you were scared, stuck, or broken. But chosen one, you weren't frozen. You were forging. While they were out there spinning lies, performing for attention, and feeding their egos, you were in the shadows with the universe, letting it recalibrate you for war. Let's be real. They expected you to fold. They pushed buttons, lit fires, twisted stories, waiting for the explosion. But it never came. And that scared them more than any outburst ever could. Because silence in a chosen one is not emptiness. It's power under control. It's fire behind glass. It's a sword unsheathed, but not yet swung. And they felt it, even if they pretended not to. Your silence was the message, louder than any speech, more surgical than any clapback. You didn't need to scream to be heard because you were being watched. Every time you walked away instead of clapping back, they wondered why. Every time you said nothing while they tried to provoke you, they got more nervous. Because only a fool keeps poking something that never reacts, unless that something is dangerous. They wanted you to prove yourself. You didn't. They wanted you to fight their lies. You didn't. They wanted you to correct the record. You stayed silent and let their lies rot in the open air. That's not weakness. That's warfare. Understand this. Silence is a sacred weapon, and you chose not to waste your truth in places where it would be mocked, not received. Why cast pearls before swine? Why explain gold to people who only know how to steal, not build? You knew what they were doing. You knew the trap. You knew your voice had power, and that's why you held it back. Not because you were afraid to speak, but because you understood the weight of what you could say if you really let loose. But let's check you for a moment, because some of you doubted yourselves in that silence. You thought, maybe I should have said something. You second-guessed your calm. You replayed the moment in your head, thinking maybe you looked weak. Let's correct that. You didn't look weak. You looked dangerous. That's why they're still obsessed. That's why they're still talking. That's why they still don't feel safe. Because when someone doesn't respond, it leaves room for imagination. And what they imagine you could have said terrifies them more than anything you ever would have said out loud. You weren't silent because you were unsure. You were silent because you knew your voice carries consequence. You didn't correct the lie because you understood time would. And it did. And now the same ones who tried to define you are getting quiet because they know what comes next. Silence isn't absence. It's presence with intention. It's power with patience. It's knowing that when the universe moves on your behalf, your enemies will hear the sound of your silence like thunder in their chest. So stop doubting yourself. Stop regretting the moments where you didn't say your piece. Stop thinking you should have clapped back, called them out, or cleared your name. You didn't lose those moments. You owned them, quietly, strategically, completely. Because silence wasn't surrender. It was the strike before the storm. And now that you speak, they finally realize it's too late to cover their ears. Number 4, you weren't sent to be understood. You were sent to be unforgettable. You weren't made to fit in their sentence. You were made to leave them speechless. They keep saying you're hard to read, that you're too complicated, that being around you feels like walking into a storm they didn't dress for. And they're right. You're not meant to be read like a book. They're supposed to feel you like a warning shot. Every time they try to box you, define you, or label you, they get hit in the face with the reality that you outgrow every frame they put you in. You weren't built to be explained. You were built to be witnessed. You're not some neatly packaged product with a how-to manual and a return policy. You're not built for mass understanding. You're a rare code, a custom frequency. You're encrypted intentionally, because if everyone could access you, your value would drop to the level of public opinion. And chosen one, you weren't meant for them to get. You were meant for them to watch. Every attempt they made to simplify you failed. They tried to pin you as too quiet. Then you started commanding rooms with your presence. They called you too sensitive, but it turns out your sensitivity was just discernment in disguise. They labeled you unstable until you showed them what divine recalibration looks like. You are not confusing, they're just shallow. And what's deep will always look off to someone still splashing in the kiddie pool of identity. You've been wasting too much energy trying to make sense to people who've never done the inner work to understand themselves. Stop that. You keep trying to break yourself down into small, understandable pieces so you can be palatable to people who couldn't digest your truth, even if it were spoon-fed. You're not sushi, you're fire. You were never meant to be consumed. You were meant to transform everything you touch. You were sent here as a mirror, and they hated the reflection. That's why they called you too much, too intense, too bold, too real. What they really meant was, you're showing me parts of myself I haven't faced yet. And instead of doing the work, they chose to resent the mirror. Let them struggle with the version of you they think they know, while the real you keeps evolving beyond reach. You're not here to clarify your existence for people who never asked with honesty in the first place. You're not here to slow down your growth just so they can catch up to the version of you they last saw 5 years ago. Some of you still feel bad when people say, "You've changed." Why? You were supposed to. That's what healing looks like. That's what alignment does. It shifts you. You're not a statue. They're just mad. The pedestal they put you on can't hold who you've become. Stop shrinking into translations. You don't need to be translated. You need to be witnessed. Let your life speak. Let your growth speak. Let your silence speak. Let your success be the footnote to their confusion. You weren't sent here to explain your blueprint. You are the blueprint. And chosen one, while we're here, let's talk about your doubt. You've been questioning yourself lately, haven't you? Wondering if maybe you are too different, maybe too quiet, maybe too intense. Wondering why nobody seems to get you, why you always feel like you're on the outside of things. Let me say this clearly. You're on the outside because you were never supposed to blend in. Your frequency is rare. Your code is sacred. Your presence disrupts patterns people are addicted to. You show up and their masks start slipping. That's why they call you weird. But strange to the system is standard for the chosen. So stand in it. Don't apologize. Don't shrink. Don't explain. Let them be uncomfortable. Let them stare. Let them whisper. That's not your burden. That's the price they pay for trying to box up a force of nature. You're not a concept. You're not a role. You're not a mood. You're a move of the universe itself, and you don't need to be understood to shift everything in the room. So when they ask what you are, say nothing. Because the truth is this: you were never meant to be explained. You were meant to be remembered. Number 5. You let them paint the lie, so you could set it on fire in front of them. They built their reputation off a version of you that never existed, and now your truth is walking through the room like a flamethrower, setting every lie they ever told on fire. They thought they had the upper hand because you stayed quiet, because you didn't interrupt their little gossip circles, because you didn't show up to defend yourself when they told stories that sounded good enough to believe. They mistook your silence for shame. They assumed your distance meant defeat. But what they didn't know was this. You were watching. You were waiting. You were building. And now you're not just exposing the lie, you're burning it down with every move you make. See, they needed the lie to survive. The story they told about you made them look bigger, made them feel relevant. It made them feel in control. They played storyteller, judge and jury, all in one, spinning versions of your name to fit their fantasy. Why? Because the real you, the powerful, grounded, purpose-driven you, terrified them. So they created a diluted version they could handle. Something broken, something pitiful, something small. But here's where they fumbled. They told those lies too early. Before they saw what the universe was getting ready to do with your life, before they realized you were the kind of soul that doesn't just bounce back. You rise like a problem they can't solve. You didn't correct them because you knew the truth would. You knew that every lie they told would eventually crash into your results. You knew their words had an expiration date, and you let them talk themselves into a corner they'd never escape. That strategy, chosen, won. That's warfare with patience. And it cuts deeper than any rebuttal ever could. Now their words sound hollow. Now their stories are unraveling. Now they've got to watch you win in real time and pretend they're not choking on regret. Every new level you walk in is a funeral for the fiction they built. You didn't have to argue. You just had to evolve. But let's deal with your doubt for a second. Some of you wrestled with the silence. You questioned yourself. You wondered if letting them talk unchecked made you look weak. You wanted to speak up, clap back, drop receipts, clear your name. You rehearsed it in your head 100 times. But deep down, your spirit knew better. It knew the energy it would cost wasn't worth the reward. You didn't correct the lie because you were busy preparing the reality, and the reality hits harder every time it walks through the door. Let me say this plain. They built their identity around misunderstanding you, around thinking they knew you, around acting like they were the authority on your life. But your glow-up is loud, your peace is public, your power is proof. And now their story doesn't match the stage you're standing on. They called you broken. Now they look broken just watching you. They said you were finished. Now they're explaining to others why you just keep rising. They thought you were done until your name started ringing in rooms they've never been invited into. And you didn't have to say a word. So let them keep talking. Every lie is a countdown. And that clock's been ticking because you didn't stop them from building it. You just waited until the moment was right. And now, with every win, every healed wound, every unbothered step forward, you're lighting the match. And they're standing inside the house of lies they built, watching it go up in flames, knowing you gave them every chance to walk away. So no, you didn't lose by staying silent. You just waited for the perfect time to make truth look like revenge. And now, your results are the fire. And their lies are the fuel. Number 6. They can't cage what refuses to be tamed. The reason they fear you isn't because they don't understand you, it's because they can't track you. And when people can't predict your next move, they panic, because control dies where mystery lives. They don't fear your presence because it's loud. They fear it because it's unreadable. You move like smoke through their systems, unbothered, untraceable, and always 10 steps ahead of their assumptions. They're used to people who fall in line, who repeat cycles, who crumble when the pressure hits. You're the glitch in their pattern, the storm they didn't forecast, the answer they never saw coming. They sat around predicting your failure, setting dates for your downfall, betting on your breakdown like it was a matter of time. They made assumptions, drew maps, built narratives, but what they didn't realize is you don't follow scripts. You don't repeat scenes. You don't move where the noise tells you to move. Your silence, strategic. Your pivot, divine. Your success, a disruption. And that's why they're rattled. You shine where they swore you'd suffocate. You bloom in rooms they thought were airtight against you. They fear you because every time they think they've got you cornered, you walk through a wall that wasn't supposed to open. Every time they think you're finished, you pop up on a higher level, and now they're scrambling to figure out how you did it. Let me break this down. You are unpredictable because you're not led by trends. You're led by purpose. They need attention to move. You only need alignment. They need control to feel safe. You need truth. And when you move like that, on divine timing instead of external validation, you become untouchable. But let's talk about you for a second. Let's talk about that doubt that creeps in, whispering, maybe I'm too all over the place. Maybe I need to pick one path. Maybe they're right. I'm too hard to understand. No, you're not confused. You're complex, and they fear complexity because they've never had to deal with someone who can't be puppeteered by guilt, shame, or fear of rejection. You're not lost. You're just not standing in the open where they can label you. You are not inconsistent. You're adaptive. You shift when the Spirit says shift. You disappear when healing calls. You show up when power demands. That's not flakiness. That's spiritual precision. Predictable people are easy to control. You're a wild card in human form. They fear you because they can't pin you down. They can't anticipate your next move. They don't know if you'll show up with thunder or with silence, and both terrify them. This is your advantage. Their fear isn't rooted in your mistakes. It's rooted in their inability to manage you. You won't play their game. You won't jump at their cues. You won't trade truth for peace. And because of that, they fear you like a system fears a hacker. You're not just breaking the rules. They can't even see how you're doing it. And you know what else? Every time they try to study you, they get more confused because you outgrow the last version of yourself before they can weaponize it against you. They don't know which version of you is going to walk in the room, the one who forgives with grace or the one who burns bridges and never looks back. And that unpredictability, it haunts them. You're not meant to be a puppet in their drama. You're the plot twist in their entire storyline. So don't apologize for being unreadable. Don't explain why you disappeared, why you changed directions, why you moved different. That's your power. That's your protection. That's how chosen ones stay unreachable, by staying unpredictable. Let them fear what they can't pin down. Let them watch, wonder, and whisper. Let them brace themselves every time you shift, because deep down they know you're not coming. You're arriving, and when you do, you don't ask for space. You shift the room. Every single time. Number 7. Your silence wasn't surrender. It was the sound of a storm gathering. The most dangerous soul in the room is the one who doesn't flinch, doesn't explain, and doesn't chase. Not because they're weak, but because they already know how the story ends. Let's talk about the moment you chose calm over chaos. When you walked away from the mess they created without saying a word. When they poked you, lied on you, tried to provoke a reaction, and all you gave them was stillness. That silence. That unbothered energy. That wasn't avoidance, that was power. It wasn't numbness, it was preparation. They expected you to explode, to react, to justify. That's the only language they speak. Drama, noise, attention. But you speak authority, and authority never has to raise its voice to make the whole room shift. They hate that you didn't give them a show, that you didn't crumble, that you didn't play the victim or the villain they painted you to be, because people like them need a reaction. It's how they feel powerful. But when you stayed calm, when you didn't flinch, when you didn't clap back, you took all their power away, and that shook them to the core. You know what makes people like that nervous? A person who doesn't need to be seen. They were performing, you were evolving, they were rehearsing comebacks, you were building silence into strategy. They were calling your name out loud, trying to drag you into their circus, and you were too focused on your assignment to even respond. And now that you've emerged, now that your name is rising, now that your peace is unshaken, your glow is undeniable, and your movement is rooted in truth, they're nervous because they realize they missed the real show. They were watching the surface, and the storm was brewing underneath. They were fixated on your silence while the universe was preparing your arrival. Your calm was never weakness, it was certainty. You didn't need validation. You didn't need an audience. You weren't waiting for them to see you. You were waiting to be ready. That quiet season. That's when the real work happened. That's where you shed old layers, upgraded your mind, fortified your spirit. They thought you disappeared, but you were just deep in the cocoon. And now that you've stepped out, you're unrecognizable. And that scares the hell out of them. They're realizing now that your calm wasn't a pause, it was a countdown. You didn't rush, you didn't beg, you didn't explain, you became. So let them be nervous, let them squirm in the silence they once mocked. Let them fumble with the fact that the version of you they tried to bury has returned as something they can't define or deny. Your calm was a forecast, and now that the storm has hit, they're realizing you weren't quiet because you were weak. You were calm because you were inevitable. Number 8, you found peace where they swore you'd collapse. The most dangerous kind of peace is the one you didn't have to beg for, perform for, or explain. That kind of peace isn't granted, it's seized. And when the chosen one claims it, the whole room feels the shift. They were so sure you'd break without their approval. They thought their rejection would ruin you, that if they stopped clapping, you'd stop rising, that without their applause, you'd shrink into silence. But instead, you went inward. You found a calm so deep it stopped their noise from reaching you. And now they're realizing the truth. Your peace never needed their permission. You didn't get your strength from their compliments. You built it while they whispered about your failure. You didn't discover your worth because someone finally validated you. You found it when nobody showed up. That's what rattles them. That's what makes them uncomfortable. Because in their world, peace is a prize given to the compliant, the agreeable, the easily controlled. But you made peace your weapon, and now your stillness screams louder than their chaos ever could. They said you were nothing. You nodded and kept building. They turned their backs. You turned to purpose. They expected you to beg. You thanked them for leaving. You didn't just survive the rejection, you thrived in it, because chosen ones aren't validated by crowds. They're refined in silence. While they were busy gathering fans, you were busy gathering clarity. While they chased attention, you cultivated alignment. And now they're watching you sit in peace that they can't buy, borrow, or break. Let's be clear, you earned this. Through every closed door, through every fake friend, through every lonely season where you had no one but the universe and your own grit. And in those moments, you made a choice most never will. You stopped chasing being understood and started embodying being unshakable. They thought peace looked like everyone liking you. You proved peace is walking into a room full of people who doubted you and needing nothing from them. They thought power meant being seen. You built yours in the dark, brick by silent brick, while they were too distracted watching their own reflection. And now that you're grounded, now that your inner world is unshakable, they can't figure out how to move you because you no longer need what they were trying to use to control you. Let's check the chosen ones now, because some of you still crave it, still crave the understanding, the recognition, the "I see you" from people who never even saw themselves. You're chasing peace like it's external, like it's something someone else gives you when they finally get you. Stop that. Peace is not permission. Peace is position. You decide it. You declare it. You stand in it. The moment you stop letting their validation dictate your vibration is the moment you become untouchable. That's why they're shook. That's why they whisper, "You've changed," because peace looks like arrogance to people who've only known performance. And you're done performing. You're done apologizing. You're done shrinking to fit inside rooms that were never designed for your magnitude. So let them call you cold. Let them say you're distant. Let them lie and twist the story to make themselves feel better. Because while they're still addicted to being liked, you've tapped into something deeper, a peace that doesn't move, even when the world tries to shake you. And that kind of peace, that's not the result of being accepted. That's the reward for choosing yourself when no one else did. Number 9. You chose truth over applause, and that made you untouchable. They can't control a soul that doesn't flinch when approval walks out the door, and when you stopped performing, they lost their grip, because the truth doesn't bend, it burns. They had the script ready for you, the costume, the lights, the lines they wanted you to repeat. They needed you to smile on cue, nod when it was safe, shrink yourself into a version that didn't disrupt their fragile little egos. And for a while, you may have played along, thinking maybe, just maybe, if you were palatable enough, they'd accept you. But you woke up. You realized that their approval was a leash, and your truth didn't come to live in cages. You threw the script down. You tore the costume off. You walked off their stage mid-scene and chose something they'll never have the courage to pick. Freedom over familiarity. Truth over applause. Purpose over performance. And that's what broke them, because they didn't need you to be right. They needed you to be obedient. They needed your silence to keep their illusion intact. Your fake smile was a pillar in their kingdom of control. But when you stopped pretending, their entire house of cards collapsed. You see, control freaks don't fear rebels. They fear the ones who see, the ones who know the game and still refuse to play it. And when you refuse to trade your truth for their approval, you strip their power right out of their hands. But let's talk about the pressure you felt, the temptation to bend, to go back, to smooth things over, because being disliked hits different when you've always been the one to keep the peace. The one to make it work, the one to absorb the tension so everyone else could stay comfortable. Let me be clear, your truth was never the problem. Their comfort with lies was. They wanted the version of you that didn't rattle cages, the version that stayed quiet when disrespected, the version that kept showing up even when it hurt. But when you started living in truth, they called you selfish, difficult, ungrateful. That wasn't a reflection of who you are. That was a scream from people who lost control over who you used to be. They say you changed. You didn't change. You returned to yourself. You chose truth, even when it cost you relationships, jobs, fake peace, and staged approval. And guess what? You gained something they'll never taste in their entire performative lives. self-respect. You sleep better now, not because it's easy, but because you're no longer betraying yourself for applause. And every time they try to guilt you, manipulate you, or shame you back into the role, you just smile, not out of spite, but because you finally know. You don't need to be liked to be aligned. Chosen ones don't bow to approval. They speak truth and let the room shift. They stop asking, do they still like me? And start asking, did I stay in alignment? So let them be mad. Let them sulk in the absence of your obedience. Let them feel the sting of a soul that no longer fears rejection. You didn't lose their approval. You broke their illusion. And in return, you gained your freedom. Number 10. Let them chatter. You're too busy making history. Legends aren't understood when they rise. They're misunderstood, mocked, dismissed, until the same mouths that doubted them are forced to whisper their names with respect. Let them misunderstand you. Let them analyze your silence like it's weakness. Let them debate your decisions like you owe them clarity. Because while they're sitting in circles talking, you're moving mountains in silence. While they argue over your motives, you're laying foundations they'll one day stand on and pretend they always supported. Here's the truth they can't face. You were never meant to fit inside their story. You were sent to rewrite it. So no, they don't get you. And no, they probably never will, but that was the point. You weren't created to be liked. You were created to leave legacy. You weren't built for applause. You were built for impact. And impact doesn't always come with understanding. Sometimes it comes with isolation, misjudgment, and being the villain in stories you never asked to be in. Let them build their version of you. Let them fill in the gaps with gossip and guesswork. Because when the dust settles and your work speaks louder than their words ever could, the silence will tell the truth they couldn't see. You're not chasing a seat at their table. You're building your own kingdom. So keep going, keep rising, keep being misunderstood. Because legends aren't understood in real time. They're studied after the world realizes. They were witnessing history in motion. And now, chosen one, you see the truth for what it is. Your power was never meant to be understood, only felt. Let them misunderstand you, mislabel you, misjudge you. It changes nothing. You're not here to be accepted. You're here to shift timelines. Walk in that, own it, and let your silence echo louder than their noise ever could. If this message spoke to your spirit, like this video, subscribe and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the universe know you're locked in. Share this with another chosen one. It's time we all remembered what we're really made of. They didn't start the fire. They just poured gasoline on the wrong soul. Now they're watching your glow burn through everything they built on lies. Welcome, chosen one. Oh, they thought you were done, didn't they? That you were weak, that your silence meant surrender, that your isolation meant defeat. They danced on what they thought was your grave. They threw a party thinking the universe forgot you. But what they didn't know was this. The universe wasn't ignoring you. It was crowning you. You weren't weak. You were just loading. And now, the devil's not laughing anymore. He's pacing. He's sweating. Because the boss has awakened. Their little celebration is seconds away from turning into a full-blown funeral. And the most twisted part? They know it. Oh, they know it. But they still wear that plastic smile, pretending they're safe while the walls close in around them. Their fake joy is cracking under the pressure of your comeback. Their lies are choking them. Their gossip is turning into silence, not because you clapped back, but because the truth is arriving like a freight train on fire, and they're tied to the tracks. The moment you stop doubting your light, even the darkness gets nervous. Let's get one thing straight. The devil's not scared of loud talkers, viral quotes, or pretty prayers filtered through Instagram stories. He's afraid of the quiet ones who got up after being buried, cleaned their own wounds, and remembered who they were. He's afraid of you, and not because you're perfect, but because you remembered. You remembered your power, you remembered your path, and now that fake power he had over you, it's crumbling. Let me give it to you real. The devil doesn't shake when people post positive vibes only. He starts sweating when a chosen one stops playing small, when you stop dimming your light to make others comfortable, when you stop begging to be seen and start seeing yourself. That's when the whole system of fear, shame, and confusion starts to crack. Because here's what most people never figure out. The enemy's biggest weapon isn't destruction, it's distraction. If he can't kill you, he'll try to confuse you, make you think you're not doing enough, make you question your timing, make you forget that the very fact you're still standing is proof you've already won battles most people never knew you were fighting. But not anymore. See, you've stopped walking like a question mark and started standing like an answer. And that right there, that's why fear, hate, and toxic energy, the devil, can't sit still around you. Let me hit you with a wild fact. According to neuroscience, by the age of 25, most people stop thinking original thoughts. They operate on autopilot, living out habits, programming, trauma, and borrowed beliefs. But you didn't settle into a script. You questioned it. You unplugged from the noise. You broke the pattern. And you didn't do it loud. You did it real. You're not following trends. You're becoming your own frequency. And the devil, the enemy, the fear, the old system, it can't predict you anymore because you stopped surviving and started creating. You're not a threat because you're perfect. You're a threat because you're aware. You've become what I call a blueprint breaker. You're not here to repeat what's been done. You're here to do what they said couldn't be done. That makes you dangerous. That makes you powerful. That makes you unforgettable. So don't let your silence fool you into thinking you're not making noise. Your presence, your peace, your clarity, it's louder than any gossip, any rumor, any smear campaign. And right now, the energy that tried to shut you down is quietly realizing they didn't scare you, they summoned you. Let's pause here for a quick reality check. If you're feeling this so far, if it's hitting something real in your spirit, go and hit that button under this video and make sure to subscribe if you know you're one of the ones the world tried to break but couldn't. Because every time you do, it tells the YouTube algorithm, this message matters. Chosen ones need to hear this. You're not just helping me share a message. You're helping someone, somewhere, who's drowning in doubt, finally realize, wait, I'm not crazy. I'm not broken. I'm powerful. So hit that button, spread the light. Now, let's get back to the truth. You thought you were losing. Nah. You were leveling up in silence. You were getting stronger in shadows. You were healing in hiding. The enemy thought they had time to stop you while you were quiet, but they didn't realize you weren't sleeping. You were evolving. The enemy's biggest mistake was thinking your silence meant surrender. It meant strategy. You've walked through fire and didn't just survive. You came out with blue flames. You're no longer part of the system they built to keep you small. You're walking out of it with your head up, your vision clear, and your energy unmatched. The devil isn't some red figure with horns. It's the fear that tried to cage you, the voices that told you to shrink, the people who only loved you when you were easy to control. But the universe, it's been watching. And now it's moving. See, when you rise, it's not just for you. It's a signal, a ripple, a shift. And the ones who tried to block your light, they're not fighting you anymore. They're fighting the universe itself. So stop doubting yourself. Stop acting like you're alone in this. The fact you're still here after everything means something. You're not the problem. You're the pattern breaker, the one the enemy hoped would stay silent, but you didn't. You woke up, and now the enemy's terrified. And we're just getting started. So here's the deal. If you've felt that fire rising in your chest while listening to this, that wasn't just motivation. That was your power remembering itself. The enemy hoped you'd scroll past this. Too late. You're locked in now. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know deep down that your silence wasn't weakness. It was their sentence. You were never the threat they expected, but you're definitely the boss they fear. And trust me, if you're really one of the chosen, you won't just watch. You'll feel this to the end. Now, let's get into it, step by step. Number 1, the devil's biggest fear. A chosen one who doesn't beg to be seen. The devil doesn't panic when people are loud. He doesn't flinch at motivational quotes, Sunday smiles, or those posting fake healing online just to stay relevant. He feeds on that. What sends him into full-blown chaos is you, a chosen one who doesn't need applause, doesn't need the spotlight, doesn't need a room full of clapping strangers to know they're powerful. You scare the hell out of him because you move like a storm, with no warning, no noise, and no permission. The devil rules over empty validation. He builds kingdoms out of fake attention and shallow approval. His throne is made of likes, gossip, and insecure followers who chase clout like it's oxygen. He's the architect of insecurity, the CEO of fake love, the puppeteer of desperate people pretending to be important. But when you step in, his system glitches. You're the one thing he can't control, someone who doesn't crave attention, because you've already met your purpose in silence. You weren't built in public, you were built in private. And that's why your presence makes the air shift. That's why when your name is whispered, even his demons pause. You didn't need the platform. They gave it to you while trying to tear you down. You didn't need the stage. They accidentally built it for you by talking so much trash. You didn't even try to shine. They just couldn't stop dimming their own light, trying to match yours. And now, here you are, still rising, still growing, still unbothered while he's trembling behind the scenes. See, when the devil looks for people to manipulate, he looks for the addicted, the ones addicted to being liked, followed, praised. He offers them fame, attention, fake loyalty, and they take it. He doesn't fear the loud ones. He uses them. But you had every reason to bow to the pressure, to crave revenge, to scream your truth. But you didn't. You stayed still. You stayed solid. You let your truth speak when the time was right. And now your silence is louder than their screaming ever was. He hates that you don't perform. He hates that you don't explain. He hates that you don't collapse just because no one clapped. And that hate is fear, real, raw fear. Because when a chosen one stops seeking validation and starts listening to the voice within, the devil loses control. You became dangerous the moment you stopped begging for approval. You became untouchable the second you chose peace over popularity. That's when you slipped out of his grip and into your power. Let's make something clear. The devil isn't afraid of your past. He's not scared of your mistakes. In fact, he counted on those things to break you. But when you took that shame, that guilt, that pain and turned it into purpose. He screamed, "That wasn't in the plan. You were supposed to fold. You were supposed to fall. But you got back up, quietly, strategically, completely reborn. And now you walk like someone who knows where they're going. Because you do. You've seen behind the curtain, and you realized something nobody else dared to. You don't need to be seen to be significant. That's why your path has been so lonely. That's why you were misunderstood, ignored, lied on. Because validation is a leash, and the devil couldn't get one around your neck. He tried. He used people close to you. He used fake opportunities. He used moments of weakness, but nothing worked. Because your power doesn't come from outside noise. It comes from inner knowing. You are driven by something deeper than applause, something louder than clout. You terrify him because you expose the system. You're the glitch in the matrix, the one who can't be predicted. While others play for cameras, you play for legacy. While they scramble for attention, you move in silence with impact. And the devil knows it. Attention fades, but alignment rewrites the timeline. You don't just shift rooms, you shift destinies. That's the kind of power that can't be bought, bribed, or broken. And now he's losing, not because you shouted louder, but because you never needed to. While others screamed for respect, you earned it. While they begged to be seen, you became unforgettable without trying. And now, the devil is stuck watching you rise, while every lie he crafted burns in the light of your truth. Let's talk about pressure. Most people break under it, but chosen ones, we become diamonds. You didn't just survive rejection, you grew in it. You didn't just endure silence, you used it to build a weapon the enemy can't defend against. Clarity. That clarity is deadly. It sees through lies. It senses fake love. It walks away from bait. And that scares the devil more than any prayer ever could. Because what can he do with someone who doesn't need the world's approval? Nothing. He's powerless. You don't need a seat at their table. You built your own. You don't care about the room you weren't invited to. You are the room now. And that quiet confidence, that deep-rooted stillness, that's the sound of the devil realizing he bet on the wrong breakdown. He thought you'd stay broken, chasing love, validation, acceptance. But you didn't. You healed. You detached. You saw through the illusion and took your power back. So now you walk like a boss, not because someone told you you're one, but because you remembered it on your own. The devil can't handle that. He's losing soldiers. People are watching you and realizing they don't need to beg to matter either. They're waking up. And every time someone breaks free from that addiction to validation, the devil's kingdom gets smaller. And what does he do when he sees a soul like yours, standing tall with no need to perform? He panics, he spirals, he starts throwing chaos, anything to get your attention again. But it doesn't work anymore, does it? Because your peace is louder than his pressure. Your purpose is stronger than his poison. You've built a life that doesn't need to be broadcast to be real. And that is the ultimate threat. You didn't come here to be liked. You came here to shift the balance, to lead, to shatter illusions. And that's exactly what you're doing. So if he's still trying, let him try. If he's still watching, let him watch. He's not in control anymore. Because chosen one, you're such a boss. You made the devil afraid of you. And he should be. Number 2, you glitched the system. Now the devil can't track you. The devil doesn't fear chaos. He is chaos. What he fears is the glitch, the error in his matrix, the one soul that doesn't follow the rules he built. And chosen one, that's exactly what you became. You were programmed to break, to fold, to repeat emotional habits like a robot on replay. He bet everything on you staying predictable, but you didn't just change, you escaped. You slipped out of his code like smoke under a locked door. Now he's scrambling? Because when someone the devil thought he trained suddenly starts walking differently, reacting differently, speaking differently, he can't calculate the next move. You became a ghost in his machine. You were supposed to keep falling for the same traps. That's how he designs the battlefield. Patterns, the same arguments, same types of toxic people, same loops of anxiety and self-doubt. He set it up so that your pain would be automatic. Your triggers would be weapons he fired. He used to know your every response before you gave it. Predictability is how he puppeteers the world. But not you. You stopped falling for the bait. You stopped running toward fake love just to feel less alone. You stopped over-explaining to people who never deserved your truth. You stopped begging the world to see your worth and finally started acting like you already knew it. And right then, he lost his grip. Now, you're too quiet for him to track and too wise for him to trick. You became unpredictable, and to an enemy who only survives through patterns, that makes you lethal. He wasn't expecting this version of you, this calm, clear, collected soul who doesn't flinch when manipulated, who doesn't explode when triggered, who doesn't bite when baited. You used to move emotionally, now you move strategically. You used to break at the first sign of rejection, now you don't even blink. You used to spiral in silence, now your silence is strategy. And that makes the devil mad, real mad, because every time he presses a button that used to work on you and nothing happens, he realizes you're no longer on his map. You've left his simulation, you're rewriting your code, and you've become the glitch that exposes the whole system. Here's the thing, the devil doesn't fear believers. He fears breakers. He fears the ones who break curses, break cycles, break generational programming. He fears the soul that doesn't follow the script. You were supposed to be another product of your pain, but you stopped letting trauma write your story. You took the pen back. And now, he can't read your chapters before you write them. That's why he's throwing everything at you now. Confusion, betrayal, silence, fake friends, random chaos. Not because he's strong, but because he's panicking. You're walking in uncharted territory. You're not emotionally baited anymore. You're not triggered by old wounds anymore. You're not dancing in dysfunction just to feel alive. You know what you're doing, and you know who you are. You've become a master of self-awareness. And self-awareness, that's the devil's kryptonite. He can't manipulate someone who watches their own thoughts. He can't rerun programs in someone who rewrote the code. You're not on emotional autopilot anymore. You're flying this thing yourself, and that's terrifying to him. You see, chosen one, your old self was predictable. The one that let people back in just because they apologized. The one that kept showing up to tables that fed your insecurities. The one that needed noise to feel noticed. But that version of you, dead and buried, and out of that funeral rose the wild card, the force, the mystery, the one he can't follow anymore. You stopped playing the game, and not only did you stop playing it, you started flipping the whole board. You're not a reaction anymore. You're a move, a powerful, calculated, deliberate move made with full awareness and zero desperation. That's not healing. That's war. You became dangerous the moment you stopped being emotional for free, the moment you started conserving your energy, keeping your peace sacred, and watching without reacting, the moment you saw his tricks and laughed instead of cried. Now, the devil can't touch you, not because he isn't trying, but because you don't live at the same frequency anymore. You've become invisible to the chaos that once found you so easily. And now he's furious. You're walking in full alignment while he's screaming in confusion. You've become what he fears most. A chosen one with clarity. A soul that sees the setup before the fall. A mind that rewrote its triggers. A presence that doesn't move for noise. And let's be real, he hates that your silence is smarter than his schemes, that you outgrew the game without ever announcing it. Let this be clear, your unpredictability isn't rebellion, it's freedom. You were never created to be a slave to emotions, to fake love, to old pain. You were created to be a disruptor, a breaker, a boss. And now, you're walking like it. That's why they can't predict you anymore. The devil sends distractions hoping you'll chase them. You don't. He sends fake friends hoping you'll let them in. You don't. He sends reminders of your past hoping you'll go backward. You won't. You've outgrown his reach and it's driving him insane. You're not in survival mode. You're in strategy mode. And a chosen one in strategy mode is the devil's worst nightmare. So let him throw his last cards. Let him spin his lies. Let him try every backdoor into your peace. It won't work, because while he's stuck playing checkers, you're rewriting the entire game and building the board yourself. You're not a prisoner of your past. You're the architect of your next level. He can't track you. He can't predict you, and now he can't stop you. You glitched the system, and now the devil's watching it crash, with your name written all over the wreckage. Number 3, you turned pain into pattern recognition. Now the devil's out of tricks. There was a time the devil had you on a string. All it took was a familiar wound, a certain look, a certain tone, a silent room, and you'd spiral. He'd whisper just enough to echo something from your past, and boom, you'd explode, or crumble, or overextend yourself for people who never gave a damn. And the devil loved it. He danced every time he made you break your own boundaries. He watched you fold for comfort, beg for closure, and chase love that only existed to drain you. But now, you know yourself too well. He's still trying the same old tricks, but you're not the same old person. You don't just feel pain anymore. You study it, you dissect it, you watch it walk in the door and ask it what it wants this time. That kind of self-awareness, that's not healing, that's power, that's control. And the devil hates it. Because here's the secret, he doesn't create new weapons. He just keeps using the old ones, hoping you're still broken in the same places. He doesn't have to invent new enemies. He just recycles old patterns, people who trigger old wounds, situations that mirror old betrayals, sounds, smells, faces, silences that make your nervous system remember something painful. So you'll fall into reaction instead of response. He used to bank on that. Your pain was his remote control. He didn't need chains when he could just replay your trauma on loop. But now, you feel it and don't fall for it. You notice the sting and don't flinch. You pause, breathe, analyze. You ask better questions now. Why does this feel familiar? Whose voice is that in my head right now? Is this a wound or is this real? That kind of pause breaks his entire grip. Because the devil operates in speed and emotion. He needs you to move before you think, react before you reflect. But when you start catching yourself mid-reaction, he loses his timing. And once he loses timing, he loses everything. You've become fluent in your own emotions. You don't run from them. You don't drown in them. You read them like a language now. You used to call yourself sensitive, like it was a flaw. Now you understand it was a gift. You just needed control. And now that you've mastered it, you can spot manipulation before it speaks. You can smell the energy shift when something's off. You don't need facts. You've got patterns. You've got a sixth sense the devil can't corrupt. You've seen this dance before, the love bomb, the gaslight, the breadcrumbing, the guilt trip, the fake apology, the "I've changed" lie. It used to pull you in. Now, it makes you smirk. Because you've seen this movie, you starred in this movie. But this time, you're not playing the same character. And that switch? It terrifies him. See, you used to be reactive. He could bait you into self-destruction with just a whisper. Now you're responsive. And response is power. Response is strategy. Response is wisdom. You're not scrambling anymore. You're studying. You're calm. You're unshaken. And to the devil, your calm is a siren. It's the sound of defeat. You've gotten so good at tracking your inner world that you can tell the difference between a trigger and a truth. That's lethal, because most people can't. Most people live inside emotional chaos. But you stepped outside of it. You learned your emotional language like a map. And now, when something shows up that feels like an old wound, you know it's not a sign to run. It's a sign to wake up. You don't hand out second chances like candy anymore. You don't ignore red flags for the sake of potential. You don't shrink yourself just to avoid conflict. You stand tall in discomfort now because your discomfort is no longer a prison. It's information. The devil can't play with someone who uses pain as intel. He underestimated how deeply you were going to know yourself. He thought if he kept sending the same tests in different disguises, you'd stay too emotional to notice. But now you see everything. You don't get lost in the fog. You recognize the patterns while they're forming, not after they break you. That level of clarity, it's dangerous. It's disruptive. It ruins every blueprint he had on you. And here's the real kicker. Your growth doesn't just protect you, it makes you a threat, because other people are watching. They're seeing how you move, how you handle conflict, how you say no without guilt, how you walk away without looking back, how you don't explain your piece to people committed to misunderstanding you, and they're learning. Your evolution is contagious, and every person you inspire is one less pawn for the devil to use. You've become the firewall, the blueprint breaker, the one who won't pass on the trauma, and for someone who feeds off generational cycles and emotional predictability, that makes you public enemy number one. He doesn't know how to break you anymore, because you keep breaking his patterns instead. Now, when pain shows up, you don't fold, you investigate, you don't shrink, you scan the source, you don't beg, you observe, and that self-command makes every old tactic useless. The devil's running out of tricks, and you're not running at all. You're still, and your stillness is not silence, it's dominance. You're not avoiding triggers, you've outgrown them. And that evolution, it doesn't look dramatic. It looks like peace. It looks like discipline. It looks like not texting back, not arguing, not showing up to emotional traps. It looks like control, and control is what he never wanted you to find. But you did, and now he can't manipulate what you manage. He can't haunt what you understand. He can't twist what you already healed. Your awareness has made you unpredictable. Your strength has made you unreadable. Your peace has made you untouchable. And every time you walk through familiar pain without falling into it again, the devil cries a little more. Because you're not just surviving anymore. You're studying, learning, leading. And the game he created for you to fail, you rewrote the rules. He built a maze, and you became the architect. He handed you pain, and you turned it into wisdom. He tried to trap you in the same cycle, but you woke up in the middle of the loop and set it on fire. So let him try again. Let him dress the same hurt in new clothes. You'll see it coming, and you won't just dodge it. You'll watch it walk in and thank it for the lesson. Because when you know your triggers, the devil can't pull them. And that's when the game ends. Number 4, you're not here for applause. You're on assignment, so act like it. Let's get something straight. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be legendary, and the only reason the devil ever had a chance was because for a moment you forgot that. You started doubting your mission because you weren't getting claps. You slowed down because people didn't see what you were building. You mistook silence for failure and started questioning if you were really chosen at all. How dare you? When a sniper is on a mission, do they stop to explain themselves to every civilian they pass? No, they move in silence, locked in, dialed into the target, because distraction is death when purpose is on the line. You think you're being ignored, but you're not being ignored. You're being hidden, hidden for precision, hidden for protection. The universe doesn't expose a masterpiece until it's untouchable. You've been asking why no one sees you. But maybe the real question is, why do you still need them to? You were never built for crowds. You were built for purpose, and purpose doesn't scream for attention. It moves through fire with its mouth shut and its fists clenched. That's why you scare the devil so much. You're not reactive. You're not petty. You're not possessed by ego or chasing opinions like crumbs on a dirty floor. You are governed by mission. That makes you silent but strategic, humble but lethal, calm but completely unstoppable. Chosen one, let me say it clearly. If you need likes to move, you're not on mission. You're in captivity, because ego will have you performing for people who don't even matter, while you're calling quietly withers behind your back. You're not here to look powerful. You're here to be powerful. You're not here to win arguments. You're here to win territory. And that only happens when you stop reacting and start executing. You ever seen a lion stop to bark back at a hyena? Never. And yet, here you are, losing sleep over opinions from people who couldn't last 1 hour carrying your assignment. Here's your reality check. Not everyone is supposed to get it. They're not supposed to understand you. Your instructions weren't public. Your assignment didn't come with a group chat. You were briefed in isolation for a reason. So stop expecting validation in public. Your clarity scares the devil because it makes you immune to distraction. You're not just focused, you're locked in. You move like someone who isn't asking for approval because you already got it from the only source that matters, the one that assigned you. So let them talk, let them doubt, let them scroll past. You're not built for noise, you're wired for execution. Get back on mission. Number 5, you didn't clap back. You glowed up, and it ruined the devil's whole agenda. Let's make one thing clear. The devil didn't just want to hurt you. He wanted to deform you, twist you, poison you. He wanted you to become a reflection of the hate thrown at you, bitter, cold, unforgiving. He didn't care about the pain itself. He cared about what the pain could turn you into. And for a while, he thought it was working. You were angry, exhausted, questioning whether being good was even worth it anymore. You started thinking maybe matching their energy was the only way to win, that maybe love made you weak, that maybe grace was for fools. How dare you even entertain that? You didn't survive hell just to start walking like one of its demons. You weren't chosen to mirror the hatred. You were chosen to outgrow it, outclass it, to rise without revenge. And let me tell you something, that's the real power play. The devil sends hate to reroute your heart, but you flipped the script. You took the ugliest parts of the experience, the slander, the betrayal, the disrespect, and you refused to become what tried to break you. You stood in the fire and didn't let it burn your character. You held on to love, not the naive, weak kind, but the sharp, clear kind. The kind that loves with boundaries. The kind that loves without losing self-respect. That's rare, that's disruptive, that's exactly why the devil lost his mind. Because you didn't come out of the war bitter, you came out brilliant, you didn't hate back, you leveled up, and nothing makes the enemy tremble more than a soul that can't be baited into hatred. That's the kind of energy he can't touch. Understand this, anyone can throw shade, anyone can clap back, but it takes real power to stay graceful when everything in you wants to explode. It takes strength to say, I see what you're doing, but I won't become you. That's not weakness. That's emotional royalty. That's cosmic maturity. And chosen one, if you ever doubted yourself for being too loving, for choosing peace over pettiness, snap out of it. You didn't get played. You played it perfectly. You're not stupid for having a soft heart. You're strategic. You kept your light while everyone else was scrambling in the dark, and now they don't know how to handle it. You forgave without reopening doors. You healed without holding grudges. You didn't get even, you got elevated. That's what real ones do. The devil didn't just lose the battle. He lost the bet that pain would turn you into a monster. You didn't match their darkness. You stayed the flame. And now the whole room sees who the real problem always was. Number 6. You made fear your footstool. Now it doesn't even speak when you walk in. Fear used to own you. Let's not lie, it used to keep you small, quiet, tame. You'd hesitate before you spoke, flinch before you moved, shrink just to keep the peace. Fear had you on a leash so tight you forgot you were a lion. But something changed, something snapped, and now fear doesn't paralyze you. It respects you, because you didn't just survive fear, you sat with it, ate with it, stared it in the face and said, "Is this all you've got?" And it blinked first. Most people run from fear like it's a monster in the dark, but you turned the lights on, you studied its voice, you tracked its patterns, you learned where it hides, and that's why you're not scared anymore. Not because the threats disappeared, but because you're not fooled by them. Fear's power comes from mystery, from shadows, from making you imagine things worse than they are. But once you walked straight into it and didn't die, the illusion shattered. You realized the cage was unlocked the whole time. Fear was never the enemy, it was the test. And now you use it like a compass. When something scares you, you don't back off, you lean in. Because now you understand, fear doesn't point to danger, it points to destiny. And that right there, that's why the devil's trembling. Because you've become the one thing he never wanted, unshakable. Not because life got easier, but because you got sharper. Now when fear whispers, you don't freeze, you focus. You don't spiral, you strategize, and the devil has no response for that. He's run out of scripts. Chosen one, don't you ever doubt your strength again. You already walked through the valley where most people die emotionally. You were afraid, yes, but you moved anyway. That's not weakness, that's legendary, that's warriorship. That's you saying, fear can sit at my table, but it doesn't get to cook. You're not fearless because you're reckless. You're fearless because you've suffered, bled, cried, failed, and you're still standing. You know fear personally now. You've seen it naked, and it's smaller than you thought. So when fear tries to talk now, all it hears is its own echo, bouncing off the steel walls of your will. That's why they can't break you anymore, because they're trying to scare someone who's already been to hell and came back laughing. You're not new to pain. You're not new to risk. You've already gambled your heart, your dreams, your sanity, and you're still here. Fear lost its edge the day you realized you were built to bend, not break. You've dined with fear, and now you eat lions for breakfast. Number 7, you're spiritually loaded. That's why the devil can't afford to control you. You ever wonder why the devil's pressure on you never lets up? Why the attacks don't slow down, why the smear campaigns, the betrayal, the quiet warfare seem so constant? Simple, because you're not just chosen. You're rich in the one currency he can't counterfeit, spiritual wealth. And let's be clear, he hates that. He can manipulate people with money. He can buy their loyalty with status. He can bait their ego with fake love and likes. He can sell them illusions of power and watch them dance for the applause. But you're not for sale, because what you carry didn't come from a paycheck, a position, or a platform. What you carry came from alignment, pain, growth, and knowing yourself at a level so deep, the enemy can't reach it. You're spiritually wealthy, and that makes you dangerous. The devil doesn't know what to do with someone who can't be bought, bribed, distracted, or seduced by superficial things. You walk into rooms with less money, less recognition, less status, but you still steal the atmosphere. You're magnetic, not because of your outfit or your followers, but because you're rooted in something real. That kind of presence can't be manufactured, and it terrifies him. Your wealth is internal. It's power that was forged in isolation, in betrayal, in breaking and rebuilding. You've cried in places most people would have collapsed in. You've grown in seasons where others would have begged for shortcuts. You took the long road, and now you walk like someone who doesn't owe this world anything. That's spiritual royalty. That's unshakable energy. And yet, some of you doubt your worth because you don't see physical rewards. Wake up. Do you really think the universe is going to throw gold chains at a soul that's being trained to carry legacy? You weren't built to flex. You were built to shift generations, and that requires a different kind of richness. The kind that holds wisdom when others panic. The kind that leads in silence while others scream for attention. The kind that stands calm in storms, because storms don't shake you, they serve you. You're walking around like you're empty when you've got treasures in your spirit that can bankrupt every demon in the room, and the devil knows it. That's why he tries to distract you with the illusion of lack. If you had more money, more followers, more visibility, no. If you had all that without alignment, you'd be cheap, hollow, and sellable like the rest. But because you don't need those things to validate you, he can't move you. Let me break it to you. When someone's full inside, outside power loses its grip. He tried to control you with relationships, with approval, with scarcity mindsets, with fear of missing out, and you outgrew all of it. You stopped chasing breadcrumbs and started baking your own bread. You stopped thirsting for attention and started quenching your own soul. And once you became your own source, you stopped being his puppet. You're spiritually expensive. That's why he can't reach you. You cost too much, and he's broken every currency that matters. Every time you choose peace over chaos, you cash in on your wealth. Every time you walk away from drama without clapping back, you deposit into your spiritual bank. Every time you choose alignment over attention, you multiply your power. You're not just surviving, you're stacking spiritual equity. And it shows. It shows in your walk, your glow, your silence, your decisions, your boundaries. You're rich where it matters and poor where it doesn't. And now the devil's mad, because no matter how hard he tries, he can't touch you without your permission. He can't drag you into games you've outgrown. He can't shake a soul that's not desperate for things he offers. You don't chase. You attract. You don't beg. You become. That's why every attack is getting more obvious and more desperate. He's running out of tools. He's exposed. He's panicking. You're not corruptible. You're not confused. And you damn sure aren't controllable. You're too aligned to be manipulated, too grounded to be moved, and too purpose-driven to be owned by anything that isn't truth. So walk like it. Stop questioning your value just because it isn't loud. Quiet wealth is still wealth. Spiritual power doesn't always look shiny. It looks solid. It looks still. It looks like you and the devil. He can't afford to lose you, but he already did. Number 8. They can copy the moves, but they'll never crack the code. Let's get something straight once and for all. You can't be cloned. You were not mass-produced. You weren't stamped out by society, culture, or trends. You were crafted, hand-shaped by pain, tested by time, and refined in fires nobody else survived. The devil knows it. And that's exactly why he's desperate. Because no matter how many people try to steal your style, mimic your tone, copy your walk, repeat your words, or wear your image, they still fall flat. You walk into a room and the energy shifts. They walk in trying to be you, and the room shrugs. That's the difference between imitation and authenticity. See, the devil's playbook is cheap. He doesn't create. He duplicates. When he can't destroy you, he sends copycats to dilute you. People who try to mirror your light without carrying the weight that built it. They wear your skin, but can't carry your scars. They borrow your rhythm, but don't know the cost of your beat. He sends counterfeits hoping the world will get confused, but the real ones know. The real ones always know, because what you carry, it's not cosmetic, it's cosmic. It wasn't taught, it was transferred through sleepless nights, broken trust, divine alignment, and relentless growth. You earned your frequency through survival. You became this rare by bleeding privately while building publicly. And that's not something you can copy-paste. You are spiritually exclusive. Let them copy your haircut, your phrases, your aesthetics. Let them study your presence like it's a formula. They'll still miss the one ingredient they'll never find: your soul print. The part of you that moves in sync with the universe. The vibration that can't be faked, even when everything else is replicated. And chosen one, don't you ever shrink when you see them mimicking you. Don't flinch, don't feel replaced, don't doubt your power. Remind yourself, fakes only copy originals. The devil knows your frequency is one of one. That's why he sends decoys. He's not trying to replace you. He's trying to distract the ones you're destined to impact. Because if he can't break your power, maybe he can confuse your audience. But what he always forgets is this: the audience built on real energy always returns to the source. Your walk carries a frequency that can't be faked because it's encoded in your pain. Your anointing wasn't handed to you. It was ripped out of suffering, grown in silence, and polished in isolation. That can't be duplicated. It can't be bought. It can't even be explained. It can only be felt. And the devil hates that, Because while his puppets are scrambling to act like you, you're not even trying. You're just being. You walk in truth, and truth has its own gravity. It pulls people in. It breaks illusions. It exposes knockoffs. Let's be real, some of your haters are just fans without the spiritual credentials to carry what you do. They wanted your outcome without your process. They wanted the crown without bleeding for it. And now they're exhausted, trying to keep up with a glow that wasn't assigned to them. The devil thought he could mass-produce your effect, but your effect wasn't mass-produced. It was earned through divine pressure. You're not a personality, you're a frequency shift. You don't just inspire, you activate. You don't just walk, you wake people up. That's not style, that's purpose. You are the blueprint. You're not threatened by imitation because you are the original threat. That's why he sent so many to copy you, because he knew one of you was too powerful, and he was right. But he underestimated one thing. Being you isn't sustainable unless you are you, and every fake version will collapse under the weight of an energy they weren't built to carry. Just give it time. Purpose never needs to rush. It just needs to stay true. So hold your head up higher. Let the devil sweat watching you glow while his copies glitch. Let the mimics wear themselves out. You're not losing power, you're gaining clarity. You're watching the real separate from the replica. You're watching your authenticity outlive the algorithm. Because the truth? You can't be cloned. You were encrypted in spirit, forged in fire, and locked in frequency. And the devil, he'll never crack the code. And that's the part the devil never planned for. You didn't just walk through the fire, you mapped it. You didn't crawl out broken. You came out holding blueprints, strategies, and keys to unlock others still trapped. You're not just a survivor, you're a liberator. And now, Chosen One, it's your turn to lead. The enemy wanted to burn you, but you became the architect of escape. If this message hit your spirit, like, subscribe, and drop the number of confirmation, the number 77 in the comments, if you know you've got the blueprint. Share this with another chosen one who needs to remember what they carry. Let's wake the others up. They wear their masks like armor, smiling in public to hide the storm of fear inside. But behind that mask, it's chaos. Their hands shake when they think of you, their voices falter when they speak your name, and their eyes betray the terror they try so desperately to bury. They don't just avoid you, they avoid even the thought of you. Why? Because your existence alone is their defeat. Chosen One, if you're ready to step into the power that's already yours and leave their broken illusions behind, hit that like button and subscribe right now. This is your moment. Take it. Welcome, Chosen One. They're scared, trembling, hiding behind fake smiles and empty bravado, but you can see through it all. They put on a show, acting like they're untouchable, but behind closed doors, they're scrambling. They're desperate, whispering in circles, trying to figure out how to stop the unstoppable. And that unstoppable force, it's you. You don't just haunt their thoughts, you dominate them. You live rent-free in their minds, and the weight of your presence crushes the fragile ego they cling to. They're too scared to even speak against you now. Every word they utter in your absence is soaked in fear, dripping with the knowledge that their time is running out. Behind every insult is a desperate attempt to convince themselves you're not as powerful as they know you are. But here's the truth, they've already lost. Their fear speaks louder than their words ever could. Their silence behind your back isn't out of respect, it's out of pure, unfiltered terror. Being chosen means walking with a light that blinds those who can't handle the truth of their own shadows. They try to act unbothered, but your power forces them to confront everything they're not. It's not just your strength that terrifies them, it's the way you carry it. You don't need to shout to be heard. You don't need to fight to win. You exist, and that's enough to send their world into chaos. They hide their fear because admitting it would destroy the fake confidence they've built around themselves. They act bold in front of their little audiences, but behind that mask, they're cowering. They don't even know what's worse, the fact that they can't touch you, or the fact that you're not even thinking about them. The moment they realize they're not even a part of your world, that's when their fear turns to desperation. Chosen one, know this. Their fear is proof that your power is undeniable. You've stepped into a realm they can't reach, protected by forces they can't comprehend. Every time they try to speak against you, their words crumble before they leave their mouths. They can't face you, not because you've done something wrong, but because your mere presence exposes their weaknesses. You are the mirror that forces them to see the cracks in their facade, and they can't handle the reflection. Let them hide, let them tremble. Their whispers are just echoes of their own failure. While they struggle to hold their mask in place, you're rising higher, untouched, unstoppable. They fear the sound of your name because it carries the weight of their defeat. And you don't need to say a word to prove it. Your actions, your energy, your existence, it's already written. They know it. Now it's time for you to own it. And thank you. Yes, you, the chosen one. Whether you're new here or have been a rock-solid supporter of this mission, your presence and super gifts are the unstoppable force driving this movement. If you're ready to rise above their whispers, claim your power, and step fully into your destiny, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments to declare your readiness to turn their fear into your fuel. Let's dive in. Number 1. Fear painted with a smile. They're shaking under their masks. They grin in public, but behind that mask, fear wraps around their throats like a noose. Their smiles are painted on, cracking under the weight of the truth they can't admit. You terrify them, chosen one, not because of what you've done, but because of who you are. Look closer, chosen one. Every fake laugh, every forced word, every awkward glance. They're trying their best to pretend they're unbothered, but the mask is slipping. Behind closed doors, their hands tremble, their voices crack, and their minds race. They feel the pressure of your rise, and it's crushing them. Their fear isn't casual, it's primal. It's the kind of fear that keeps them awake at night, replaying every misstep, every time they doubted you, every moment they thought they had the upper hand. They know the truth now. You were never beneath them. You were always above. Why do they hide? Why not confront you face to face? Because they know they can't. The power you carry isn't just in your presence, it's in your purpose. You're not just someone they underestimated. You're the storm they never prepared for. The divine protection that surrounds you makes every arrow they fire fall short. They've tried to plot, scheme, and slander, but every attempt dissolves into nothing before it even reaches you. What they can't understand terrifies them, and what they fear most is this. You were chosen for this. They whisper in circles, hoping their conspiracies will gain traction, but even that feels hollow now. You're untouchable, and they know it. Like thieves in the night, they hide their intentions, hoping the light of your truth doesn't expose them. But here's the thing about the chosen. We don't need to seek revenge or validation. Your very existence is the reckoning. Every step you take forward sends ripples through their fragile world, and it shakes them to their core. What if they strike again, you might wonder? Let them try. Their hatred is a blade dulled by their own incompetence. Every attack they launch is another step toward their undoing. Divine protection doesn't just shield you from harm, it amplifies their failures. What they don't understand is this: the more they fear you, the more power you gain. Their fear is the fuel driving your ascension. And let's not forget, they're scared because they see what you don't always acknowledge in yourself. They see your strength, your resilience, your undeniable light. They know they can't replicate it. They can't steal it. They can't stop it. That's why their smiles are so brittle, why their confidence cracks under scrutiny. They're terrified of a force they can't control, and that force is you. So let them wear their masks, let them hide in the shadows. The chosen don't need to chase shadows. We move with the light. The truth is this: their fear isn't just proof of your power, it's proof that your time has come, and no mask can hide them from that. Number 2, their masks are slipping, and they know you see it. They thought they could keep up the act, but now their masks are cracked, slipping like cheap disguises in the rain. Every fake word, every hollow smile, it's all falling apart, and the worst part for them: they know you're watching, they know you see it. Chosen one, their fear isn't just in being exposed, it's in knowing that you're the one pulling back the curtain. They worked so hard to project an image of strength, confidence, and control, but every move they make now reeks of desperation. They wanted to appear unbothered, but their shaking hands and darting eyes betray them. They know the truth. Their facade was never strong enough to withstand your gaze. You don't just see the cracks, you see straight through to the emptiness inside. Why do they try to keep pretending? Why not just admit their fear? Because they can't. Their pride won't let them. To acknowledge their terror would mean admitting that you were right all along. It would mean surrendering to the reality they've fought so hard to deny. You're the real deal, the chosen one, and no amount of pretense can change that. The beauty of being chosen is this: you don't need to fight to expose them. They're unraveling on their own. Their masks weren't made to withstand the weight of truth, and now that weight is breaking them apart, piece by piece. Every forced laugh, every awkward compliment, every backhanded attempt to undermine you, it's all a futile effort to cling to the illusion of control they've already lost. They're performing, but the audience, you, isn't buying it anymore. Think about it. If their masks were solid, if their confidence were real, why would they act so nervous? Why would they flinch every time you speak? They're scared because your presence shines a light they can't hide from. You carry a divine power that strips away illusions, leaving nothing but raw, uncomfortable truth in its place. Their masks slipping isn't just coincidence, it's inevitable. Truth always exposes lies, and light always reveals what's been hiding in the dark. And here's the kicker: they know that once you've seen them for what they are, there's no going back. They can't fool you anymore, and they can't control the narrative. The power dynamic has shifted, and they're scrambling to regain footing on ground that's already crumbling beneath them. Their greatest fear is that you see them for the insecure, hollow figures they really are, and you do. So what now, chosen one? You keep moving. Let their masks fall. Let their desperation grow. You don't need to call them out or waste time on their illusions. Your power lies in your purpose, in the divine armor that protects you from their petty schemes. Their masks slipping is just the first step in their undoing, and all you have to do is keep rising. Remember, their fear isn't your burden. It's your proof. Proof that they see your power and can't do a thing to stop it. Number 3. Their words were daggers, but you're made of steel. They threw their words like daggers, hoping to pierce your spirit. Every insult, every lie, every whisper behind your back. They sharpened their tongues, but they underestimated one thing. Daggers can't cut steel, and you, chosen one, are forged from something far stronger than they'll ever understand. They thought their words could wound you, that their cheap shots would shatter your confidence. But every insult they hurled only served to sharpen your resolve. You didn't just survive their attacks, you absorbed them, transformed them, and now stand stronger than ever. While they wasted their breath trying to break you, you were growing, evolving, and hardening into an unshakable force they can no longer touch. Why did they attack you with such venom? Because words are the only weapon weak people know how to wield. They thought if they could control the narrative, they could control you. But here's the truth. Words only have power if you let them, and their words hit you like raindrops on armor. They didn't penetrate, they didn't hurt, they only revealed how desperate they were to stop you. They whispered lies behind closed doors, hoping to tarnish your name. They spread rumors like wildfire, thinking they could burn down your reputation. But they didn't count on your foundation being built on truth. Lies may travel fast, but truth moves like a tidal wave, washing away every falsehood in its path. Their daggers of deceit may have looked sharp, but when they clashed against your unyielding strength, they shattered into nothingness. You've heard their words, haven't you? The sneers, the mockery, the attempts to belittle what they can't understand. They thought their ridicule would make you shrink, but instead, it lit a fire inside you. Every word they threw was fuel for your flame, and now that flame has grown into a roaring inferno they can't contain. Here's what they never realized. Your steel isn't just physical, it's spiritual. It's forged in the fire of rejection, strengthened by the hammer of adversity, and cooled in the waters of divine purpose. Their words were never going to destroy you because they don't have the power to touch what's protected by something greater. You're not just resilient, you're invincible to their petty games. And now, their words sound hollow, even to them. They've run out of things to say, out of daggers to throw, and they're left standing in the shadow of your strength, while they scrambled to tear you down with gossip and slander. You stood tall, unmoved, watching as their words dissolved into nothing but echoes of their own insecurity. So, chosen one, the next time they try to speak against you, remember this. Steel doesn't flinch at the sound of brittle glass breaking. Their words can't harm you, and their fear is louder than anything they could ever say. You were built to endure, built to rise, and their daggers. They're nothing more than toys in the hands of the powerless. Let them try. You've already won. Number 4. They thought ignoring you would diminish you. They turned their backs on you, hoping your light would fade in the shadows of their indifference. But instead, you grew brighter. Their silence wasn't strength, it was fear. And now, that fear has become the weight they can no longer carry. Chosen one, they thought that by ignoring you, they could erase you. They thought their lack of attention would silence your purpose, but they forgot one crucial truth. You were never fueled by their approval. While they sat in their own small circles, pretending you didn't exist, you were building, rising, becoming. Their attempts to diminish you only magnified what they fear the most, that you don't need them. Your power comes from within, and it's untouchable. What they don't understand is that ignoring someone like you doesn't weaken you, it sets you free. Free from their noise, their opinions, their limitations. While they were busy acting like you didn't matter, you were becoming the force they couldn't avoid. They thought their silence was a weapon, but it turned out to be your liberation. Without their distractions, you sharpened your focus, and now you're unstoppable. Think about it. Why would they ignore you in the first place? Because deep down, they knew acknowledging you would mean admitting your strength. They thought if they pretended you didn't exist, they could bury their own insecurities. But here's the irony. By ignoring you, they only proved how much you matter. Ignorance is never neutral. It's an act of desperation. They couldn't face you, so they chose to look away. But here's the thing about ignoring the chosen one. It doesn't erase your impact. You're like a seed planted in the soil. They might not see your growth at first, but when you break through, there's no ignoring the roots you've already laid. Your silence wasn't empty, it was strategic. While they looked away, you were preparing to rise, and now they're scrambling to catch up. And now they can't avoid you. You've grown too big, too powerful, too undeniable. Their silence, once a shield, is now a prison, trapping them in the shadow of their own failure to see you for who you are. They're haunted by what they missed, by the opportunities they could have had if they hadn't been so blinded by their pride. Chosen one, let this be your reminder. Their ignorance was never about you. It was about their fear of being overshadowed by your greatness. They thought ignoring you would shrink you, but instead it shrank them. You were never diminished. You were waiting, rising, and proving that no amount of indifference could ever dim your light. Let them face the reality of their own blindness. Let them watch as you continue to rise, untouchable and unstoppable. Their silence was never your end. It was the beginning of their realization. They thought ignoring you would erase your presence. But now, your presence is the one thing they can't ignore. Number 5. Your name carries the weight of their regret. Your name doesn't just linger in their minds. It echoes, heavy and haunting, like a reminder of every mistake they made, trying to diminish you. Every time they hear it, it's a punch to their pride, a crack in their confidence. They regret the day they doubted you, but now it's too late. Chosen one, your name isn't just a sound to them, it's a wound. It cuts deep, reminding them of every time they underestimated your strength, every moment they dismissed your potential, every opportunity they had to align with you, but chose to mock you instead. Their regret isn't quiet, it's loud and consuming, a fire they can't extinguish. And now, every time someone mentions you, it's like salt poured onto that open wound. You're not just someone they wronged, you're the proof of their failure. They tried to bury you with their words, their actions, their envy, but you grew roots in that darkness and rose higher than they ever imagined. Now, they can't escape you. Your name is spoken with respect in places they'll never reach, and every time they hear it, they're reminded of the distance between you and them, a distance they created with their own arrogance. Why does your name hold so much weight? Because it carries what they'll never have, the power of being chosen. You were always destined for something greater, and no amount of their doubt or hatred could change that. While they wasted their energy trying to tear you down, you were silently building yourself up. And now, every time they hear your name, it's a reminder of how wrong they were, how they wasted their time underestimating someone who was never meant to be small. What if they try to rewrite the narrative, you might wonder? Let them try. Let them whisper that they always knew you'd make it, or that they saw your potential all along. It's a lie they tell themselves to soften the sting of their regret. Deep down, they know the truth. They failed to see what was always in front of them. And now they're scrambling to save face, hoping no one notices the shame they carry every time your name is spoken. The weight of your name isn't just regret, it's the shadow of your success looming over their failures. They can't avoid it, no matter how hard they try. In every conversation, every room, every corner of their world, your name hangs like a bell tolling their defeat. It's not just the sound of who you are, it's the reminder of what they'll never be. Chosen one, remember this. Your name is more than a word. It's a legacy, a symbol of the strength they couldn't break and the destiny they couldn't stop. While they carry the weight of regret, you carry the power of purpose. Keep rising, because no matter how heavy your name feels to them, it will only grow lighter for you as you step into the greatness they could never handle. Number 6. Their fear is the chain they put on themselves. The chains they wear weren't forced on them, they forged them link by link. Every lie, every whisper, every scheme against you has become the weight that now drags them down. They thought they were trapping you, but it's their own fear that's shackled them. Chosen one, their fear isn't just a reaction to your rise, it's a prison of their own making. They crafted their chains from insecurity and envy, and now those same chains bind them, tightening with every move you make. They thought they were clever, thought their plans would stop you, but in their desperation to hold you back, they trapped themselves in a cage they can't escape. What they don't realize is that fear is the ultimate enemy. While they spent their energy trying to control you, to diminish your power, their own fear grew like a shadow behind them. It whispers in their ear, it clouds their judgment, it makes every step they take feel heavier. They thought they were playing you, but fear doesn't pick sides. It consumes anyone foolish enough to give it power, and now it's consuming them. You see it, don't you? The way they hesitate now, the way their once bold actions are laced with uncertainty. They're second-guessing themselves because they know, deep down, that every attempt to stop you has only made you stronger. Every time they tried to block your path, you forged a new one. Every obstacle they threw in your way became another step in your journey. Their fear didn't slow you down, it built you up. But here's the irony, the very thing they fear most, you, isn't even focused on them. You're not wasting time thinking about their chains, their schemes, or their doubts. You've outgrown their world entirely while they're stuck, trapped in the prison of their own making. They don't fear what you've done to them, they fear what you represent: freedom, strength, clarity, and a light they can't extinguish. And yet, they hold on to those chains as if they give them power. They cling to their fear because letting go would mean facing the truth, that you were never their enemy, you were their reflection. You showed them everything they lacked, everything they feared to become, and instead of rising with you, they chained themselves to their own limitations. Now they watch as you move forward, free and unbothered, while their chains tighten with every step. Their fear isn't your burden, chosen one. It's not your responsibility to free them from the prison they built. All you need to do is keep rising, keep walking, keep stepping into the light they can't touch. Let their fear be their own undoing. You've already broken free, and that's why they're still trembling. The only chains left are the ones they've put on themselves. Keep moving forward and leave them behind to wrestle with the weight of their own fear. Number 7. You're the storm they prayed would never come. They prayed for calm skies, but you came as the storm, fierce, unrelenting, and undeniable. Every whisper of doubt, every scheme they plotted, every illusion they clung to has been swept away by the sheer force of your rise. You didn't just arrive, you came to change the entire landscape. Chosen one, they never saw you coming. Not like this. They thought you'd stay quiet, stay small, stay manageable. They convinced themselves that you were just another passing breeze, easy to ignore, but they were wrong. You're the storm they prayed would never come, because deep down they always knew it would. They always knew that their fragile world, built on lies and pretense, would eventually collapse under the weight of someone like you. Someone destined, someone unstoppable. Do you see it now? Their frantic energy, their scattered moves, their desperate attempts to hold on to what's slipping through their fingers. That's not strategy, it's fear. Fear of you. You are the chaos they can't control, the force they can't predict, the truth they can't deny. While they were busy underestimating you, you were growing, gathering strength, building momentum. And now, as you stand in your full power, they're scrambling like leaves in the wind, trying to hold on to a reality that no longer exists. They prayed for your silence. They prayed for your failure. They prayed for anything that would keep you from showing up in your full, undeniable power. But prayers built on fear are never answered. You didn't just arrive, you erupted. You're not the kind of storm that passes quietly in the night. You're the kind that reshapes everything in its path, leaving no room for their lies to stand. What if they try to stop me, you might ask? Let them try. Their resistance is like shouting at the thunder, hoping it will obey. You are the storm, and storms don't ask for permission. They don't wait for approval. They move with purpose, with force, with destiny. And you're moving toward everything they can't handle. Your every step is a reminder that they're powerless to stop what's already begun. And here's the truth they can't escape. Storms don't just destroy, they cleanse. You're washing away the weak foundations they built, clearing the way for something real, something unshakable. You're not here to fit into their broken system. You're here to rebuild, to rewrite, to reign. Their prayers for your absence were futile because this was never about them. It's about you stepping into your calling, no matter how much they feared it. So, keep moving, chosen one. Let their fear fuel your fire. Let their resistance remind you that you're exactly where you're meant to be. You are the storm they prayed would never come, and now that you're here, there's no turning back. The skies have changed, the winds are in your favor, and there's no force on earth that can stop you now. Number 8. The crown they couldn't touch was meant for you. They reached for it, clawed at it, schemed for it, but the crown never moved. It didn't budge, didn't waver, because it wasn't theirs to claim. No matter how high they jumped or how many lies they told, the truth stood firm. The crown was always meant for you. Chosen one, they thought their tricks, their noise, their false confidence could rewrite destiny. They thought they could snatch what was never theirs, steal what the universe had already set aside for you. But here's the truth they couldn't face. This crown isn't something you grab with ambition or deceit. It's not given to the loudest voice or the biggest ego. It's reserved for the one who endured, the one who rose, the one chosen by forces greater than anything they could ever comprehend. Their failure wasn't in reaching for the crown, it was in thinking they even had the right. They saw you rising and thought you were an easy target. They underestimated your strength, your resilience, your divine protection. They forgot that the crown doesn't just sit on your head, it's woven into your very being. You didn't need to chase it, you didn't need to fight for it. It was always yours. Why couldn't they touch it? Because their hands were dirty with jealousy, stained with insecurity. The crown recognizes authenticity. It recognizes power born from struggle, not scheming. And no matter how many times they tried to grab it, it slipped through their fingers like smoke. Their desperation to take it only revealed their unworthiness. They thought the crown would complete them, but what they didn't realize is this: it only fits the one it was destined for. And that's you. You see, chosen one, the crown isn't just a symbol. It's a testament to your journey, your purpose, your calling. It's a weight they could never carry, a responsibility they could never fulfill. That's why it eludes them. They wanted the glory, but couldn't handle the sacrifice. They wanted the power, but feared the accountability. They wanted the recognition, but lacked the courage to face what comes with it. The crown rejected them because they were never built to wear it. And now they stand in the ruins of their own ambition, watching you step into what was always yours. The crown wasn't something you had to steal, fight for, or demand. It waited for you, just as it always would. They hate it, they resent it, but deep down, they know it. They know that no matter what they do, they'll never be able to take what's destined for you. So wear your crown, chosen one. Wear it without apology, without hesitation. Let it shine so brightly that it blinds those who doubted you. They couldn't touch it because it wasn't theirs to touch. It belongs to you, the one who earned it, the one who was meant for it. And no one, no whisper, no scheme can ever change that. Number 9. You're the mirror that shows them what they'll never be. You don't have to say a word to break them, chosen one. Just by standing there, you hold up a mirror that reflects every insecurity they've buried, every weakness they've tried to hide. And what they see staring back at them, it's not just your strength. It's the glaring reminder of everything they'll never become. They hate you, not because of what you've done, but because of what you represent. You're a constant, unrelenting reminder that their fake confidence, shallow victories, and fragile egos are no match for real power. They can't look at you without feeling the weight of their own inadequacy, and it eats them alive. To them, your existence is a wound that never heals, a mirror that never lies, and they can't smash it, no matter how hard they try. Every time you walk into the room, their bravado shrinks, their fake smiles falter. They feel it deep in their bones, that sharp sting of inferiority. It's not just your strength that intimidates them, it's the effortless way you carry it. You don't need their approval, their validation, or their applause. And that drives them mad, because their entire identity is built on external validation, while yours is rooted in something they can't touch: divine purpose. They project their envy onto you, throwing insults, spreading lies, hoping to dim your light just enough to feel comfortable in their shadows. But here's the truth: their hate is just a mask for their admiration. They see your resilience, your clarity, your unstoppable drive, and it reminds them of the limits they've placed on themselves. You are everything they pretend to be, but can't even begin to achieve. And the more they try to bring you down, the more they're reminded of how far above them you truly are. You might wonder, why do they care so much about me? Because you disrupt their illusions. You're the contradiction to their lies. They've convinced themselves they're enough, that they've made it. But standing next to you, their entire world feels small and hollow. You don't just threaten their image, you obliterate it. And the irony, you're not even trying. You don't need to compare or compete, because there's no contest. You're playing a different game entirely. Chosen one, understand this: their anger, their fear, their obsession with you, it's not your burden, it's their lesson. They have to face themselves every time they see you, and they hate it, but that's not your concern. You're not here to fix them or shrink yourself to make them comfortable. You're here to rise, to step into your destiny, and to continue reflecting the truth they refuse to see. Let them squirm. Let them throw their tantrums. You are the mirror that shows them their limits, and at the same time, you're the reflection of possibility they'll never reach. And as they struggle with what they see, you keep rising, untouchable, unstoppable, unshaken. Their hate is just proof that your light is too bright for their shadows. Keep shining. They'll either learn from it or crumble trying to deny it. Either way, you've already won. Number 10. You're not just ahead, you're untouchable. They thought they could catch up, but they were chasing shadows. Now they realize it's not just that you're ahead, it's that you're untouchable. They're running a race you already finished, trying to reach a destination they'll never even see. Chosen one, they measured you by their standards, thinking this was some kind of competition, but how can they compete with someone playing a completely different game? While they scrambled for crumbs, you built the feast. While they obsessed over appearances, you were mastering substance. They thought they were catching up, but all the while, you were light years beyond their reach. And now they stand in stunned silence, finally realizing the gap between you and them isn't just wide, it's insurmountable. They don't hate you because you're ahead. They hate you because they can't touch you. Every move they made, every trap they set, every whisper behind your back, none of it worked. You moved through their chaos untouched, like a storm passing over a house of cards. No matter how loud they were, no matter how desperate their attempts, you stood steady, unbothered, and unbroken. That's not just power, that's divine purpose. You're untouchable because you were never walking their path to begin with. You don't answer to their rules, their timelines, or their expectations. You move in alignment with something greater, something they can't understand. They play small games in small arenas, but you're operating on a field so vast they can't even comprehend it. Their strategies, their envy, their attempts to pull you down, they all fall flat because your rise isn't tied to their approval. You're chosen, and that makes you unstoppable. Look at their faces now, the frustration, the confusion, the growing realization that no matter what they do, they can't affect you. They've thrown everything they had at you, doubt, hate, jealousy, and yet here you are, standing taller than ever. Their failure isn't just in losing to you, it's in realizing they were never in the same league. They thought they were in the game, but the truth is, they were never even on the board. But why do they keep trying, you might wonder? Because they can't accept the truth. Their egos won't let them admit that their best efforts weren't enough to shake you. They're grasping at straws, hoping that maybe, just maybe, something will work. But it won't. The divine armor that surrounds you, the power you carry, it makes you untouchable, unshakable, and undeniable. They can't reach you because you've ascended to a place their envy can't follow. So keep going, chosen one. Let them scramble. Let them wear themselves out. Your path isn't defined by their resistance. It's fueled by your purpose. And while they waste energy trying to figure out how to bring you down, you'll keep rising, untouchable, unbothered, and completely out of their reach. Their frustration is just the soundtrack to your triumph, and their defeat was written the moment you stepped into your power. Keep moving forward. They can't touch what's destined. They can't touch you. Number 11. Their fear is the soundtrack to your rise. Their fear isn't just noise, it's a symphony of regret, a chaotic melody of their shattered pride. Every nervous glance, every whispered doubt, every stammered excuse, it's the background music to your unstoppable rise, and they can't turn it off. Chosen one, Understand this, their fear isn't accidental, it's earned. Every move you make, every step you take forward, strikes a chord in the song of their unease. They feel it every time they see you, a surge of panic they can't control, like a drumbeat growing louder in the background of their lives. They hate it because they can't escape it, can't silence it, can't ignore it. Your success has become the rhythm of their downfall, and they know it. Why does your rise scare them so much? Because it highlights everything they lack. They see in you what they'll never be, resilient, unshaken, unstoppable. They spent so much time doubting you, underestimating you, that they never prepared for the reality of your power. Now, as you ascend, their fear plays on a loop, louder with every move you make. It's not just the sound of your footsteps, it's the sound of their failures echoing back at them. Listen closely, chosen one. Do you hear it? The cracks in their confidence, the quiver in their words, the tension in their smiles. That's the sound of their walls crumbling, their ego breaking apart under the weight of your presence. Every achievement you claim, every moment you stand tall, turns up the volume on their regret. Their fear isn't just a reaction, it's a soundtrack, and it follows you like a shadow. They might not say it out loud, but their actions scream it. They're terrified of what you'll become. Every whisper, every side-eyed glance, every hesitant interaction. They're not watching you with casual curiosity. They're watching with dread, knowing that your rise isn't just inevitable, it's uncontainable. You're the crescendo they've been dreading, and they can't stop the music. And here's the most powerful truth. You don't need their approval, their recognition, or even their silence. Their fear is all the confirmation you'll ever need. They fear you because they know the truth. Your power isn't borrowed, isn't temporary, and isn't for sale. It's divine, unshakable, and uniquely yours. You've stepped into a rhythm they can't disrupt, a momentum they can't slow down. Let their fear play on, chosen one. Let it fuel your rise. Let it echo in the spaces where doubt once lived. Their fear isn't your burden, it's your anthem. Every time they flinch, every time they falter, every time they try and fail to match your energy, the sound grows louder, sharper, more undeniable. This is your time, and their fear is the music of your ascent. Play it proudly, let it roar. You've already won. Number 12. They can't break what's already unbreakable. They've tried everything, schemes, lies, whispers in the dark, but nothing works. Why? Because you're not just strong, you're unbreakable. Their claws can't reach your soul, their words can't pierce your armor, and their hate can't touch your destiny. You're forged in fire, and fire doesn't break, it burns brighter. Chosen one, they don't understand what they're up against. They think their petty tactics can wear you down, but they're fighting a losing battle. What they don't see is the foundation you've built, the unshakable core inside you that nothing and no one can destroy. They've thrown stones at a mountain, thinking it would crumble, but all they've done is dull their own weapons. Their failure isn't just inevitable, it's written in stone. Let's be real, they underestimated you because they thought you were like them, fragile, breakable, easily swayed by fear or doubt. But you're not like them. You've been through storms that would have drowned them. You've walked through fires that would have left them in ashes. And instead of breaking, you came out stronger, sharper, and more resilient than ever. Their attempts to break you aren't just failing, they're backfiring. Every attack they launch only shows how powerless they are against you. They tried to spread lies, but the truth wrapped itself around you like a shield. They hoped you'd fall, but every stumble only taught you how to rise. They wanted to see you shattered, but all they've done is watch as you built yourself into something untouchable. The harder they push, the clearer it becomes. You're not their victim, you're their lesson. You might wonder why they keep trying, why keep hammering at something that can't break. Because they don't know any other way. They're driven by envy, blinded by desperation, and consumed by the fear that you'll succeed despite everything they've done to stop you. And here's the truth they can't face. It's not that they can't break you, it's that you were never breakable to begin with. Chosen one, your strength isn't just in your ability to endure, it's in your ability to transform. Every trial, every betrayal, every moment they thought would destroy you became the fuel that built your fire. You're not standing because they didn't hit hard enough. You're standing because their blows only strengthened your foundation. Let them try. Let them waste their energy on battles they'll never win. You don't need to fight their small-minded games because you've already won the war. Their hate is powerless against the divine force that protects you, the purpose that drives you, and the destiny that awaits you. They can throw stones, but you're a fortress. They can spread lies, but you're the truth. They can try to break you, but you're the unshakable force they'll never overcome. Remember this, their greatest failure isn't that they couldn't break you, it's that they ever thought they could. Keep rising, chosen one. They can't touch what's destined for greatness. They can't destroy what was built to last. And they can't break what was made unbreakable. Number 13. The fear they feel is the power you wield. Their fear isn't just a reaction, it's your evidence. Every shaky word, every sideways glance, every desperate attempt to dismiss you, it all screams the same truth. You hold the power now. Their fear is yours to command, and it's a weapon they unknowingly handed over. Chosen one, their fear isn't a weakness, it's a confession. They may not speak it, but their actions betray everything they're too afraid to say. They're scared of what you've become, of what you've always been destined to be. Every time they see you, it's a reminder that their efforts to silence you, diminish you, or stop you were not only futile, they backfired. You've grown stronger, and their fear grows with you. Think about it. Fear is never loud. It's quiet, creeping, suffocating. It lives in their hesitations, in the nervous energy they radiate when you enter the room. They may act bold, but inside they're unraveling. Why? Because they know. They know they can't compete with you. They can't predict your moves, and they can't touch the force you carry. You don't just walk into a room, you shift the entire atmosphere. That's what terrifies them the most. You change the game simply by existing. And let's be clear, this isn't just about fear of losing to you. It's deeper than that. They fear what you represent. You're proof that their limitations are self-imposed, that the rules they cling to don't apply to someone like you. They've spent their lives trying to control narratives, to shape their world in a way that keeps them comfortable, but you've shattered that. You're the living example that the divine doesn't play by their rules. And that kind of truth is the most frightening thing of all. You might wonder, why does their fear matter to me? Why should I care? Here's why. Their fear is your fuel. It's not about gloating or revenge. It's about recognition. The fact that they fear you proves one undeniable truth. You are powerful. They wouldn't fear you if you were ordinary, if you were predictable, if you were easy to dismiss. Their fear is the mirror reflecting your strength, your potential, your purpose. You don't need their validation. Their fear already gave it to you. And here's the best part. Fear is contagious. The more they fear you, the more their circle starts to feel it too. It spreads like wildfire, creating cracks in the foundations of everything they built to oppose you. They may try to rally against you, but their fear undermines them at every turn. They're fighting a losing battle, and deep down, they know it. Chosen one, embrace this. Their fear isn't just a reaction, it's your advantage. It's the proof that you've risen above their reach, and it's the power that will keep you moving forward. While they stumble in confusion and insecurity, you walk with clarity and purpose. Let their fear be the wind that propels you, the silent anthem of your victory. You don't need to wield a sword when their fear is already doing the work for you. Their fear is your power. Use it wisely. Number 14. They tried to break you, now they're breaking themselves. They thought they could shatter you, but every blow they struck only cracked their own foundation. While you stood unbroken, their schemes turned into the very weapons of their downfall. Now they're drowning in the chaos they created. And it's all because of you, because they underestimated the strength of the Chosen One. Chosen One, remember the days when they threw everything they had at you. The lies, the insults, the plots designed to pull you down. It wasn't just an attack. It was a desperate attempt to destroy what they could never control. They thought their words would weaken your spirit, their actions would halt your rise, and their whispers would silence your truth. But all they did was teach you how to withstand the storm. You didn't just endure, you thrived. Every attempt to break you was like a hammer striking steel, forging you into something stronger than they ever imagined. They didn't realize that you were never fragile. You weren't built from the same shaky foundation as they were. You were made to last, and now, as you rise higher than ever, they're left grappling with the consequences of their failure. Their plans didn't weaken you, they backfired, and now they're choking on the ashes of their own destruction. Look at them now, the cracks are showing, their walls are crumbling, and their confidence has turned to panic. The pressure they tried to put on you is now folding back onto them, and it's too much for their fragile egos to handle. They're unraveling because they never prepared for this moment. They never thought you'd survive, let alone rise to a level where their petty games are beneath you. Now, every move they make to regain control only digs their hole deeper. Why are they breaking? Because they've built their identity on tearing others down, and without you to focus on, they have nothing left. You were their obsession, their excuse for avoiding their own reflection. But now that you're untouchable, their energy has nowhere to go but inward. And what they're discovering is terrifying to them. They're not strong enough to face themselves. Every scheme, every insult, every attempt to sabotage you was like throwing stones at a mountain. You stood steady while they wore themselves out. Their desperation became their undoing, and now they're trapped in the rubble of their own arrogance. This isn't just karma, it's the natural order of truth. What they tried to build on lies and hate was always destined to collapse. And you didn't need to lift a finger. They're breaking themselves because they underestimated you, because they refused to see the divine protection that surrounded you all along. Let them crumble, Chosen One. Their downfall isn't your burden to carry. It's the price they pay for trying to break someone unbreakable. Keep rising, keep thriving, and leave them in the ruins of their own making. They tried to break you, but the only thing they broke was themselves. And so, Chosen One, the story is clear. They tried to crush your spirit, but all they did was reveal the unstoppable force within you. Their masks have fallen, their schemes have failed, and now they're left battling their own undoing. You, on the other hand, are rising, untouchable, unshakable, and divinely protected. This is your time, and nothing can stand in your way. If you're ready to step fully into your power, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a 77 in the comments to claim your strength. Share this message with someone who needs to hear it. Let's keep rising together. They tremble not because you are weak, but because your light burns hotter than their shadows can ever reach. They don't want you to hear this? No. They fought tooth and nail to keep this truth buried deep beneath layers of lies, manipulation, and fear. Have you noticed how they whisper doubts into your ear when you're strongest? How they push you down when you're about to rise? That's no accident. They know exactly who you are, and the very fact that you're still standing, still breathing, still shining, makes them quake in ways they can't even begin to admit. They feed your mind poison, craft illusions to cage your spirit, and cloak their attacks in silence, all because your power threatens to burn their control to ashes. Did they not break your trust? Did they not isolate you? Did they not scatter your allies and turn them into weapons against you? Yes, they did all that and more because your awakening disrupts their carefully built empire. Before this message can reach more chosen ones like you, hit that like button, subscribe, and share. Because every engagement signals to the universe and to YouTube's algorithm that this truth deserves to be heard. They want to drown this message in noise, but together we will amplify it. This is not just a video, it's a movement, a rebellion against the unseen forces determined to keep you small, broken, and silent. Your power is their nightmare, and your awakening is their undoing. You were chosen before you even took your first breath. That power, that light, was woven into your very essence by the universe itself. And yet, despite carrying a fire that haunts your enemy's darkest dreams, you've been made to doubt yourself. How is it possible to question your worth when the whole world conspires to silence your rise? When every setback, every betrayal, every moment of loneliness has been a calculated strike designed to erase your memory of who you truly are. They fear your success not because they are strong, but because your strength is a mirror reflecting their weakness. Your power is a beacon that exposes their shadows and that terrifies them beyond words. Remember this, they tremble not because you are fragile, but because your light is too fierce for their darkness to contain. They have spent years, decades even, trying to bury your gifts beneath rubble and ruins. But you keep breaking through. You are the wildfire they cannot control, the storm they cannot weather, the truth they cannot hide. And yet, you hesitate. You wonder if you're enough, if you can really stand tall against forces that seem endless and merciless. Don't, because doubting your power only feeds their hunger to keep you chained. Your doubts are the last battlefield they seek to conquer, and once they win that, your fire dims and your spirit falters. But here's the secret they don't want you to know. Your power cannot be stolen, copied, or destroyed. It is a divine spark, a cosmic code etched into your soul by the Creator of all things. No amount of manipulation, no army of deceivers, no labyrinth of lies can ever erase what the universe has marked as yours. They try to keep you broken to control you, but your healing breaks their chains. They try to silence you, but your voice is the thunder they fear. They try to trap you in their illusions, but your vision cuts through the fog. They want you to stay asleep, unaware, powerless, and defeated. But you are waking up, and with every breath, you shatter their lies. This is the forbidden truth they desperately hide. Your success is their punishment. Every time you rise after a fall, every time you reclaim your light after darkness, they crumble a little more. Their grip loosens because your power is not just a gift, it's a weapon, and they are terrified to face it. The more you grow, the louder their panic. The more you shine, the deeper their envy. They watch, helpless, as you become the force they cannot suppress. So, to all the chosen ones watching now, do not doubt your power for a single moment. Your struggles are not curses. They are the universe's way of preparing you for greatness. Your isolation is not rejection. It is the crucible where your spirit is forged. The obstacles you face are not punishments. They are the enemy's desperate attempts to keep you locked in chains of fear and control. But you were never meant to be controlled. You were never meant to live in the shadows of doubt. You were born to burn bright, to break free, and to rise beyond the limits they set for you. The enemy's greatest fear is your awakening because it signals the end of their reign over your mind, your energy, and your destiny. They fear that once you fully claim your power, you will become unstoppable, a force of nature that rewrites the rules and reshapes the world. That's why they attack so fiercely, why they whisper lies so persistently, and why they try so hard to keep you in chains of self-doubt. But hear this clearly. The power inside you is stronger than their darkest schemes. The light within you is brighter than their deepest shadows. Never forget, you are chosen. The universe itself has marked you with purpose. You carry a power that haunts your enemies and inspires those who have yet to awaken. So stand firm, trust yourself, rise with ferocity. Because the moment you fully embrace who you are, you will not only break free from their control, you will ignite a revolution of light that no darkness can withstand. And listen closely, chosen one, this was only the spark. The fire is just beginning to burn. What you've heard so far, that's just the part they couldn't stop. But what comes next is the truth they've worked overtime to keep buried. Step by step, we're about to peel back the layers of their deception, and by the end, you won't just hear this message, you'll live it. If your spirit's already stirring, drop 77 in the comments to show you're awake and locked in. And if this truth hit deep, consider supporting the team behind it with super gifts. Your support fuels this movement. And now, let's dive in, piece by piece. But hear me, if you are truly chosen, if the fire inside you hasn't gone out, you'll feel the pull to stay till the end, because what they never wanted you to hear starts right now. Number 1, success is built for you, and they hate that you make it look easy. They threw every stone to see you stumble, and now they're choking on dust while you build kingdoms with the rubble. They hate you, not because you failed, not because you're weak, not because you're lost, but because you made it look too easy. You were never supposed to rise. You were never supposed to survive the collapse, the betrayals, the nights you cried alone when no one heard you. And yet, here you are. You didn't just survive what they hoped would destroy you. You thrived. You built your strength in silence while they plotted your downfall with noise. And now, every step you take forward is a slap in the face to the systems built to keep you on your knees. You were never meant to win in their eyes. They designed the game so you'd lose before your first move. They built walls to trap you, blindfolded you with lies, and stacked obstacles higher than your hope. But you didn't follow their script. You didn't beg them for validation, didn't grovel for approval, didn't ask for permission to be great. You soared anyway. Like the wind slipping through their fingers, like light piercing their darkest corners, like fire that refuses to go out even when drowned in doubt. You shattered the illusion that they held power over your destiny. and that alone makes you their greatest threat. They study you in confusion. How do you keep getting back up? How do you make broken look beautiful? They spent years trying to delay your breakthrough, and yet you keep slipping through their grasp, unbothered, unapologetic, and unbreakable. You make it look effortless, not because it was easy, but because you were built for this. That calmness in your storm, that's what haunts them, that grace under fire. That's what burns their pride. Your very presence mocks their control. And now you wonder, why do they keep coming for me? Why do I attract so much hate when I'm just trying to live in peace? Because your peace is louder than their chaos. Because the moment you walk into a room, their insecurities stand at attention. Because your existence is proof that the system didn't win. You are the living evidence that no matter how deep they tried to bury you, you were seed, not waste. And seeds grow always. They don't hate you because you're lucky. They hate you because you're chosen and because you carry something inside you that cannot be replicated. Something divine, something unstoppable. You wear scars like armor and carry silence like a sword. What they intended to break you became the very thing that set you apart. You walk with a confidence they can't manufacture. You glow with a light they can't steal. You win battles you never asked to fight, and do it without a crown, without applause, and sometimes without help. Think about the greats. Michael Jordan wasn't hated because he played the game. He was hated because he redefined it. Oprah wasn't silenced because she had a voice. She was attacked because her voice carried truth. Steve Jobs wasn't dismissed because he failed. He was feared because his vision shattered the limits they placed around innovation. These weren't ordinary people. They were disruptors. And that's what you are too. You didn't come to blend in. You came to shake the room. You may ask yourself, why does my rise make them so angry? It's because they poured every ounce of their effort into building a system meant to consume people like you, people who are intuitive, driven, spiritually wired, and mentally bulletproof. And still, you refuse to play your part in their performance. You're not a puppet, not a follower, not a clone. You're the glitch in their program, the code they couldn't crack, the flame that burns even when there's no oxygen left. They wanted you to crawl through life begging for scraps. Instead, you're carving out your own lane, leaving sparks behind for others to follow. You weren't supposed to find peace after trauma. You weren't supposed to rebuild after loss. You weren't supposed to find clarity in chaos. But you did all of that, and more. You did what they said couldn't be done, and not only did you do it, you made it look like you were born for it, because you were. Success was not just something you stumbled into, it was written into your spirit before they even had a chance to sabotage you. You didn't choose this light chose you. It's why the universe tests you harder. It's why your storms hit heavier, but it's also why you come out of every season more powerful than before. You've been built in fire they thought would consume you, but it forged you. And now your mere existence is their torment. They sit in their shadows, confused, bitter, envious. They threw chaos at you like weapons, hoping you'd turn into dust, but instead, you turned into pressure-forged diamond. They tried to silence you with doubt, but you turned that doubt into your roar. They watched you get up time and time again and realized nothing they do is enough. And now, their hate is not about what you've done, it's about what you're about to do, because they can feel it. The shift, the rise, the awakening. They know you're just getting started, and they know there's nothing they can do to stop it. You are the reminder that greatness can't be caged, that purpose can't be programmed, that no matter how deep the pit, you were never meant to stay buried. You were meant to rise effortlessly, because that's what the chosen do. We don't ask how tall the mountain is. We climb it. We don't count the enemies. We outlast them. We don't need permission. We move with purpose. And when they ask how you did it, you smile and let your silence say everything they feared. So keep rising, keep moving like your power was never up for debate. Keep thriving in the face of their confusion. Let your light scream what your words never have to. You were never meant to be ordinary. You were born chosen, and the reason they can't stand you is because deep down, they know it too. Number 2, pain is just preparation and your scars are your strength. They want you to believe that pain is your punishment, that every scar, every heartbreak, every brutal knockdown means you're broken, defeated, less than. But hear this clearly, because they will hate me for telling you this. But I will anyway. Pain is not your punishment. It is your preparation. Every wound you carry, every struggle you faced, every night you thought you couldn't go on, it wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to build you. While they drown in the ashes of defeat, you are forged in the fire of preparation. The enemy's goal has always been the same: to wear you down, to break you, to make you feel small enough to control. They throw their worst at you, hoping the weight of it all will crush your spirit. But they don't know you. They don't understand that every blow you take only strengthens your resolve, that every scar you wear is a symbol of your unbreakable will. They want you to believe you're alone in your pain, isolated and powerless. But your scars tell a different story. They tell the story of a soul forged in battle, hardened by trials, and destined for greatness. You might ask yourself, why does it feel so unbearable at times? Why does the pain come in waves so fierce that it feels like it will drown me? The answer is simple. Because growth is never easy. The universe does not hand out power wrapped in comfort and ease. The strongest steel is forged in the hottest fires, and the mightiest warriors are made through the harshest battles. You are in that fire right now, being prepared, sharpened, molded, not destroyed. The enemy wants you to think these hardships are curses, random punishments, or signs you're failing. They are not. They are your training ground. Look back at the greatest legends in history. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years imprisoned, stripped of freedom and dignity, but he emerged a leader who changed the course of a nation. Oprah Winfrey faced abuse and poverty, but she turned her pain into one of the most powerful voices in the world. Steve Jobs was fired from the very company he founded, yet he revolutionized entire industries. None of them escaped pain. Pain was their crucible, the pressure that transformed them from ordinary to extraordinary. And that's exactly what your pain is doing for you. The enemy fears your resilience far more than your victories. Why? Because victories can be taken away, but resilience cannot be stolen. They can attack your circumstances, but they cannot destroy your spirit if you refuse to surrender. They want you to give up during the darkest nights, to let despair swallow you whole, to believe their lies that you are weak and alone. But the universe is whispering a different truth. You are never alone, and you are never broken. You are becoming. Every scar, every tear, every moment you thought you might fall, that was the universe preparing you for what's next. They will try to isolate you, making you feel like the world is against you. They will place toxic people in your path to drain your energy, sow doubt in your mind, and distract you from your purpose. But remember, these are tests. not punishments. These are the moments that separate the chosen from the lost, because only the strongest spirits can survive such storms and emerge stronger on the other side. The question you might have now is, if the pain is preparation, how do I keep going when it feels unbearable? How do I stay strong when every step forward seems harder than the last? The answer lies in knowing that you are built for this battle. Your pain is not a sign of weakness. It is proof of your strength. It is a signal that you are on the path the universe laid out for you long before you understood it. You don't have to have all the answers now. You only have to trust the process, trust yourself, and keep moving forward. With every step, you are breaking free from the enemy's control. They fear this transformation more than anything because a person who turns their pain into power becomes unstoppable. The enemy knows they can't win by breaking your body or your circumstances. They have to break your mind, your spirit, your will. But your scars, your pain, and your endurance prove you're not their puppet. You are a force they cannot command. So, take a moment to honor your scars. Each one tells a story of survival, of battles fought and won. Each one is a mark of the fire you have walked through and the steel you have become. The enemy might see your scars and think they are weaknesses, but you know better. They are your strength, your armor, your badge of honor. The universe is with you in every step of this journey. It is not silent or absent in your pain. It is actively preparing you for a destiny that only those tempered by fire can fulfill. The storms you face now are not random. They are your training ground, the proof that you are chosen. They will shape you into a leader, a warrior, a light that no darkness can extinguish. So stand tall, chosen one. Let your scars remind you not of the pain you endured, but of the power you gained. While the enemy drowns in their ashes of defeat, you rise, forged stronger by every trial. Your resilience is your rebellion. Your strength is their downfall. And your future is written in the stars, illuminated by the fire you carry inside. Never doubt the power of your pain. It is your preparation for greatness. And as you continue to rise, know that the universe walks with you, guiding you toward a destiny they can't touch and a victory they fear. So, number 3, they fed your brain with lies. They fed your brain with lies, carefully crafted, poisonous lies, designed to keep you blind and trapped. From the moment you began to question, to the times you doubted your own worth, those lies have been there, whispering in the background, threading through your mind like a web spun by unseen manipulators. But here's the truth they never wanted you to discover. Your mind is the lightning that shatters their traps. They spun these webs of illusion so meticulously that you didn't even realize you were caught. Lies about your potential being limited, about your dreams being unrealistic, about your purpose being insignificant. They told you you were just one of many, just another face in the crowd, someone meant to follow, not lead. They planted doubts about your talents, your intelligence, your spirit, because control requires obedience, and obedience requires doubt. But it was never true. Those lies were engineered to keep you small, quiet, and compliant, to convince you that you need their approval, their permission, their system. They wanted you to forget the fire burning inside you, the greatness written into your very being by the universe. They wanted you to settle for mediocrity because a true awakening threatens their entire control. Have you ever wondered why, despite your drive and vision, you sometimes feel like you're fighting an invisible force holding you back? That's their mind control in action. It's subtle but relentless. It keeps you second-guessing yourself, questioning your path, doubting your worth. And while you hesitate, they tighten their grip. But your awareness is their undoing. Every time you recognize their lies, you chip away at their power. Every moment you reclaim your truth, their control weakens. You are not the product of their narratives. You are the storm that breaks their illusions. Your mind, awakened and fierce, cuts through the fog they've spread. Look at those who broke free before you. Maya Angelou was told she would never amount to much, yet her voice shattered barriers worldwide. Nikola Tesla's genius was dismissed and ridiculed, but his innovations lit the modern world. Malala Yousafzai was targeted for daring to speak up, but her courage changed the course of history. They faced lies designed to silence them, and they responded with unshakable truth. Now it's your turn. The moment you realize you've been fed lies, you gain the power to rewrite your story. You break free from the mental prison built to contain you. You no longer accept their version of who you are. You define yourself by the light burning within, by the truth the universe encoded in your soul. So stand firm. Resist the narratives designed to keep you blind. Question everything that tells you you're less than you truly are. Your mind is lightning, unstoppable, illuminating, fierce. Let it strike and dismantle every web they spun around you. Because once you break free from their mind control, you step into a freedom so powerful that the enemy can only watch in horror. They fear not just your power, but your clarity. And that clarity will carry you beyond every trap, every lie, every shadow they throw your way. Remember, they fed you lies to keep you in chains, but your awakened mind is the spark that will ignite your freedom. Number 4, they want you to stay broken, but you were born to rise. They want you to stay broken, shattered and silent, so that you forget the power you were born with. Their mission is clear: to shatter your spirit so completely that you no longer remember the fire burning inside you, the force that makes you unstoppable. They want you trapped in despair, drowning in self-doubt and pain, so you never rise again. But here's the truth they dread: the fire within you cannot be caged. They try to cage the phoenix, but no cage is strong enough to hold a soul set ablaze. They use every tool in their arsenal to keep you down. Emotional sabotage is their favorite weapon. They whisper lies disguised as concern, turning friends into saboteurs, planting seeds of doubt disguised as advice. Toxic relationships, betrayal by those closest to you, manipulation, gaslighting. They orchestrate it all to make you question your worth, to break your spirit piece by piece. Every time you take a step forward, they throw 1,000 stones, hoping one will stop your ascent. But surviving their attacks is a victory in itself. Every scar you carry is proof you refuse to stay broken. Every moment you felt like giving up but chose to stand tall instead is a declaration of war against their control. They fear your resilience because it defies their entire plan. They want a broken you, easy to manipulate and control. But you were born to rise, to soar beyond their reach, to burn brighter than their darkest intentions. Remember the legends who faced similar darkness, yet rose anyway. Harriet Tubman escaped chains, but returned to free others, embodying the fire they tried to snuff out. Frida Kahlo endured pain and betrayal, but transformed it into art that spoke across generations. Your survival, your rise despite everything, is a rebellion that shakes the foundations of their control. So when they try to pull you down, when they surround you with toxicity and lies, know this: You are the phoenix, and their cages are nothing but ashes beneath your wings. You were born for this rise, and the more they try to break you, the more unstoppable you become. Number 5, your success is their punishment, and watch how far you've come. They see your success, and it burns them alive. Every step you take forward is a dagger to their carefully built empire of control. Your growth enrages them because it shatters the illusions they desperately tried to maintain. Your rise is the earthquake that topples their empire of lies, shaking the very foundations they use to cage you. They fed you doubts, tried to silence your dreams, but with every victory, big or small, you strike at their heart. Remember, every milestone you celebrate, every moment you say, "I'm still here," is a rebellion. It doesn't matter if it's a whisper or a roar. Success is success. Your progress, however slow it might feel, is a powerful message. You will not be contained, you will not be stopped, and you will not be broken. They want you to downplay your wins, to believe they're insignificant, but every success, no matter how small, is a blow to their control. It's a reminder that their lies failed to define you, that their attempts to keep you down only fueled your fire. Celebrate your achievements. They are the scars of war and the trophies of victory in this unseen battle. Look at every great who was once underestimated, dismissed or attacked because of their rise. From Maya Angelou to Elon Musk, every triumph was a step closer to toppling the old narratives. Your success is no different. It's their punishment. So watch how far you've come, stand tall, and keep rising, because with every victory, you crumble their empire a little more. Number 6, they are crying because you're still standing while they have turned to ashes. They're crying now, not tears of pain, but of defeat. Not because you fought back with fists, but because you refused to fall. You're still standing, and that simple, undeniable truth is killing them slowly. They threw everything at you: betrayal, manipulation, abandonment, doubt. They orchestrated your collapse, wrote your downfall in ink, danced in anticipation of your silence. But here you are, breathing, rising, glowing. And now, they have turned to ashes. Their power is smoke, illusion, distraction, a fading ghost of control. But your spirit is the eternal flame. It doesn't flicker, it roars, and it burns brighter every time they try to extinguish it. The more they scream in silence behind closed doors, the more they realize nothing worked. Not the lies, not the sabotage, not the isolation. Their empire is crumbling, and you didn't even lift a hand. You just refused to give up. They cry because you're still here, still chosen, still powerful. They cry because the version of you they thought they destroyed is gone, and in its place is someone they can't touch. The stronger you became, the weaker they grew. Your endurance broke them, your resilience exposed them, your survival dismantled every lie they built to trap you. And here's the best part, their despair only feeds your rise. Every time they curse your name, they unknowingly fuel your momentum. Every hateful thought they send your way returns as your victory. You are not just surviving, you are ascending. They became dust trying to bury you, but the universe turned that dust into your launch pad. So stand tall, let them cry, let their bitterness echo in the silence of their failure. You don't need revenge. Your existence is enough. Your flame will keep burning, and their ashes will scatter in the winds of your triumph. Number 7. They thought you would never get up without them, and you proved them wrong. They thought you would never get up without them. That's the lie they clung to. They built their identity around the belief that you needed them, their approval, their validation, their presence, their support. In their minds, you were powerless without their hand guiding you. But then something happened that shattered their illusion. You proved them wrong. They built the cage, but you learned to fly before they even threw away the key. They designed the trap, confident you'd sit quietly inside it, waiting for their mercy. But while they were plotting your limitation, you were plotting your escape. While they were building walls, you were building wings. They operated under the illusion that they were the source of your worth, the gatekeepers of your success, the essential piece of your story. And now they're choking on the truth. You never needed them. You were always the power source. You were always the flame, the storm, the force behind your rise. Understand this. Your independence is what they feared most, not just because you rose, but because you rose without them. That's the wound they can't heal from. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. You were supposed to come back begging, broken, needing their permission to move forward. But instead, you left their orbit and created your own gravity. Think about how many times they made you feel like you wouldn't survive without their love, their help, their resources. Every time you depended on them, they tightened their grip. It was never about support, it was about control. But the moment you realized you were built to stand on your own, the whole game changed. Look at history. Tyler Perry built a billion-dollar empire after sleeping in his car. J.K. Rowling went from a single mother on welfare to the most successful author in the world, all after being rejected. They didn't need permission. They didn't wait for someone to save them. They became undeniable because they claimed their independence. And now, so have you. Let this sink in. Breaking free from false dependency isn't just healing, it's warfare. Every time you choose yourself, they lose another ounce of control. Every time you trust your own voice, they hear the echo of their failure. You were never meant to wait at anyone's table. You were meant to build your own. So don't just reject their narrative, burn it. Walk in the reality that you are whole without them, powerful without them, enough without them. Let your life be the loudest reminder. They weren't your source. They were just the noise you had to overcome to find your true strength. They thought you couldn't get up without them, but now they're the ones left behind, watching the one they thought couldn't rise become the one they can't reach. Number 8. They cannot have what you have, so they control. They cannot have what you have, so they try to control you. That's the ugly truth no one tells you. They couldn't steal your essence, your light, your calling. So they did what cowards do when they realize they can't own what they envy. They tried to contain it, like a thief who, unable to steal the treasure, sets fire to the vault. They burn what they can't possess. They saw early on that you carried something different, something rare, a glow, a frequency, a presence they couldn't replicate, couldn't match, couldn't buy. And because they knew they could never become you, they resorted to what weak minds always do: control. If they couldn't be you, they'd do everything in their power to stop you from being you. That control didn't come with chains or walls. It came with distraction, manipulation, and fear. They distracted you with drama, chaos, endless noise. They manipulated your emotions with guilt, fake loyalty, and spiritual gaslighting. They whispered fear into your thoughts, making you question your worth, your vision, your power. And all the while, their only goal was to keep you too confused, too tired, too wounded to realize the truth. You are untouchable when you take your power back. They used fear to shrink you, made you feel like your intuition was rebellion, like your confidence was arrogance. But deep down, they knew if you ever stood in full awareness of who you are, they'd have nothing left. No strings to pull, no buttons to push, no illusions to hide behind. Because your power isn't borrowed, it's born, it's encoded in you, etched by the universe, fire-blooded and soul-deep. They cannot teach it, imitate it, or kill it. All they can do is try to contain it. And that's exactly why they fear your awakening more than your current strength. Because once you know, once you see, once you move like it's yours, they're done. It's time to reclaim your sovereignty. No more asking for permission, no more shrinking to make others comfortable, no more falling for their distractions, no more letting them dictate your emotions, your path, your pace. You are not here to be controlled. You are here to command your destiny. Let their control tactics collapse in the face of your clarity. Let their fear become your fuel. Let every attempt to box you in become another reminder that what's inside of you can't be owned, silenced, or replicated. You are not their puppet. You are the fire they can't hold, the treasure they can't touch, the truth they can't handle. And now that you know it, act like it. Number 9, the war is invisible, but the attacks are real. Just because you can't always see the enemy doesn't mean you're not under fire. This isn't a war fought with weapons and uniforms. It's spiritual, psychological, silent, but it's just as violent, just as brutal, and far more personal. And you, chosen one, have been on the front lines your whole life. They aim for your mind, your emotions, your energy, because they know that's where your power lives. They send invisible arrows meant to pierce your soul. Doubt, confusion, betrayal, gaslighting. They dress up manipulation as love. They disguise sabotage as advice. They hide their poison behind familiar faces. You don't see the blow coming until it's already inside your chest, and by then they're already pretending to be your savior. This is psychological warfare, it's spiritual sabotage, and the most dangerous part, it's subtle, quiet. You question yourself more than you question them. You think you're just being too sensitive, too paranoid, overthinking. But you're not. You're under attack. They want you numb, distracted, and divided from yourself. They twist your reality so you forget what's real. They make you doubt your memories, your instincts, your gut feelings. One moment, you're certain of your path, and the next, you're spiraling in uncertainty. That's not by accident. That's strategy. Because when your mind is confused, your spirit gets tired. And when your spirit is tired, you become vulnerable to their control. Have you noticed how the attacks intensify right before your breakthrough? That's not random, that's a direct assault. The closer you get to clarity, elevation, or healing, the harder they hit. Right before the glow-up comes, the storm. Right before the light comes, the pressure. Because they know you're waking up and they're running out of time. But you are not defenseless. Your armor is forged from truth. Every lie they've ever told you, you survived it. Every betrayal you never saw coming, you endured it. Every gaslighting tactic they threw your way. You're still here, still aware, still breathing. That awareness is your power. That mental clarity is your protection. That spiritual connection to the universe, that's your shield. You must be vigilant now, not paranoid, aware, not afraid, awake. You can't afford to sleepwalk through a war. You can't let pretty words distract you from dangerous patterns. You can't let fake peace disarm your spirit. Stay sharp, stay grounded, stay focused, because this war is real and you are the target. But more importantly, you are the threat. And when you walk in truth, they can't touch you. Let them send their invisible arrows. Let them come for your mind. You've got armor they can't penetrate. You've got light they can't dim. And now that you see the battlefield for what it is, there's only one thing left to do: win. Number 10. They will come for you. Stay ready. They will come for you. Not maybe, not if, they will. As you rise, as your light grows brighter and your power becomes undeniable, the enemy will escalate their attacks. It's the law of their fear. When the lion wakes, the hunters sharpen their knives, ready to strike with every ounce of desperation they have left. They know that your rise threatens their very existence, so they pull out every trick, every weapon, every deception in their arsenal to stop you. But here's the truth: the hunters don't want you to know. Their knives are blunt against a spirit that's ready and unyielding. Their attacks only sharpen your resolve. Every attempt to derail you, distract you, or diminish you is fuel for your fire. They will test your patience, push your boundaries, and try to break your focus. But they can't break what's already unbreakable. Prepare yourself mentally and emotionally for this inevitable resistance. The higher you climb, the fiercer the pushback. The louder your voice, the more they try to silence it. The clearer your vision, the thicker the fog they throw to cloud it. But don't shrink, don't retreat. Stand firm in your truth, anchored in the knowledge that every assault is proof you're moving in the right direction. Strengthen your mind like a fortress. Guard your heart like a sacred temple. Build your spirit into a warrior's shield. When the attacks come, and they will, face them with calm ferocity. Expect their tactics and refuse to be surprised. Because readiness is power. Readiness is freedom. Readiness is your greatest weapon. You are no longer the one who can be caught off guard. You are the lion waking from slumber, fierce and unstoppable. The hunters may sharpen their knives, but you sharpen your spirit. You prepare your mind. You fortify your soul. And when they come, you stand. This is your moment to be steadfast, to rise with unwavering courage, to show the world and yourself that no matter what they throw at you, you will not back down, because you were chosen for this fight. You were built for this climb, and the time to stay ready is always now. Number 12. The universe is with you, and they can't stop what's written in the stars. Long before the shadows gathered, long before the betrayals and battles, long before they tried to crush you under the weight of their fear, the stars had already aligned. Your path, your power, your purpose. It was ordained. Not by man, not by the systems they use to control, but by something far greater, by the pulse of the universe itself. That's what terrifies them the most, that no matter what they do, no matter how hard they try, they can't rewrite destiny. They can delay it, distract you from it, make you question it, but they cannot stop it, because your name is already carved into the blueprint of something infinite. You're not a random creation. You're a calculated force, a cosmic disruption sent to collapse their illusion. They told you you were too much, that your dreams were unrealistic, that your light was inconvenient. But here's the truth. Your presence in this world is not a mistake. It's a movement. Every time you trust the pull in your spirit, you step closer to what's already yours. And that's what they tried to rob you of. Alignment. They couldn't touch the power, so they tried to make you forget it was ever yours. But it's still there, and now it's waking up in you. The synchronicities, the gut feelings, the flashes of clarity. They're not coincidences, they're confirmations. The universe has been speaking, and now you're finally listening. And once a chosen one starts listening, the game changes. This is your call to rise, not in hesitation, not in fear, but in absolute certainty that your destiny is unfolding exactly as it should. You don't need to fight for what's already been promised. You only need to move like it's yours. Let them throw their final shadows. Let them panic. Let them whisper, plot, attack. Because what's written for you isn't written in ink. It's written in starlight. And starlight doesn't fade. So break free, burn the chains, abandon the illusion that you ever needed their permission to become who you were always meant to be. The universe is your witness, your ally, your momentum, and nothing they do, not their lies, not their sabotage, not their fear, can undo what has already been aligned on your behalf. The stars are watching, the shadows are trembling, and the universe is ready. Now shine relentlessly. And now that you know the truth, it's time to act. Your journey as a chosen one is unstoppable, and your power is undeniable. Don't let this message stay hidden. Like, subscribe, and share it with those who need to hear it most. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to rise, break free, and claim your destiny. Every engagement helps this truth reach more chosen souls, breaking the silence they desperately want to maintain. Together, we amplify the light that can no longer be dimmed. The time to rise is now. Let's do this.